Chapter 882. Uncrowned Sword King. The guild's MTs are quite lucky this time. Feng smiled at the scaled shield covered in divine runes. A shield was an integral part of an MT's equipment. A good shield could elevate an MT's strength significantly on the market. MT's shields were always the most expensive equipment. They were worth at least double that of a weapon of the same rank and level. Dragon Scale Shield. Shield, Epic Rank. Level 40. Level 100. Equipment requirement. Strength 600. Attributes adjust according to user's level. Defense plus 4020, level 40. Block rate. 39%. Strength plus 84. Endurance plus 107. Magic resistance plus 20. Defend skill plus 2 levels. When equipped. Strength and endurance increased by 10%. All skills plus 1 level. Ignore levels plus 10. Additional skill. Dragon Scale Body. Forms an energy shield around the user's body, increasing defense by 200%, HP by 300%, and recovery ability by 500% for 30 seconds cooldown, 30 minutes. Additional passive skill 1. Sturdy. Halves received impact and reduced damage received from the front by 15%. Additional passive skill 2. Lightweight. Increases shield movement by 20%. The epic ranked purification robes also had high attributes. However, it was far less valuable than the Dragon Scale Shield. As for the other pieces of equipment he had obtained, they were either level 50 dark gold equipment or fine gold equipment. It was still too soon for current players to equip them. This should be White Knight's quest item. After Feng tidied up the dropped equipment, he discovered a glass bottle. The bottle contained a black liquid. It was none other than the mutated dragon's original form. Although the bottle did not have a label, its introduction stated that it was a specimen of a mutated life. Other than that, there was no information. After considering the matter, Feng handed the bottle to White Knight. This is... After White Knight saw the glass bottle, surprise colored his expression. Take it. Even if I keep it, I can't use it. Feng laughed. The mutant specimen was useless to him. On the contrary, if he gave it to White Knight, he could earn a favor from the ranger. If he came across any trouble in the future, he could even ask for White Knight's help. Thank you. If you encounter any issues in the future, just say the word. I'll help out to the best of my abilities. White Knight accepted the glass bottle without hesitation. The item was simply too important. Without it, he would fail his quest. If that happened, his account would be crippled. He would have to spend a long time to regain his strength. Would it be convenient for you to reveal your name, sir? We can add each other as friends so that we can contact each other easily in the future. Hearing White Knight's logic, the other owl members' jaws dropped. Since he had joined God's domain, White Knight had never added anyone as a friend. Various big shots from super guilds were no exception, right? I haven't introduced myself. Feng took off his black cloak and revealed his black flame appearance. My name is Black Flame. After Feng revealed himself, every witness fell silent. They stared at Feng's face. Feng looked to be in his 30s. He had a firm face with faint stars flashing in his eyes. His aura felt so profound that those around him felt oddly drawn to him. You are Zero-Winged Sword King, Black Flame? Frozen Dream's delicate face revealed her disbelief. God's Domain's players often discuss the God's Domain experts list. Practically everyone was familiar with the great deeds of the list's various experts. The name, Black Flame, was a particularly hot topic. Black Flame's rise had been intensely fast. The secret pavilion had even given him the title, Sword King. How high had his evaluation been to become the king among swordsmen? When the secret pavilion had updated their experts list, many swordsman experts had complained about the pavilion's decision. Even Owl's many swordsmen had been dissatisfied, declaring that they would challenge Black Flame to teach him a lesson. Now, however, it would seem that the title of Sword King had not been an exaggeration. They even wondered if Black Flame's rank on the God's Domain experts list was a little too low. The strength Black Flame had just displayed had far surpassed the secret pavilion's evaluation. Even some of the swordsmen, who had previously intended to challenge Black Flame, were dumbfounded. Didn't you say that you wanted to challenge Black Flame? This is your chance. A few of the owl members teased their companion, grinning at a youth in silver light armor. In terms of strength, ranked 15th among their adventurer team. Although his battle records weren't necessarily stunning, he was undefeated in their home city's underground arena. He had already won 99 battles with a perfect winning streak. His defeated opponents even included large guilds' well-known experts. Back when Strong Slash had declared that he would challenge Black Flame and defeat him, nobody had doubted the youth's words. After all, Strong Slash's combat standards had reached the second stage of the realms of refinement, the Flowing Water Realm. With his skills and equipment, it was not impossible to contend with a Void Realm expert, I said. In the future. Not now. Strong Slash rolled his eyes at his laughing companions. If he challenged Black Flame, someone who had just stood against the mutated dragon and won, it would not even be a fight. It would be a miracle if he survived even one of the Sword King's attacks. The players laughed when they heard Strong Slash's response. My name is White Knight, the leader of an adventurer team. Guild leader Black Flame, if you need help with anything in the future, just call me. White Knight had also begun to size up Shifeng, shock filling his heart. Only now did he understand why Zero Wing had risen to power so quickly and had grown strong enough to challenge God's domain's major powers. With such a powerful leader, what did Zero Wing need to fear? Following which, White Knight and Shifeng added each other as friends. Since team leader White has said as much, I happen to have something that I need your help with in 1 or 2 days. After giving it some thought, Shifeng continued, recently, our guild has tried to raid a certain area, and we urgently need experts. We need roughly 30 players. Favors should not go to waste. It was wise to use them frequently to increase a bond between two parties. Moreover, he required the help of a group of experts to raid the holy city of Titan's entrance trial. His strength alone was not enough to pass the trial, all right. When the time comes, just say the word. I'll lead a team over. White Knight did not hesitate to agree. On the contrary, Shifeng could see anticipation in his eyes. Place that even Black Flame had trouble raiding. It must be immensely difficult. Moreover, he really wished to experience Black Flame's world. After both sides agreed, White Knight led his team, departing from the valley. Shifeng, on the other hand, approached the silver dragon that had stood by the side all this time. Young hero, thank you for accomplishing my long-cherished dream. At this moment, the silver dragon appeared extremely weak. Even speaking seemed laborious. I only did what needed to be done, Shifeng politely replied. The silver dragon then took out a flashing, golden magic scroll and said to Shifeng, this magic scroll will take you to the shrine where the stone tablet sleeps. However, the shrine is very dangerous. With just your current strength you will not survive. It is best if you go there only after you have achieved your Tier 2 class. At that time, you will have somewhat higher chances of obtaining the stone tablet. Saying so, the silver dragon handed Shifeng the magic scroll. It then flapped its wings and left the valley before Shifeng could examine the golden magic scroll. A system announcement reached his ear. System announcement. System upgrading. Please prepare to log out. The estimated duration is 40 hours. System. You have 10 minutes remaining to log out. Please prepare to log out. Chapter 883. New System. Shifeng was momentarily stunned when he heard the system announcement. I isn't the 4th evolution happening a little too soon? Shifeng frowned deeply. This was not good news for God's Domain's players. Every evolution the main God system underwent increased the realism and difficulty of the fights against monsters. Moreover, this was the first time Shifeng had seen a system upgrade require 40 hours. Generally, system upgrades only lasted from 12 to 24 hours. Even in the past, none of the upgrades had needed more than 24 hours to complete. However, Shifeng did not have time to consider the situation. He only had 10 minutes left to log out of the game. He needed to find a safe location quickly. After the mutated dragon's death, the dark sanctuary over the valley had begun to dissipate. Either due to the silver dragon's absence or some other reason, many monsters began to appear in the previously scarcely populated valley. Moreover, these were not low-leveled monsters. The lowest among them was level 30, while some were even level 45. Among them, there was no lack of elite monsters. To current players, monsters of this level were still dangerous opponents. Finally, after finding a stream without nearby monsters, Shifeng logged off. The morning sun shone brightly. Suddenly, the virtual gaming cabin in the room opened, and Shifeng climbed out. Compared to when Shifeng had first entered God's domain in this life, he was much stronger and more muscular. He had also grown slightly taller. In addition, his aura had changed tremendously. He gave off a calm and comfortable aura, which attracted others. Since this system upgrade will be so long, God's domain must be chaotic right now. Shifeng smiled. He then instructed the AI housekeeper turn on the television just as Shifeng had predicted. Many television programs were already covering God's domain system upgrade. After a period of development, God's domain's influence on the real world had gradually expanded. In addition, the mass production of God's Domain's virtual reality helmets had begun, which resulted in the helmet's continuous price drop. Now, more and more people could enjoy God's Domain. Gradually, God's Domain had become a big part of most people's lives. Moreover, the game's advertising had grown, with the game's biggest selling point being the various lifestyles and entertainment it offered. In addition to its ability to extend one's lifespan, although technology constantly improved, there was still a limit to how much it could extend a human life. Meanwhile, God's Domain could indirectly extend the human lifespan, allowing everyone to enjoy nearly double their natural life expectancy. This alone attracted many people. Furthermore, the game played a medicinal role. The current technology in the field of medicine had reached a very high level, and most diseases could be cured. Unfortunately, even now, disabilities remained unconquered. However, upon entering God's Domain, blindness, deafness, or amputation did not matter. These people could live an ordinary life as Shifeng understood it. After widespread promotion, many ill people had joined God's Domain. Many of them even refused to leave the game world. The following report regards God's Domain's latest change. The game's official developers have expressed their sincerest apologies regarding players' dissatisfaction with the latest system upgrade. They have also explained why this upgrade requires so much time. There are two main reasons for this. The first reason is that the main God system has collected sufficient data and can undergo another system upgrade. The inclusion of the Mindspace system is the second reason. This system will attract even more people to this virtual reality game in the future, turning it into a true second world. When the reporter mentioned this, Shifeng was taken aback. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Didn't this new system only launch 2 years after God's Domain's release? Shifeng glared at the holographic screen's message. The Mindspace system was also known as the Realm of God in the past. During God's Domain's first year, the game had been very popular. However, its influence on the real world had been limited. The most the game had achieved was the expansion of the virtual gaming industry's influence on the real world, growing from a niche industry to a household concept. However, the Realm of God's appearance had pushed God's Domain to its peak as an industry. Due to the Realm of God, any God's Domain player could create their own virtual space. If players did not want to play the game, they could enter their virtual spaces for some rest and entertainment. While in a private space, they could adjust the environment to their liking. However, the more realistic the environment and the larger the space was, the more resources one needed to pay. One could even go as far as adjusting the flow of time inside their personal space. As far as Shifeng knew, one could adjust the flow up to 10 times that of natural time. In other words, 10 days in one's personal space was the equivalent of a single day in the real world. Hence, theoretically, it was possible to extend one's lifespan by up to 10 times. Meanwhile, while in one's personal space, a player's body would remain at its peak health. Age would not limit their enjoyment. Due to this reason, God's Domain had become irreplaceable in the real world. Countless people had gone crazy over this new system. To enjoy longer lifespans, some wealthy tycoons had even paid an exorbitant price to construct their own space. God's Domain had truly raked in the money once it released the Realm of God. In Shifeng's previous life, he too had set up his own space and often invited his friends for get-togethers. However, Shifeng's space had been quite average. He had only increased the time flow by 4, and the space had only been roughly as large as a football field. Even so, he had earned the envy of many ordinary experts. Constructing a personal space was not as simple as establishing a guild residence, where one only needed to purchase a plot of land and invest some coins. To construct a personal virtual space, one needed memory. Players could not simply construct a personal space because they desired it. Sustaining a personal space placed a heavy burden on the system. The more luxurious and spacious the space was, the more memory its support required. In God's Domain, memory had a different well-known name: mana. Constructing a personal space required mana. However, it required more than just a little. Players could not use the low-quality mana from magic crystals. Rather, one needed 7 luminaries crystals. However, 7 luminaries crystals were insanely rare in God's Domain. This was clear just by looking at Star Moon Kingdom. Throughout Star Moon Kingdom, one could only find 7 luminaries crystal in the capital. Furthermore, 7 luminaries crystals were astonishingly expensive. An ordinary expert could only look on, powerless, with their measly finances. If an ordinary player got their hands on a few, selling them, they could live the rest of their lives without any concern for money. This was why Shifeng had been so excited when he had reached the Forgotten Lands and encountered the 7 Luminaries Mountain in the God's Grave. Unfortunately, his strength had been limited. He hadn't been able to leave that area with a single small chunk. After the news report regarding God's Domain ended, Feng ate a casual meal. He intended to check on the newcomers Lei Bao had been training during this time. Zero Wing could not compare to super guilds, where the latter had a perfect expert nurturing system and no shortage of talents. Fortunately, Zero Wing now had the Big Dipper training center to support it, providing an excellent training environment. Feng had a few of Zero Wing's newcomers sign a series of agreements and directed them here to undergo special training. They were the experts that Zero Wing nurtured internally. Unfortunately, Zero Wing's funds were limited. It could not afford to train enough newcomers. To a large guild like Zero Wing, these few were like a drop in the bucket. Feng's female assistant, Liang Jing, suddenly called him and reported, "Master Feng, a gentleman named Yuan Tiexin has arrived, looking for you. He claims to be an acquaintance of yours. Do you wish to meet him? He sure moves quickly." Feng smiled faintly. "Have him wait for me in the main hall's reception room. I'll head over right away." Chapter 884. Empress Purple Jade. The Mind Space System's sudden launch in God's domain had massively impacted the real world. Feng could clearly remember that, when this system had launched in his previous life, the world had gone crazy over it. Before the new system had been revealed, very few major corporations and financial groups had been willing to invest into God's domain. Most only wanted to observe. Take the Big Dipper Training Center for example. Although the corporation's higher-ups had known about God's domain, none of them had paid particular attention to the game. Instead, they had focused on developing the training center itself. The other corporations within the city shared similar thoughts. After all, without any clear signs of profit, who would recklessly invest in the game? However, when the new system had been implemented, these individuals could no longer resist. Every one of these corporations had invested into God's domain, hoping to get a share of the pie. Due to these people, the cost of coins had undergone massive inflation. Feng had even earned a small fortune by taking advantage of the price increases. Considering the situation, Feng immediately called Melancholic Smile and Aqua Rose, instructing them to start purchasing large sums of coins as soon as they could log back into God's domain. The more coins they amassed now, the more profit they could earn in the future. Inside Big Dipper Training Center's reception room, a middle-aged man lounged on a sofa made of soft, white tiger leather. On either side of him stood a man and a woman. Both this man and woman only looked to be around 18 or 19 years old. However, they both carried a martial artist's or Uncle Yuan. This Feng fellow is too arrogant. He has made us wait for so long. Even Big Dipper's director wouldn't dare to neglect us like this, the young man wearing blue martial arts robe said impatiently, frowning deeply. Although the secret pavilion was different from super guilds, it still had significant influence in the real world. Moreover, the pavilion had recently agreed to collaborate with a few international corporations, elevating its status. Every single corporation within this city would be more than eager to gain the pavilion's favor. Yet, even after venturing this far for a personal visit, not only had Feng not welcomed them himself, but even after over 10 minutes, Feng was nowhere to be seen. He wasn't taking them seriously. We're not in a rush. In any case, he hasn't refused to meet us, Yuan Tiexin said, chuckling. Moreover, we are the ones who want to collaborate with Zero Wing. A small wait doesn't matter. You're still too brash. This is why the guild leader told you to temper yourself. You should learn from Wan Hua. At Yuan Tiexin's words, the male youth turned to the beautiful woman standing on the other side of Yuan Tiexin. Falling silent, he wasn't qualified to respond. There were 3 great geniuses among the experts the secret pavilion nurtured internally. The most popular among the 3 was Cold Autumn, as he had broken through the half-step refinement realm at such a young age and had officially entered the refinement realm. Wan Hua, who had joined a little before Cold Autumn, followed closely behind. Even the secret pavilion's old monsters repeated praised Wan Hua's combat talents. They all concluded that her chances of reaching the domain realm were quite high. People like them constantly pursued the domain realm. However, entering the refinement realm was already extremely difficult, not to mention reaching the domain realm. Those who did so were incredibly rare. Even in super guilds, the fact that these old monsters' evaluation had been so high spoke volumes about their high opinions of Wan Hua. If the young man attempted to compare himself to Wan Hua, the difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. He simply could not hold a candle to Eros. Yuan Tiexin finished speaking. Feng walked into the reception room with Liang Jing. I apologize that I've made you wait, Feng said as he sat across from Yuan Tiexin. When he glanced at the man and woman beside Yuan Tiexin, he was momentarily surprised. Though he did not reveal it, Feng recognized the great beauty beside Yuan Tiexin, Empress Purple Jade. Although her appearance was slightly different from her game avatar, the difference was minor. However, she still looked very young and immature. The arrogant aura that she had possessed in the past was also absent. Shifeng was familiar with Purple Jade because he had learned void steps from her. He had lost count just how many times he had watched her battle videos. Even if her physical appearance was slightly different, he still recognized her with a glance. Why is she here? Shifeng wondered as Shifeng understood it. Purple Jade was one of the secret pavilion's 3 great geniuses. The pavilion's upper echelons had favored her, and her status within the pavilion had been on par with the guild elders. To put it bluntly, her position was not any lower than Yuan Tiexin's. Why did the secret pavilion allow such a gem to come here? Moreover, she stood by the side as if she were a bodyguard. Although Shifeng had hidden his observation, it had not escaped the notice of an old fox like Yuan Tiexin. Noticing Shifeng's reaction to Wenhua, Yuan Tiexin's mouth hooked up into a smile. Their guild leader had sent Wenhua for the sole purpose of shocking Zero Wing recently. Zero Wing had gained too much momentum. Not only was the guild rapidly developing, but the guild's performance in the dark arena had also been stunning. Zero Wing did not appear to fear any guild. If the secret pavilion wished to collaborate with Zero Wing, they had to slow Zero Wing's progress, teaching the upstart guild that entities such as themselves were not as simple as they appeared. By doing so, they would have an easier time negotiating. However, Shifeng's perception had surprised Yuan Tiexin somewhat. He had not expected the youth to notice Wenhua's strength so quickly. May I know what business you wish to discuss with me? Shifeng asked after recovering from his surprise. Didn't I tell you that the secret pavilion views Zero Wing favorably? To put it simply, I've come here seeking cooperation. Hence, I'd like to ask you to introduce us to guild leader Black Flame, or one of the guild's upper echelons who has the authority to approve such decisions. Yuan Tiexin slowly explained. Seeking cooperation? Shifeng continued, asking, Excellent. What kind of cooperation does the secret pavilion have in mind? We are interested in cooperating with Zero Wing in secret. Can you make a decision like this? If not, don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong. The male youth snapped. Yuan Tiexin made no attempt to rebuke the youth's words, only watching the situation play out. It was no doubt that he agreed with the youth's words, thinking that Shifeng was just a busybody. Although Yuan Tiexin felt that Shifeng had great potential, qualifying to preside over the affairs of Zero Wing's workshop at such a young age, in the end, he was only a part of Zero Wing's middle management. He did not qualify to join discussions of cooperation between guilds. Fortunately, Shifeng did not allow the young man's tone to rile him. After all, to outsiders, he only appeared to be a member of the guild's management team. I understand your concerns. However, I do possess the authority to make a decision on any matter of cooperation you wish to discuss. If you don't believe me, you can contact our guild leader in God's domain. Shifeng shook his head and laughed. Yuan Tiexin was slightly stunned by Shifeng's response. For a time, he was at a loss for words. Either Zero Wing was daring enough to use a new talent, or the guild had no one else for the job. Just how much faith must one possess to allow someone so new to God's domain to make such important guild decisions? The fact that Zero Wing had developed into its current state showed that the guild possessed a powerful background. Anyone that claimed otherwise was either lying or a blind fool. Generally, the various upper echelons of such a powerful organization would be, at least, in their 30s. Any exception was either a frightening talent or someone with a very powerful background. However, Yuan Tiexin had investigated Shifeng thoroughly, and no matter how he looked at the results, Shifeng was neither. May I know your game ID? Yuan Tiexin asked softly. Chapter 885. Guild Secret. When Yuan Tiexin had met Shifeng for the first time, he had investigated the youth thoroughly. The results had surprised the old Monsifeng was just an ordinary person. Even when he joined God's domain, he had used a trial helmet yet. Somehow, after entering God's domain, Shifeng had risen to become one of Zero Wing Workshop's managers. Although Yuan Tiexin admitted that Shifeng possessed some skill and fighting strength, he was too young. Hence, Shifeng's claim had surprised him. He is a core member of Zero Wing, huh? Wenhua, who had remained cold and indifferent, shifted her gaze towards Shifeng. She had never imagined that the currently flourishing Zero Wing would allow someone who was only a few years older than her to join the guild's top management initially. She had not wanted to take part in the negotiations. However, upon hearing that she might meet Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, she had agreed. She wanted to see just what the legendary Sword King Black Flame looked like. If possible, she might even find an opportunity to spar with the man. Now, however, she was disappointed. My game ID. Shifeng laughed. He then said, I am Yifeng in God's domain. You're Yifeng. Yuan Tiexin's expression immediately grew hard. He simply could not believe this. Hurriedly, he asked, "Are you really Zero Wings Yifeng? The Yifeng that led the Azura battle team?" "Impossible! You're so young. How could you possibly be Yifeng?" Yuan Tiexin wasn't the only one surprised. The male youth and Wenhua's eyes both went wide with shock as they stared at the ordinary-looking man before them. The name Yifeng might not mean much to ordinary experts. They might not even know this name at all, however. Among God's domain's major powers, almost everyone knew the name. This was particularly true for the Secret Pavilion, which was known for its information network. The Secret Pavilion had even created an exclusive database that collected information on Yifeng based on what they knew so far. Although Yifeng looked young, no one believed it. No youth in his early 20s could reach the Void Realm. He should be at least 24 or 25. Even so, he was considered an extremely talented individual. God's domain's various major powers also suspected that Yifeng had been secretly nurtured by whatever major power stood behind Zero Wing. Otherwise, he never would have defeated the Battle Wolves' Wolf King Sirius. Meanwhile, even now, Yifeng's identity was shrouded in mystery. They would never have dreamed that the Shifeng before them was actually the Yifeng who had caused such a commotion among God's domain's major powers. Young Shifeng scratched his head awkwardly as he glanced towards Wenhua. Wenhua was only 19 years old, while he approached 22 years old. Yet she had called him young. "I didn't mean it that way. I just don't believe that you are Yifeng," Wenhua replied seriously, shaking her head. She was most proud of her age and strength. Within her age group, no one could stand shoulder to shoulder with her. She did not even take the pavilion's #1 genius seriously. However, if Shifeng had truly defeated Sirius at such a young age, his talent was truly terrifying. Even she could not afford to take him lightly. Hearing Wenhua's honesty, Shifeng was momentarily at a loss for words. Had never crossed his mind that they would refuse to believe him even when he revealed the truth. If he told them that he was also Black Flame, they would, most likely, deem him a con artist. "I'm truly sorry for Wenhua's rude behavior," Yuan Tiexin apologized as he tugged Wenhua's sleeve and sent the girl a glance. He then returned his gaze to Shifeng, smiling as he said, "I have come here representing our guild leader, and we would like to keep the subjects of our talks absolutely secret. Hence, Wenhua has spoken out of hand. Since we've confirmed that there are no issues, let's discuss business." Although Wenhua had fallen quiet, her interest in Shifeng grew. A passion-fighting spirit filled her eyes when they landed on Shifeng. He felt as if she would challenge him to a duel at any moment. If Wenhua's past admirers could see this, they'd probably tear Shifeng apart. Understanding Yuan Tiexin's intentions, Shifeng looked towards Liang Jing and said, "Liang Jing, head down for now." Liang Jing sighed helplessly as she left the room. Truth be told, she was very curious about who Yuan Tiexin and his companions were. Rather than fear or awe over Shifeng's identity as a martial arts master, the two youths had been shocked by his game ID. After watching Liang Jing leave the room, Yuan Tiexin adopted a serious tone as he said, "You are aware that the various super guilds and super first-rate guilds in God's domain have their own expert training programs, correct?" I know a little about it. After selecting a few talented youths, these guilds have them sign an agreement and put them through a training regimen, helping them become peerless experts." Shifeng nodded. These powerful guilds' internal nurturing programs were no secret. However, the majority of virtual gaming guilds could not establish their own programs. You are correct. But that is only on the surface. Regarding cost, many first-rate guilds could easily do the same, Yuan Tiexin said, smiling. Yuri saying that it is not a matter of funding? Shifeng was slightly surprised as he understood it. One needed a specialized training venue and expert instructors to nurture expert players. In addition, one needed a large supply of advanced nutrient fluids. All of these aspects required money. Without sufficient capital, it was simply impossible to nurture a large number of experts. That's right. It's not an issue of capital. A simulated training system is far more important. This is a system that the various super guilds and super first-rate guilds have developed on their own. They have collected information on countless experts with this system, and with it, can allow their newcomers to spar with the simulations at any time. Think about it. Which has not had to experience countless life-threatening battles to reach their current status. A real martial artist or a virtual gaming expert. The main reason behind the Secret Pavilion's transcendental status in the virtual gaming world is our dabbling in the sales of information on various gaming experts, a practice that other guilds rarely implement. With this information, one can realistically reproduce these experts in their simulation training system. You understand now, right? No matter how much capital those first-rate guilds manage to obtain, As long as they do not possess the simulation training system, they can't progress, and they will never become true powerhouses in the virtual gaming world. I believe that you are aware that there are multiple first-rate guilds in the virtual gaming world that are even stronger than a few super first-rate guilds, yet they have failed to be recognized as super first-rate guilds themselves. The reason for this is their lack of a simulation training system. Xianxia's explanation had shocked Shifeng once more. At the same time, Shifeng now had answers to many of the issues he had faced before. Meanwhile, there is a defining difference between a super guild and a super first-rate guild. Chapter 886. Guild Legacy. Uncle Yuan, this is our guild's biggest secret. If you just reveal it, there will be consequences, right? Wan Hua warned, shocked by Xianxia's decision to ordinary guilds and independent players. The simulation training system was a major secret. However, first-rate guilds who wished to further themselves already knew theses for the difference between super first-rate guilds and super guilds. Only super guilds and several transcendental powers knew the truth. Even super first-rate guilds had no clue, as these guilds assumed that the difference lay in overall strength accumulated over the years. Don't worry about it. In any case, it impacts our cooperation. Xianxia waved his hand, signaling that there was nothing wrong with revealing the truth. Shifeng was at a loss for words. This was the first he had ever heard of such things. He had never thought that there was actually such a defining difference between first-rate guilds and super first-rate guilds. Moreover, there was an unknown difference between super first-rate guilds and super guilds. It would seem that these colossal organizations had not remained standing over so many years for no reason all this time. Shifeng had assumed that the difference between guilds only lie in their member and expert count. Now, however, it would seem that there was more to the story. The main reason why super first-rate guilds fail to gain recognition as super guilds is insufficient guild legacy completion rate, Xianxia said, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes as he mentioned guild legacy completion rate. Guild legacy? Shifeng drew a blank. This was the first time he had heard this term. It's expected that you do not know of it. Xianxia then explained slowly, saying, I previously mentioned the simulation training system. However, there are also differences between each guild's simulation training system. Although the information super first-rate guilds' training systems collect is nearly the same that super guilds collect, super guilds' training systems possess complete legacies that can help players reach the domain realm. Super first-rate guilds' legacies, on the other hand, are incomplete and can only help one reach the void realm. This makes it extremely difficult for the top-tier experts in super first-rate guilds to cross that final threshold. That is why there are so few experts capable of reaching the domain realm in super first-rate guilds. Shifeng suddenly came to a realization: the gap between a void realm expert and a domain realm expert was massive. Moreover, as players' levels increased, combat techniques became extremely important. It was especially true if one wanted to obtain top-tier equipment. The main god system would provide all sorts of trials, and these trials tested a player's strength. That's right. This is the biggest difference between super first-rate guilds and super guilds. Xianxia nodded. He then added softly, after many years of gathering information and working to improve ourselves, the secret pavilion has finally completed our guild legacy. As an upstart guild, Zero Wing's background is too shallow. It lacks the resources to nurture experts efficiently. Zero Wing doesn't have a chance of competing with super first-rate guilds, much less super guilds. Moreover, even if Zero Wing successfully established its own simulation training system, its operation is very costly. It requires the latest high-level energy. I believe that you understand just how difficult it is to collect high-level energy. Like the S-rank nutrient fluid, one cannot purchase it with money alone. The secret pavilion is trying to expand and requires a large number of talented players. We believe that Zero Wing has great potential, and we have decided to invest in Zero Wing. In exchange for 50% of Zero Wing's shares, not only will we supply significant funding, but we will also offer various support using the secret pavilion's connections. This will allow Zero Wing to rise instantly and significantly. Furthermore, we will provide 20 slots for our training system. Your guild wouldn't need to create its own system, Xianxia explained temptingly. You might not think that 20 slots are a lot, but the secret pavilion has also invested in other large guilds. Even for first-rate guilds, we only provide 10. The male youth beside Xianxia was shocked when he heard the offer include 20 slots. His performance in the secret pavilion was already quite impressive. Even so, he had barely earned a slot for himself currently. The secret pavilion only had 300 or so slots for its simulation training system. It did not have enough resources to sustain any more than that. Yet, they were actually offering 20 slots to Zero Wing. This proved that the pavilion's upper echelons were highly optimistic about Zero Wing's potential. The secret pavilion is really going all out. It's actually willing to offer so many generous benefits. Although Shifeng did not fully understand the significance of these 20 slots, seeing Wenhua's and the male youth's reactions, it was obvious that these slots were extremely valuable. However, he had his own plans. I apologize, but Zero Wing rejects your offer. Rejects? Why? Yuan Tixin unconsciously rose from his seat. Even first-rate guilds hunger for an offer like this. Moreover, the secret pavilion is only asking for 50% of Zero Wing's shares. We will not involve ourselves in Zero Wing's management or development. As long as Zero Wing obtains these 20 slots, with the potential the experts in your guild, it should not be long before they reach the refinement realm. At that time, you will have the foundation to expand to other countries. Zero Wing might even become a super first-rate guild in the future. 50% of Zero Wing's shares is simply too high, Shifeng responded as he shook his head. However, I am very interested in your simulation training system. I would like to buy a few slots. Is that possible? The secret pavilion's price was indeed tempting. However, Shifeng was very familiar with just how frightening major powers like the secret pavilion could be. With even 30%, the secret pavilion could take control of Zero Wing in the future. The only way Shifeng could accept this offer was if the secret pavilion offered a portion of its own shares in exchange. However, this was clearly not possible. Hence, Shifeng did not bother asking Yuan to buy a few slots. Yuan Tixin shook his head, laughing. Kid, you're taking the training slots too lightly. Do you know how intense the competition for the training slots is within the secret pavilion? We don't even have enough slots to satiate our own members, much less sell them to other guilds. How can we possibly sell any slots to Zero Wing? What if I offer a high price? Shifeng laughed. A high price? Are you talking about epic items? Yuan Tixin's smile grew even brighter when he heard Shifeng's comment. Shifeng, you know that, at the end of the day, weapons and equipment are external components. Even if epic items are quite rare, they are not nearly as important as training slots to the secret pavilion. What if I offer a large stock of strengthening devices and bronze mounts? Confidently, Shifeng said, I believe that you have already heard about the mind space system on the news. I suspect that you know the value of this system. This system is one of the driving forces behind major corporations' investment into God's domain. If the secret pavilion obtains a large stock of strengthening devices and bronze mounts, it will surely gain an advantage over the various super guilds. Chapter 887. Black Card. Are you serious? Yuan Tixin was visibly moved. The strengthening device had only appeared on the market recently, and there were still very few available. Not only could it extend a player's time in combat, but it could also help players save meaningless travel time and some repair fees. Various large guilds were also hungering after bronze mounts. Unfortunately, obtaining a bronze mount was immensely difficult. Even the secret pavilion only had a few thus far. By the time the guild members reached level 40, most of the guild's experts would only have common mounts. One should not underestimate the difference between a bronze and a common mount. Although a bronze mount was only slightly faster than a common mount, the former could assist players in battle. It could significantly impact a player's combat capabilities in the field. As for guild mounts, various super guilds already had a massive headache over obtaining the stable design, much less taming a mount. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's guild mount was one of the major reasons for the secret pavilion's optimistic view of the guild. Zero Wing's advantage would surface as God's domain's players reached level 40. With the secret pavilion's resources, Zero Wing could quickly expand into the several surrounding countries and stand to rival super first-rate guilds. Without its potential, the secret pavilion would not have approached an upstart guild with no background with such a generous offer. Of course. I'm just not sure if the secret pavilion is interested, Shifeng said, laughing. It seems I have underestimated Zero Wing once again. I had not imagined you had such a card. Yuan Tixin scratched his head awkwardly. If Shifeng had offered anything else, the secret pavilion would have undoubtedly rejected the offer. There would be no rooms for negotiation whatsoever. However, the pavilion was interested in the strengthening devices and bronze mounts. I'll need to consult with our guild leader. Sure. Shifeng understood that Yuan Tixin did not yet qualify to make such important decisions. Yuan Tixin left the reception room alone, returning after 15 minutes or so. His gaze, which had been hesitant, was now firm. Eva contacted our guild leader about this. We will provide 5 training slots. However, you need to give us 100 bronze mounts and 10,000 strengthening devices in return. There is no room for negotiations on this, Xianxia said in determination. You guys sure are asking for a lot. It's not a guarantee that we will be able to nurture 5 domain realm experts. Shifeng frowned slightly. Although the simulation training system was valuable, it was not that valuable based on the current market price. A bronze mount was worth roughly 300 gold. However, while there was a demand for bronze mounts, their supply was practically non-existent. Nobody would truly sell a bronze mount. Even if one offered 500 gold, one might not find a seller. After all, they were simply too rare, even rivaling epic items. The secret pavilion wanted 100 bronze mounts. Even with a conservative calculation, the total value would be at least 50,000 gold. As for the strengthening devices, based on current market value, 10,000 devices was worth roughly 100,000 gold. All in all, the secret pavilion was asking for 150,000 gold. Even to first-rate guilds, 150,000 gold was astronomical. Even if the secret pavilion were a transcendental power, this sum was massive. It would take the pavilion several days to gather so much money. Moreover, even if one had 150,000 gold, purchasing so many mounts and strengthening devices was impossible. Yet the secret pavilion had asked for exactly that in exchange for only 5 training slots. They were essentially asking Zero Wing to foot the bill for their members' training. There are only so many training slots available each year. The few we have aren't even enough for our own use. Even I am surprised that our guild leader has agreed to sell any. Xianxia spread his hands in a helpless gesture, showing that this was not his will. Either it's not that Zero Wing doesn't have these resources. I just want 10 slots. Uncle Yuan, you understand that, now that the mind space system has launched, this is the best opportunity to gather as many advantages as possible. If you don't take the opportunity to do so now, it will be far more difficult in the future. Xianxia's response had not angered Shifeng. Chuckling, he continued, moreover, these 10 slots don't really matter to the secret pavilion. Even with the 10 slots, you aren't guaranteed to nurture more refinement realm experts. It is even more unlikely that you will successfully nurture a monster with a domain. On the other hand, by losing these 10 slots, the secret pavilion will have a head start over the other major powers. It will also be easier in the future to attract major corporations' investments. Isn't that so? When she heard Shifeng's logic, when Hua shot him a contemptuous look, the man was speaking as if the training slots were worth nothing at all when, in fact, countless first-rate guilds yearned for an opportunity like this. How could anyone compare them to cabbages that one could buy on the street? Limited high-level energy sold annually. The money the secret pavilion spent to obtain what they needed each year was astronomical. However, Shifeng paid no mind to Wenhua's gaze. He understood how much influence the mind space system had on the world's major corporations. As long as the secret pavilion obtained a high-ranking personal space, it would not have to worry about attracting investors. If the chance to gain a head start presented itself, God's domain's major powers would fight over it like wolves. Xianxia was shocked when he heard Shifeng's words. He had never dreamed that Zero Wing had hidden its strength so deeply. Despite the secret pavilion having exhausted all of its resources to collect bronze mounts, they currently had less than 30. Yet, Zero Wing could offer 100 without hesitation, not to mention the highly sought-after strengthening devices. Originally, Xianxia had intended to refuse, attempting to force Shifeng into lowering his price. However, as he watched Shifeng get up from his seat and prepare to send them off, he quickly changed his words and continued, I'll need to discuss this further with my guild leader. Xianxia had to admit that Shifeng had caught on to the secret pavilion's Achilles heel. Xianxia finally understood why Zero Wing had left its workshop's management to a youth like Shifeng. The boy was as cunning as an old fox with no better choice. Xianxia left the room to contact his guild leader once more. After a lengthy period, Xianxia re-entered the room. Sighing, he looked at Shifeng and said, Our guild leader has agreed to your demands. However, there is a condition. You need to give us the items within 5 days. Impossible. Bronze mounts and strengthening devices aren't cabbage. I can only guarantee 10 bronze mounts and 2,000 strengthening devices within the first 5 days. You will receive the remaining items within 12 days. Shifeng shook his head. Currently, he did not even have 1 bronze mount. Manufacturing the bronze mounts required time. It was simply impossible to produce all 100 mounts in 5 days. However, after completing Titan City's entrance trial, in addition to the meditation rooms and special workshops, it should be possible to achieve that number within 12 days. Xianxia felt cheated by Shifeng. However, Regret was pointless now. The bronze mounts and strengthening devices were simply too important. Fine then. Let's establish a contract now. After both parties signed the contract, Xianxia placed 10 of the 20 black cards he had prepared beforehand on the table. These 10 login cards are proof of identification needed to log into the simulation training system. They are effective for 1 year. Take care of them. If you lose them, we cannot replace them. You can access the secret pavilion's latest training space through the virtual gaming cabin, Xianxia reminded. However, take note of one thing. It is best to prepare a few bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids. The burden the various high-level battles in the training space have on the human body is no laughing matter. After saying so, Xianxia's party left the reception room, leaving only Shifeng and the 10 black cards in the room. As Shifeng stared at the black cards on the table, excitement welled up within him. After suppressing his emotions as much as he could, he called out for Liang Jing, who stood just outside the room, saying, "Liang Jing, call Fire Dance and the others here." Chapter 888. Simulation Training System. Outside the Greenwater Villa, a long black hovercar was quietly parked at the entrance. Isn't this a limited edition Pioneer? It is so cool. I've heard that there are only 1,000 of these luxury sedans around the world. I never thought we would see one in our third-tier city. This is amazing. The Pioneer's fuel alone is extraordinary. It can't use any kind of normal fuel. Passers-by began to gawk and chat as they noticed the car in front of the villa. As they wondered what kind of powerful individual had arrived, Xianxia's group emerged from the automated door. Suddenly, a robust man standing over 2 meters tall rose out from the Pioneer. He was so naturally intimidating that everyone trembled involuntarily when they saw him. The robust man wore a black suit with a silver shield logo embroidered on his left lapel. The silver shield bore 3 stars. Everyone at the training center understood the fighting world. They immediately knew that the man before them was a fighting expert. A silver shield logo? Isn't that a bodyguard from the Guardian Group? Guardian Group? That's an international, first-rate security agency, isn't it? He seems to be a 3-star bodyguard. Even people from the city's top corporations can't hire one of them. Who are those people? As the passers-by watched in shock, the bodyguard respectfully opened the Pioneer's door for Xianxia and his young companions. After Xianxia's group took their seats, the bodyguard returned to the front passenger seat, following which, the roar of the Pioneer's engine echoed throughout the area, stunning everyone present. Who are they? Why would such important individuals seek out Shifeng? Liang Jing was confused and surprised as she watched Xianxia and his people depart. I'll have to let Director Xiao know about this. Not just anyone could hire the Guardian Group's bodyguards. Even the Big Dipper Corporation did not qualify to hire a 2-star bodyguard, only allowed to employ a 1-star bodyguard. Only major international corporations could afford 3-star bodyguards. Uncle Yuan, why did guild leader agree to give away 10 slots? Wen Hua asked. The price the Star Alliance offered us was only worth 10 slots. On the other hand, we gave Zero Wing the same without obtaining a sliver of its shares. This is the guild leader's will. As for the guild leader's thoughts, even I don't know. However, the items Shifeng offered are extremely important to the secret pavilion. Xianxia then shook his head and continued, fortunately, we didn't lose too much if we help nurture Zero Wing's experts. We'll see even more interesting matches in the Dark Arena in the future. Interesting. Wen Hua chuckled. I recall that the Azura battle team's next opponent is the Evil Dragon battle team. Although there are few experts in that team, overall, they are significantly weaker than the Glorious Lions battle team. Even if Shifeng doesn't participate himself, the Azura battle team can win easily. Ha ha ha. Wen Hua, you're not seeing the big picture. If the latest system upgrade had not happened, the Evil Dragons would lose without a doubt. However, after the Mind Space System's launch, the various large guilds are rushing to gather money and resources. Naturally, they will not ignore the opportunity to make a fortune in the Dark Arena, Xianxia said meaningfully, but the Evil Dragons don't have backing from any super guilds. It will be difficult for them to present fighters on the same level as Zero Wing's experts. Wen Hua was very interested in the Azura battle team. Hence, she had investigated their next opponent, hoping for another exciting match. However, the outcome had disappointed her. I don't expect you to know. The corporation backing the Evil Dragons has hidden itself quite well. Even we only discovered it a few days ago, but it turns out that said corporation had invested in the Miracle Guild in secret. When it comes time for the Dark Arena match, the Miracle Guild will make its move. Winning will not be easy for the Azura battle team, Xianxia said, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. If the Azura battle team can force Miracle to display its true strength, the secret pavilion will benefit. The Miracle Guild? That Miracle Guild actually agreed to give away a portion of its shares? When Hua exclaimed in surprise, although the Miracle Guild was not a super guild, it was in no way inferior. However, its guild legacy was incomplete. Hence, it had failed to become a super guild. However, it was still stronger than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, who could not yet rival super guilds. Haven't you wanted to witness Yi Feng's battles personally? This is a good opportunity to do so. Yuan Tiexin then handed Wen Hua a list of names. Mad Sword Miracle Dragon, who you've wanted to defeat, might even make a move. Shortly after Yuan Tiexin's group left, Shifeng handed the black cards to Fire Dance and the others' guild leader. What's this for? Fire Dance, who wore short-sleeved sportswear with her long hair draped over her shoulders, asked curiously. Fire Dance wasn't the only one curious about the black cards. Cola, Violet Cloud, Flying Shadow, Yi Wumian, Rampant Blade, and Blackie were also confused. This is a treasure, Shifeng laughed. Haven't you all wanted to strengthen your combat techniques? This can help you do so quickly. However, how much you actually learn will depend on you. Following which, Shifeng explained how to use the black cards and sent them to their rooms to try. The purpose behind the cards surprised them all. However, Shifeng's procurement of them surprised them more. Excitement overtook them as they looked at the black cards in their hands. They had yearned to improve their combat techniques. It was especially true after watching Fire Dance break through into the refinement realm. After everyone left, Shifeng quietly returned to his own room to the secret pavilion. The 10 training slots might not be significant, but to Zero Wing, they were a timely blessing. Although the secret technique tablet could enable players to grasp profound combat techniques, which players could then utilize to improve their other combat techniques, the tablet's flaws were obvious. Players needed to learn to make intermediate magic arrays. This was achievable within a short time. Moreover, the tablet could only be used once a month. It was not nearly as efficient as the simulation training system. It was especially true for Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and Aqua Rose, who possessed vast potential. They only lacked combat experience. If they could enter the simulation training system, even Shifeng could not imagine how much these girls would improve. Moreover, the simulation training system was useful to him personally. He was currently stuck at the Void Realm. He had no idea whatsoever how to take the next step. Fortunately, the simulation training system could guide one to the domain realm. Shifeng was satisfied with the cost he had paid due to this fact alone. On the surface, although it seemed as if he had paid a massive price for the black cards, that was limited to market price. Of course, the production cost for the bronze mounts and strengthening devices wasn't 1/10 of their market price. Throughout this time, he had also been training frantically in the real world. He had already pushed his body to its very limits and could not improve any further. Even Lei Bao had been surprised by his progress. Looking at him as if he were a monster, Shifeng understood that his body was no longer a limiting factor. Only he did not know what was. After all, he had never truly interacted with any of those old monsters and relied on himself to fumble and improve. After refilling the virtual gaming cabin's nutrition solution, Shifeng inserted the black card into the machine's card slot. He then lay in the cabin and launched the system connection, accessing the simulation training system. Chapter 889. Battle Points. After Shifeng closed his eyes, the system's mechanical notification sound rang by his ears. Password confirmed. Mental link is stable. All systems operational. Do you wish to log in? Log in. Once Shifeng silently agreed to the connection, darkness engulfed his surroundings, and he felt as if his body had fallen into a bottomless pit in the next moment. However, Shifeng felt a weight on his body. The sound of galloping horses and carriages moving reached him. He also heard voices. This is God's domain? Shifeng was surprised when he opened his eyes. Western-style buildings rose up around him. Traffic covered the surrounding streets, and he could see many pedestrians wandering about wearing armor and carrying weapons. It felt as if he was in God's domain. The only difference Shifeng noticed was his current appearance. Rather than his usual armor, he wore commoner's linen clothing. He did not possess a single weapon. Physically, he appeared exactly as he did in reality. His system interface was also different. Although the method to call up the interface was the same, he only had options to log out, adjust the pane settings, and a clock that displayed real time. There was nothing else. Neither his HP bar nor name was displayed. Moreover, he felt very weak. In terms of the basic attributes of God's domain, Shifeng felt as if they were all set at roughly 100 points. These were the only differences from God's domain that he noticed. Look, another newbie has arrived. There sure are a lot of newbies these past few days. I heard that our secret pavilion has been implementing some major plan and has recently been annexing other guilds. The upper echelons must have promised training slots to those guilds in return. Ha! What a waste. We fight tooth and nail every day just for one slot. Aside from eating and sleeping, we spend all of our time training. These people, on the other hand, obtain a slot without any effort. They sure have it good. I know, right? The training system isn't easy to mingle in. These people are wasting their time and our resources by coming here. Several people sitting beneath a gazebo outside of a bar began chatted merrily as they watched Shifeng. These people looked relatively young, only around 20 years old. However, they wore lavish clothing. Rather than linen, they donned exquisite silk clothing as if they wanted Shifeng to hear their conversation. These people did not bother to control their voices as they considered. Their tones were contemptuous when they spoke of players from other guilds such as Shifeng. I wonder where Fire Dance and the others are? I should find them before we start researching this simulation training system. Shifeng paid no attention to these people's belittling comments. However, he did feel a headache begin when he noticed that the training system lacked a communication function. Although this place seemed like a city in God's domain, it was much smaller. This place was roughly the size of a town. Shifeng also noticed a massive fortress looming in the city's heart. He could probably see the very edges of the city from the top of that fortress. Just as Shifeng was about to head to the fortress to investigate, a deep, heavy voice came from behind him. You have just arrived today, right? Shifeng turned at this question, noticing three people, similarly dressed in linen clothing, approaching. The two men and one woman looked to be around 20 as well. Meanwhile, the person that had called out to him was a tall, powerful-looking man. The man smiled and gave off a friendly aura. That's right. Do you have some business with me? Shifeng nodded. Hello. My name's Kong Haoran, and these two are my friends, Huaxingyang and Duexian, the man named Kong Haoran introduced, smiling. Like yourself, we belong to other guilds and have recently arrived. We aren't like the people from the secret pavilion, who have been in here for over a month. As a newcomer, if you aren't careful, you might suffer. Suffer? Shifeng grew curious. He then asked, isn't this place meant to gain combat experience and nurture techniques? In the beginning we thought the same, Kong Haoran said, shaking his head. However, after being here for some time, you'll learn that things aren't as simple as the people from the secret pavilion made it out to be. You can't just spar with top-tier experts as you wish. The training system mimics God's domain. The more powerful a simulation expert you choose to fight, the more energy the system consumes. The secret pavilion can only get its hands on a limited amount of high-level energy. There is simply not enough to go around. Not to mention, the secret pavilion has expanded its influence recently and has increased the number of available training slots for its system, straining the system's energy consumption. Hence, the pavilion introduced a battle point system to cope. With these battle points, one can choose their opponent. Of course, the more powerful an opponent is, the more battle points you have to spend. A lot of newcomers don't know about this yet, so the secret pavilion's veterans scam them. If one loses the starting battle points they receive, it becomes harder to earn battle points in the future. Hearing Kong Haoran's explanation, Shifeng came to a realization. It's no wonder why Yuan Tiexin was so willing to hand over those 10 slots. So, the pavilion still had such a card to play. Shifeng inwardly cursed the secret pavilion's guild leader for being a sly, old fox. However, after giving it some thought, Shifeng realized that it was actually quite reasonable. He had been a fool to think that he could fight monster-level experts stored in the system's database without limit and gain a wealth of combat experience. Such a generous opportunity wouldn't exist. Thank you for your warning, Shifeng said as he looked towards Kong Haoran. He then introduced himself. My name is Shifeng. No need for thanks. Those of us from other guilds need to look out for each other. Otherwise, the pavilion's people will just bully us all. Kong Haoran waved his hand. The secret pavilion's bunch came here over a month before we arrived. Moreover, they enjoyed the secret pavilion's nurturing before this. Their combat standards are much higher than ours. Newcomers are given 100 battle points initially. You can use these points to purchase a starter pack at the fortress. This starter pack lets you spar against 10 different, extraordinary experts for 3 days. You can use them to familiarize yourself with the battles here. Otherwise, you can practice against the free opponents in the fortress. However, you probably won't learn anything from the freebies. There are 2 methods to obtain battle points. The first is to participate in the ranking matches. You can also place bets with other players before a duel. Some of the veterans trick many of the clueless newcomers. As a result, they lose their 100 starting points, just like that. After Kong Haoren finished explaining the simulation training system, he led Shifeng to the battle fortress. However, as Shifeng's group was about to enter the fortress, they heard a loud commotion from the fortress's main hall. Quick, come and take a look. Another newbie is challenging a veteran. Damn! These guys sure are quick. Why can't I ever find these newbies? Chapter 890. Deep Foundation. Inside the Splendid Hall, over 100 people crowded around a large screen suspended in the air. This newbie sure is unlucky. He actually challenged a veteran without undergoing the beginner's training. All newbies are like that. They think that they can defeat Violent Bear just because they are strong in their own guilds. Does he really think the battle points are that easy to earn? Everyone began to chat merrily as they watched the screen. Such fights had become entertainment to flavor their lives. As for a newcomer's chances of defeating these veterans, their only answer was a meaningful hee-hee. Sure enough, Violent Bear is bullying another newbie. He only recently finished conning the last one, and he's already at it again. Kong Haoren sighed ruefully when he noticed another battle brewing. Didn't they say that it was the newcomer who challenged that Violent Bear fellow? Why would you say that he's conning the newcomer? Shifeng asked curiously. It's like this. While newcomers only have 100 battle points, Violent Bear will gamble 500 battle points. Almost everyone who has come here is a top-class expert in their own guild. Either that or they are people with vast potential. Such people are typically quite confident of their strength, Kong Haoren explained. However, they have forgotten that the secret pavilion's experts aren't ordinary either. Only the pavilion's leading fighters can earn a slot in this training system. There is a huge possibility that these people will become members of the secret pavilion's middle management in the future. Moreover, even before they entered this training system, they were all strong enough to be top-class experts in any first-rate guild. After training in here for over a month, their combat standards have grown significantly. Violent Bear is quite strong. Among the 350 training members, he ranks 141st. Newcomers shouldn't try to provoke him. Shifeng agreed with Kong Haoren. In God's domain, first-rate guilds and super guilds lived in 2 completely different worlds. A player known as a genius in a first-rate guild might just be an extra in a super guild. In fact, the majority of the most outstanding newcomers each year were either from super guilds or super first-rate guilds. Even if an outstanding newcomer emerged in a first-rate guild, it would be due to their innate frightening talent alone. Gentle Snow would be one such example. This is interesting, Shifeng muttered, smiling as he watched at the image on the screen. On the large screen, a man taller and more robust than even Cola stood to one side. The man wielded a battle axe and had chosen the Berserker class. Meanwhile, Shifeng recognized the man standing across from the Berserker. It was the elementalist Red Feather from the Star Alliance. Red Feather looked exactly as he did in God's domain. It was clear that he had not modified his appearance when he had joined God's domain, unlike Shifeng, who looked quite different in God's domain. In the recent update of the God's domain experts list, Red Feather had been ranked 934th. Although his rank had fallen slightly due to the emergence of new experts, he should not be underestimated. The simulation training system mimicked God's domain's classes to near perfection. However, in the training system, everyone's basic attributes were normalized and their levels set to 30. Their equipment did not provide any additional attributes either, and the skills they possessed were limited to their class's basic skills. There were no special skills in this system. The fights here relied on one's techniques. As soon as the battle began, Red Feather launched a fierce assault on Violent Bear, using frost arrows to attack and ice walls or ice spheres to hinder the Berserker's movements. Ordinary experts would not be able to cope with such a two-pronged approach. However, Violent Bear remained unperturbed. Not only could he easily evade the frost arrows, but he had also utilized his evasive maneuvers to shorten the distance between himself and the enemy elementalist. This situation forced Red Feather to retreat repeatedly. In just 10 seconds, Red Feather had lost half his HP. In contrast, Violent Bear had only lost around 10% from blocking a few frost arrows and fireballs with his axe. Moreover, Red Feather had exhausted his blink charges and was now at the Berserker's mercy. In Shifeng's opinion, Red Feather had performed quite well. If he had faced an ordinary expert, he would have long since emerged victorious due to his unending assault and ice walls. Unfortunately, Violent Bear was no ordinary expert. Ordinary experts lacked sufficient physical control. Against Red Feather's attacks, they would busy themselves with dodging and blocking. Violent Bear, on the other hand, had excellent control over his body. He could make the necessary movements during crucial moments, easily avoiding Red Feather's accurate attacks while closing in on his enemy, slowly, but surely, forcing the Elementalist into a corner even before the battle had begun. The outcome had been determined. Red Feather currently had yet to reach the half-step refinement realm. He simply stood no chance against Violent Bear, someone who had reached the refinement realm. The difference between their combat techniques was like the difference between heaven and earth. With both sides having equal attributes and no special skills or tools, Red Feather had no chance of winning. Sure enough, in less than half a minute, Violent Bear approached Red Feather with a charge and claimed the Elementalist's life with a whirlwind slash. Ha ha ha. Little noob. Consider the 100 points you've lost as a tuition fee. When you have points again, I welcome a rematch. The man known as Violent Bear smirked at the angry Red Feather disdainfully after teleporting back to the main hall. He then turned around and exclaimed, "Ah, this feels great. With these 100 points, I can face adjacent opponent again." You! Red Feather wanted to charge at the Berserker. However, Purple Eye held him back. Red, you're no match for him right now. He has already reached that realm, Purple Eye advised sternly, her voice containing both helplessness and excitement. Although she was slightly stronger than Red Feather, her strength was limited. There was still a massive gap between herself and Violent Bear in the past few years. She had followed Galaxy Past around and had defeated many well-known experts. She acknowledged that she had improved significantly since leaving her super guild. However, she had never imagined that she would still suffer defeat against the internal experts that God's Domain's major powers nurtured. Refinement realm experts, which were extremely rare in God's Domain, were abundant here. Yet, even a refinement realm expert like Violent Bear only ranked 141th here. Purple Eye finally understood just how terrifying the virtual gaming world's giants were. What she had seen in the past had only been the tip of the iceberg. As Violent Bear approached the exchange counter, his gaze landed on Feng. He immediately walked up to the swordsman, smiling brightly as he said, "Oh, I've never seen you before. You must be new to the training system, right? Interested in a match against me? If I win, I want your 100 points. If you win, I'll give you 500. What do you think? I'll teach you how precious the battle points here are. Those ranked beyond 300th place only get 20 points each day. 50 points if you rank between 201st and 300th. 100 points if you rank between 151st and 200th, 200 points if you rank between 101st and 150th, and 300 points if you rank between 51st and 100th. And don't even dream of reaching the top 50 ranks. How about it? With 500 points, you can spar against top-tier experts for an entire day." Kong Howren stepped forward and growled, "Violent Bear, that's enough of you." Chapter 891. Newcomer's Nightmare. Violent Bear's explanation of the daily battle point allotment was correct. However, it had been a petty move from the secret pavilion. It was true that there were a total of 350 slots for the simulation training system this time. It was also true that the training system was a holy ground for rapid improvement. However, to face a decent opponent for a day, one needed at least 100 points. Even so, that was only enough to afford a half-step refinement realm opponent. To obtain 100 points or more each day, one needed to rank within the top 200 among the 350 people participating in the training system this time. 200 happened to be the Secret Pavilion's members. These elites, whom the Secret Pavilion had nurtured, had already displayed relatively high combat standards. Now, they had received over a month's head start in this training system. To put it simply, the members from other guilds had no chance of claiming any of the top 200 positions. Meanwhile, those who ranked between 200th and 300th place could only afford to practice every other day. To newcomers, this was a nightmare. When they first joined the training system, they ranked below 300. Receiving only 20 points each day, newcomers had to wait for 5 days to fight a decent opponent. If they did not purchase the 100-point starter pack, they would have to waste even more time to familiarize themselves with the training system's battles. Individuals could only purchase the starter pack once, and among the 10 experts within the starter pack, 8 were half-step refinement realm experts, and 2 were refinement realm experts. If newcomers trained with these experts for 3 days, they could improve their technique significantly. This way, they could qualify to fight for one of the top 300 rankings. Although joining the top 200 would be difficult, It wasn't entirely impossible. While the secret pavilion's members could face half-step refinement realm experts once a day at the very minimum, members from other guilds could only face one every other day at best. As for challenging refinement realm experts, that required 200 points. Those in the top 200 only needed to wait 2 days, while they needed 4. As time passed, the difference between both sides would only grow. Shifeng, don't let him trick you. Your starting 100 points are crucial. The elegantly beautiful Du Xian advised newcomers like them could not contend with Violent Bear. Even those in the refinement realm had difficulty defeating the berserker. After all, Violent Bear had reached the refinement realm a long time ago. Experts who had just reached the refinement realm could not compare to his physical control. Although Du Xian did not know which guild Shifeng originated from, she knew that even first-rate guilds' top-tier experts were no match for Violent Bear. Kong Howren, I'm not talking to you right now. I'm offering a sincere invitation to this little brother. I'm sure he isn't a scaredy cat like you are, afraid of challenging me even once. In the end, you can only boast your strength in your little guild, Violent Bear sneered. Although the man scolded Kong Howren for his incompetence, his words were meant for Shifeng. Little brother, you agree with me, right? Even if he does lose, it's just 100 points. As long as he ranks among the top 300, he'll earn those points back in 2 days. Although he won't be able to face a decent expert during that time, at least he can still challenge the ranking competition once a day and practice against the normal simulated experts. Kong Howren, you're just exaggerating to scare him. Since you don't want the newcomer to fight me, why don't you try your luck instead? You've already been here for 5 days. After all, I'll even handicap my attributes by 10%. If you win, I'll give you 800 points. If you lose, you just need to give me 100. How about it? Do you dare to accept my challenge? If not, get lost. Letting a coward like you in here was a waste of a precious training slot. Kong Howren turned ashen as he glared at Violent Bear. However, he hadn't been able to utter a single word. It's not that he feared a fight, it's just that he had other uses for his points. Yesterday, one of his companions had joined the system and fell for a veteran's provocation. In the end, that companion of his had lost their points. Today, he had finally accumulated 100 points and planned to buy a starter pack for that companion. If he lost a match to Violent Bear now, his companion would have to wait several more days before getting their starter pack, TCH. You're a coward till the end. Violent Bear cast a disdainful look towards Kong Howren when the man turned to leave. Fellow brother, aren't you being insincere? You're willing to lower your attributes and raise your bet to 800 points, yet against me. Not only did you not offer to use a handicap, but your bet was also only 500 points, Shifeng said softly as he glanced at Violent Bear. You want a match? Violent Bear's gaze shifted back to Shifeng, and he began to size up the swordsman. Laughing, he continued, Sure. If you want to fight me, I'll offer you the same terms. Following which, Violent Bear led Shifeng to the battlefield. Why is he so impulsive? Didn't he see how miserably Violent Bear beat his previous opponent? Du Xian asked, slightly frustrated. He might have done it because he didn't want Violent Bear to continue humiliating me, Kong Howren responded, feeling somewhat guilty as he watched Shifeng depart. After interacting with Shifeng for some, he could tell that Shifeng was not impulsive. Moreover, he had not seen any anger or pride within Shifeng's gaze. On the contrary, he had appeared extraordinarily calm as he challenged the berserker. This showed that he was aware of Violent Bear's strength and had only challenged the man after considering it calmly. Violent Bear is so lucky. He's going to haul in 200 points in 1 day. With this, he can take on a refinement realm expert for an entire day. However, that newcomer is pretty smart. He got Violent Bear to lower his attributes by 10%. Violent Bear has already set foot into the refinement realm. Against a newcomer, a 20% handicap wouldn't change anything, much less 10%. Without also having reached the refinement realm, that newcomer doesn't stand a chance. Everyone in the main hall had their gazes glued to the massive screen, envy flashing in their eyes as they watched Violent Bear. Red, don't you think that newcomer looks kind of familiar? Purple Eye asked. As she watched Shifeng on the screen, she felt as if she had seen him somewhere familiar. Red Feather's loss vexed him, so he was in no mood to pay attention to the new duel. However, after Purple Eye's comment, he shifted his gaze towards the screen. Immediately, he fell into deep thought as he muttered, Indeed, he does feel familiar, but I can't recall where or when I've met him before. As Purple Eye and Red Feather watched Shifeng, Shifeng's duel with Violent Bear began. The battlefield was set in a desert. It was a standard, open battle with no terrain to benefit either player. Shifeng had chosen the swordsman class for this match, while Violent Bear stuck with the berserker. However, Violent Bear had reduced his overall attributes by 10%. In terms of strength, he was roughly on par with a swordsman of the same level. As the battle began, Violent Bear used charge at Shifeng. Brat, I'll show you just how powerful I am. Violent Bear tightened his grip on his battle axe and swung the weapon at Shifeng violently. Although the axe did not seem to move quickly, it vanished halfway to Shifeng's second acceleration. Violent Bear was quite confident of his melee combat capabilities. Even with reduced attributes, with his second acceleration technique, he could defeat a swordsman of the same level easily. Even a melee expert who had also reached the refinement realm would find it immensely difficult to block his attacks, not to mention a newcomer like Shifeng. Chapter 892. Breaking the Norm. So fast. His attack disappeared. What technique is that? Many of the spectating newcomers were shocked when Violent Bear's battle axe suddenly disappeared before their eyes. However, when Red Feather witnessed this, wrathful flames flared in his eyes. That bastard. He held back against me. Red Feather clenched his fists as he glared at Violent Bear on the screen. If Violent Bear had used this move against him, the match wouldn't have even lasted 30 seconds. Although the newcomers in the hall were surprised, the Secret Pavilion's veterans were indifferent. They were used to seeing this move. Does he really need to be so serious against this newcomer? He might want to end the battle quickly. But this newcomer sure is unlucky. He's forced to realize the disparity between us so soon after entering the training system. I'm guessing his confidence has shattered by now. As the various fighters discussed the fight, Violent Bear's battle axe struck Shifeng again and again, leaving the swordsman with no opportunity to catch his breath. Dang. 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 After a series of over a dozen strikes, Violent Bear's expression darkened. He then retreated, glaring at the unharmed Shifeng. Just who is he? Violent Bear suddenly felt an immense, heavy pressure weigh down on him. Second acceleration was an attack technique that utilized afterimages to trick the enemy. Even an expert of the same standard would struggle to defend against his attacks. Yet Shifeng had blocked every slash and hack. However, this was not why Violent Bear had retreated. As he had swung his axe, Shifeng's sword had met his blade as it began to accelerate, preventing him from gathering enough momentum in his weapon. As a result, Shifeng's sword easily deflected his axe, forcing the berserker into a passive state. However, Shifeng had no intentions of giving Violent Bear any time to rest. Dashing forward, he directly sent a chop towards Violent Bear, his body void of excess movement. In the next moment, his sword vanished. The spectators only saw a flash of white light leave Shifeng's hand. Violent Bear panicked. He could not even see any afterimage of Shifeng's sword. However, he instinctively used Whirlwind Slash. Unfortunately, Violent Bear had been too late. Before he could begin to execute Whirlwind Slash, Violent Bear saw a flower of blood bloom on his chest. His Whirlwind Slash only began after the blood had blossomed. However, before his spinning axe could strike Shifeng, the weapon stopped as if it had struck a wall, scattering sparks. The sudden halt forced the berserker back a step before Violent Bear could catch his breath. However, more blood began to bloom across his chest, one after another. His HP drained away like flowing water. In the end, as the seventh flower of blood scattered across the sandy ground, Violent Bear fell motionless. As the battle ended, Shifeng obtained 800 battle points, pushing his total points to 900. What did he do? Many of the pavilion's elites shouted in their confusion. Why is Violent Bear dead? Today, Shifeng broke the norm of newcomers' helplessness against veteran bullying. Violent Bear had clearly been on the offensive throughout the match, yet he had retreated, and Shifeng had given chase, spilling the berserker's blood. Seeing the gashes decorating Violent Bear's body, it was obvious that the berserker had been cut. However, none of them had seen even an afterimage of a sword leave Shifeng's hand, striking Violent Bear. A deathly silence overtook the main hall. Everyone stared at Shifeng, who was just returned from the battlefield, with dumbfounded expressions. Yifeng. That's right. He is Yifeng. After seeing Shifeng's attack, Red Feather realized where he had seen that familiar face. Moreover, while there were some differences between Shifeng's and Yifeng's appearances, there were also some faint similarities. Purple Eye also recognized Shifeng. The invisible attack had also been familiar. Purple Eye couldn't think of anyone, aside from Yifeng, who used that technique. Why is he here? Purple Eye was astounded. She couldn't believe her eyes. Yifeng might not be very famous among God's domain's general populace, but to first-rate guilds and the game's major powers, The young man's name reverberated like thunder. Purple Eye had already been stunned when she had watched the battle video from the dark arena. Now that she had seen Shifeng fight personally, even her soul trembled in the dark arena battle. Shifeng's fast attacks had been understandable as he possessed attributes that could even overwhelm an old monster like Sirius. Currently, however, he had the basic attributes of a level 30 player and lacked any bonuses from weapons or equipment. Even so, his attacks were still too fast to see with the naked eye. Who could possibly defend against those attacks? Purple Eye finally understood that Shifeng had not won against Sirius because of excellent equipment. His personal strength was, in fact, on par with those old monsters. When Shifeng returned to the main hall, the secret pavilion's members no longer looked down on him. Only fear filled these elites' eyes. On the other hand, the newcomers originating from various guilds cheered. The secret pavilion's members had constantly bullied and suppressed them. Now that the pavilion's violent bear had been beaten with just a few moves, why wouldn't they feel liberated and excited? Shifeng, how are you so powerful? Kong Haoren asked, stuttering nervously as he watched Shifeng walk over Huavangyang and Du Xian, who stood beside Kong Haoren, also stiffened as the swordsman approached an expert. He was an absolute expert. Even if Shifeng were a member of a transcendental existence like the secret pavilion, he would still be considered a top-class expert. They had always looked up to such monstrous experts. They had never dreamed that they would, one day, meet such an existence. When they thought back to how they had conversed and laughed merrily with a man, treating Shifeng as if he were their junior, they were incredibly embarrassed. You never asked. Shifeng laughed. You let us make fools of ourselves. If others learned that we met you like this, they would split their sides with laughter. In the end, Kong Haoren was not ordinary. He quickly adjusted his mood. Moreover, in his opinion, Shifeng was actually quite friendly. He wasn't like those aloof, arrogant apex experts. Zhangyang and Du Xian also relaxed after a moment and resumed their conversation with Shifeng. When the others inside the hall saw this, they envied Kong Haoren and his friends. They all dreamed of a friendship with a powerful expert like Shifeng. If they could gain some pointers from an expert of his caliber, they could push themselves to the next level, right? What's up with the ranking competition? Don't tell me we have to face everyone here every single day? Shifeng had heard all he needed to about battle points. However, he didn't have a clue about the method of earning them. If he had to duel so many people each day, he would waste too much time. Moreover, he didn't have that much time to spend in the simulated training system. Chapter 893. Battle Tower. Kong Haoren and his companions laughed when they heard Shifeng's question. There were a total of 350 people in the simulation training system. If they had to fight so many people every day, they would die from exhaustion. Not to mention, no one had that much time to waste. After all, every person here was a professional gamer. They spent most of their energy in God's domain. A player's strength did not only rely on combat standards and techniques. Weapons, equipment, and tools also factored into a player's combat power. Otherwise, players wouldn't pursue better weapons or equipment. The simulation training system's ranking competition isn't a competition between players. Rather, it depends on your results in the battle tower. The battle tower is somewhat like the Divine Colosseum's trial tower, Kong Haoren explained. He then pointed towards the large portal in the middle of the hall, saying, "That's the trial tower that decides our ranks." The battle tower has a total of 7 floors. The higher the floor you reach, the more combat points you will earn. In the end, the system uses the battle value to determine our ranks. Inside the battle tower, everyone's attributes are normalized. However, you can only enter the tower once per day, and the ranks are determined every midnight. Generally, you must be prepared before challenging the tower. Otherwise, you'll likely be eliminated and waste your chance. So that's how it works. Shifeng could not help his growing interest in the battle tower. He shifted his gaze back to Kong Haoren and asked, "Which floor have you guys reached so far?" "This." Kong Haoren scratched his head. Awkwardly, he replied, "We're still on the first floor." "Is it that difficult?" Shifeng asked in surprise. He could tell that Kong Haoren's combat standard was quite high. Although the man was no match for Red Feather, he was not far off. In a first-rate guild, he would be considered a top-class expert there. In terms of the Divine Colosseum's trial tower, Kong Haoren would be a 6th-floor expert at the very least. Yet such an expert was stuck on the battle tower's first floor. How difficult was this tower? In truth, all of the newcomers are stuck on the first floor. Only the Pavilion's group have reached the 2nd floor. Violent Bear, for example, is on the second floor. However, he ranks among the top of those on that floor, Kong Howren explained. The experts who have reached the third floor rank within the top 100. Their ranks practically never change. The most we can do is fight for the top 200 spots. The top 100 are monsters. The battle tower's difficulty has been set incredibly high. I really don't know why the secret pavilion made 7 floors. I've heard that, even so many years after the pavilion created this training system, nobody has the 7th floor. The highest record is the 6th floor. When they spoke of the tower's difficulty, both Hua Zhengyang's and Du Xian's expressions twisted into something ugly. They were their guild's prided geniuses in God's domain. Countless players looked up to them, yet upon joining this simulation training system, they had been stuck at the bottom of the food chain. Although Kong Howren had entered the top 300 ranks, it was beyond these two, and they were limited to a pitiful 20 points each day. The record holder has only reached the 6th floor? Shifeng was even more surprised. A transcendental power like the secret pavilion should have a few old monsters who had, at the very least, reached the domain realm, yet even they had only managed to reach the 6th floor. It was hard to imagine just how difficult the 7th floor must be as he learned more. Shifeng's curiosity about the battle tower grew. Since Shifeng currently had 900 points, he had no interest in the starter pack. At the very least, he needed a Void Realm expert as a decent opponent. However, simulating Void Realm experts required 1,000 points. As for Domain Realm experts, facing them cost 2,000 points, following which, under Kong Howren's guidance, Shifeng entered the battle tower. As Shifeng entered the battle tower, news of his overwhelming victory over Violent Bear spread like wildfire. After all, this was the first time a newcomer from another guild had defeated a secret pavilion elite. Furthermore, Violent Bear was an expert that ranked among the top 150. Many people, curious about how well Shifeng would fare in the battle tower, rushed to the battle fortress to watch. Since this brat had easily defeated Violent Bear, he shouldn't have any problems reaching the 3rd floor. If he does, someone's going to get kicked out of the top 100. How can that be? The 3rd floor isn't easy to reach. Moreover, Violent Bear had handicapped 10% of his attributes in that battle. Damn, which guild did that guy come from? He's so strong. If he reaches the 3rd floor, he'll place a new record. I recall that the best record an expert from a different guild had set on their first try was the 2nd floor. However, that person is a true genius. Even the pavilion is trying to recruit them. The battle fortress's main hall exploded with commotion as everyone focused on the ranking lists before the battle tower. Even now, people streamed into the main hall, all talking about Shifeng. For a time, Shifeng was the fortress's focal point. Quick, look! Isn't that Wen Hua? Why is she here? Are you kidding me? Is she here to watch Shifeng? Who is this guy? As everyone discussed Shifeng, a beautiful woman in purple-red martial artist robes appeared in the hall. Instantly, the focus shifted towards her. Everyone's, including Kong Howren's group and Purple Eye, who rested in a corner, jaws dropped. Most people in God's domain might not recognize the woman, but in this simulation training system, Wen Hua was a celebrity. Everyone knew about her. Why is she here? Did she discover Shifeng's identity as well? Watching Wen Hua slowly walk into the hall, becoming the center of attention, an indescribable sense of jealousy and admiration welled up in Purple Eye's heart. In terms of appearance, Wen Hua could even stand shoulder to shoulder with the snow goddess of Ouroboros, Gentle Snow. In terms of talent, however, Wen Hua surpassed Gentle Snow by leaps and bounds. Wen Hua was very young. Much younger than Gentle Snow. To experts, age was a form of capital. Some people could reach the refinement realm at the young age of 18, while others only did so after turning 20. Although there was only an age difference of 2 years, this time gap could determine how far a player would go. Though both were considered geniuses, the difference in talent was massive. If one reached the refinement realm at the age of 18, there was a high chance for them to reach the peak of the virtual gaming world during their lifetime. They would likely become an old monster, becoming a domain realm expert in the future. However, those who managed to enter the refinement realm at the age of 20, without any special opportunities, would, at most, become an ordinary upper echelon in some super guild. Meanwhile, at the young age of 17, Wen Hua had reached the refinement realm. Currently, at 19, she had reached the peak of the flowing water realm. The pavilion's old monsters commented that Wen Hua lacked inspiration, and could break through to the void realm at any moment. A 19-year-old void realm expert would have endless opportunities in their future. The secret pavilion had treated Wen Hua like a rare, precious seedling and spared no expense to nurture her. The pavilion's old monsters often offered her pointers. She was likely to become the secret pavilion's future heir. Meanwhile, Such an amazing woman had actually shown up to watch a newcomer. Why wouldn't this be shocking? Chapter 894. Sword Meister. Ignoring all the stares directed at her, Wenhua took a seat near the battle tower's portal and selected to spectate Shifeng's progress inside the tower. Being a spectator allowed her to see everything happening inside the tower clearly. However, this spectator mode cost battle points. Moreover, the number of points required by the system was not low. A total of 300 points to spectate a person. The system would automatically give 200 of these points to the fighter. For the newcomers and the members of the secret pavilion, this was a price that none of them was willing to pay, paying 300 points to spectate anyone. Aside from the experts ranked within the top 50, would just be a big waste of their points, especially for a newcomer that barely anyone knew about. Shortly after Wenhua sat down, a young man exited from the training field's portal. When this young man spotted Wenhua, he hurriedly made his way over to her. Isn't that Cold Autumn? Why is he here? I heard that he's been training like a madman ever since his trip to Star Moon Kingdom. He must have received some kind of stimulation there. Now, he spends nearly all of his spare time fighting inside the training field. The members of the secret pavilion were shocked when they saw Cold Autumn, who had appeared out of the blue. Walking over to Wenhua, the three great geniuses of the secret pavilion were individuals that were usually very hard to meet. Yet two of them had actually shown up in the battle fortress. It was truly a rare sight to behold. Sister Wenhua, why do you suddenly have time to come here? Cold Autumn asked when he reached Wenhua. After taking a seat, he continued, didn't Uncle Yuan say that you are going to challenge Sanctuary's Gale Sword Meister, Ruthless Sky? Aren't you going to rest and prepare for that battle? No matter what, he is one of Sanctuary's 8 sword meisters. I've heard that Ruthless Sky has made significant advances recently, and his rank on the experts list has already gone up from 131st to 117th. Moreover, he even replaced one of his weapons yesterday, and the higher-up suspect that it could be an epic weapon. This will increase his combat power even more. Sending a glance at Cold Autumn, Wenhua said in a casual tone, I know all that. Even so, I will still defeat him. Compared to her upcoming battle, she was more interested in this battle of Shifeng as previously. She had viewed Shifeng's battle with Sirius many times. However, at the end of the day, a video recording was still a video recording. The experience was far from comparable to watching in person originally. She had intended to come here only for a little training. She never thought that after arriving, she would hear news of a newcomer defeating Violent Bear. Moreover, the name of that newcomer was even Shifeng. As a result, this situation greatly piqued her interest. Just like Shifeng, she was a swordsman player. If she wanted to increase her combat experience, it was naturally best for her to learn from a fellow swordsman only. There were not many swordsmen in the secret pavilion and even fewer that she could seek guidance from. At this moment, these people could no longer help her improve any further. Hence, she had opted to challenge the famous swordsman in God's domain. Now that a swordsman who had managed to defeat Sirius had appeared, she obviously could not let the opportunity to observe him fight slip by if it was possible. She even wanted to have a match against Shifeng, following which, when Hua returned to observing Shifeng's battle quietly, just who is this person? He is actually able to rouse Sister Wenhua's interest. Cold Autumn was baffled. If he were to spread the word of this matter, it would most likely shock the entire secret pavilion. Thinking so, Cold Autumn suddenly selected the spectator mode as well. Moreover, the person he chose to spectate was the newcomer Shifeng. 300 points might be a lot to an ordinary expert of the secret pavilion, but to him, it was still barely acceptable. Damn, this is just insane. Two of the great geniuses are actually spectating Shifeng's battle. This can't be real, right? Isn't he just a powerful newcomer? Even reaching the 3rd floor is a problem. Is it really worth spending 300 points to watch him? The mouths of the players in the main hall hung wide open as they watched Wenhua and Cold Autumn quietly sitting beside the battle tower's portal. Damn it. Purple Eye clenched her fists as she looked at Wenhua and Cold Autumn. It would be great if we had come here a few days earlier. It's just impossible to gather 300 points right now. She knew who exactly Shifeng was. If she missed this opportunity to witness his battle, who knew when she would get another chance? Why don't I go borrow some points? I heard that aside from duels, the members of the secret pavilion will also loan battle points. However, we'll need to pay an additional 30% interest when paying back the points, Redfeather said. Gritting his teeth, Purple Eye promptly nodded in response. Compared to paying an interest rate of 30%, being able to watch this battle was much more important. This scene bewildered the members of the secret pavilion. They could not understand just what kind of attraction Shi Feng held to rouse the interest of not only the pavilion's geniuses but also the newcomers. Inside the battle tower, Shi Feng was currently standing in the middle of an endless plain with a total of 49 prairie lions and 1 prairie lion king surrounding him. Prairie lion, elite rank. Level 30. HP 60. 000/60. 000. Prairie lion king, special elite. Level 30. HP 200. 000/200. 000. System. Defeat all monsters to progress to the next floor. Every prairie lion killed will reward you with 1 combat point, and killing the prairie lion king will reward you with 10 combat points. No wonder Kong Howren's group weren't able to clear the first floor, Shi Feng thought as he swept a glance at the lions besieging him. He then took a look at his own attributes. Currently, his attributes were roughly equal to those of a level 30 swordsman geared in bronze weapons and equipment. Right now, he was the very definition of an ordinary player. The difficulty of defeating this pride of lions would be extremely high. Moreover, this place was an endless grassland, offering no terrain whatsoever that players could take advantage of, which further increased the difficulty. Roar. The prairie lion king bellowed angrily and advanced simultaneously. The prairie lions surrounding Shi Feng pounced at him as well. An ordinary player would usually panic if faced with attacks coming from all sides. They would instinctively attempt to rush out of the encirclement. As for expert players, they would choose to fight while retreating, slowly but surely killing these monsters. However, Shi Feng did neither of these things. With an ordinary level 30 player's attributes, he simply had no chance of outrunning the prairie lion king. On the contrary, attempting to do so would place himself in a disadvantageous situation facing the incoming pride of lions. Shi Feng began brandishing the twin swords in his hands. In the next moment, countless streaks of sword light flashed around Shi Feng, forming a barrier of sorts around him. Any lion that came at him would have their joints struck by Shi Feng's swords. Although Shi Feng's strength was insufficient to repel the prairie lions, he still managed to deflect their attack trajectories slightly. Seen from afar, the half-dozen prairie lions attacking Shi Feng appeared to be intentionally circling the swordsman, their attacks all landing on thin air. As these prairie lions moved past Shi Feng, a streak of sword light would strike at their bodies, causing over -1,500 damage to the elite monsters. As the battle continued, the prairie lions died one after another. This person is clearing out the prairie lions so quickly. Cold Autumn was filled with shock as he observed this scene. Just who is this person? He knew full well just how hard it was to deal with these prairie lions. Simply dodging their attacks was very exhausting. Yet Shi Feng was actually toying with these elite monsters like they were kittens right now. Despite Shi Feng having the same attributes as he did when he challenged the first floor, Shi Feng's clearing speed was at least double his. These prairie lions posed no threat to Shi Feng at all. Only the prairie lion king, whose speed was much faster and strength was much greater than the prairie lions, presented a challenge for Shi Feng. However, utilizing his positioning to guide the prairie lions, Shi Feng turned the prairie lions into shields for him, having the elite monsters receive all the attacks of the prairie lion king instead. After each successful block, Shi Feng would also follow up with a counterattack, each of his blows dealing over -1,200 damage to the special elite. The prairie lion king's HP fell at a rate visible to the naked eye. In the end, the special elite died without even managing to land a paw on Shi Feng, its body lying motionless on the ground. Meanwhile, the players present in the main hall of the battle fortress suddenly fell silent, every one of them staring at the record board of the battle towers. First floor with a dumbfounded expression at this moment. The first floor's original fastest clear record of 47 minutes 27 seconds had actually been broken. Chapter 895. Unstoppable Record. How is he so fast? An uproar broke out in the main hall the instant the players saw the record broken. None of them dared to believe it was true. The clear record for the battle tower's first floor had stood for a very long time now. Most people required nearly 2 hours to deal with the monsters on the first floor, taking at least double the record time. Even the personal bests of the 3 great geniuses of the secret pavilion were relatively far away from the record clear time. Yet, Shi Feng had broken it easily, 37 minutes 24 seconds. Everyone grew extremely curious as to what had happened inside the battle tower when they saw this new record. Just what did Shi Feng do to clear the floor so quickly? Sister Wenhua, just who is this person? Cold Autumn could not help but ask when he saw this new record. The battle tower's record had remained unchanged for many years now. Even if someone could surpass it, the person capable of doing so definitely should not be a young man like Shi Feng. Nevertheless, a newcomer originating from another guild had beaten the best record by over 10 minutes. You've also seen this person before. Wenhua replied, chuckling. I've seen him before? Cold Autumn grew curious at these words. However, he could not figure out where he had seen Shifeng before. He is Yi Feng, the apex swordsman who defeated one of the wolf kings of the battle wolves, Wenhua added, her words invested with strong fighting spirit. When she had only seen Shifeng's battle videos before, she merely thought of having a match with him. Now, however, what she wanted to do was surpass the man. However, what she had to do first was defeat Sanctuary's Gale Sword Meister. He is Yi Feng. Cold Autumn gaped as he took in Shifeng's youthful appearance. Even though Shifeng looked relatively young in God's domain, Cold Autumn had thought that Shifeng's true age should be around 25 or 26. Now, however, it would seem that the man was only 21 or 22 years old. He was not that much older than Wenhua, yet he had already managed to defeat the legendary Sirius. Although he had relied mainly on his equipment advantage and skill advantage, a win was still a win. Sister Wenhua, aren't you being a little too mean? Since you already knew he was that Yi Feng, why didn't you tell me? I nearly missed out on a big opportunity to spectate one of his battles, Cold Autumn grumbled. Inwardly, however, he felt thrilled. At the cost of just 300 battle points, he got to spectate the battle of an expert like Shifeng. This was an opportunity that could not be bought even with money. Everyone has their own opportunities. If you miss it, then you can only consider yourself unlucky. Just like the time when the Glorious Lions went up against the Azura battle team. Who knew that the battle at that time would become one of the most memorable battles in the Dark Arena? Wenhua sighed as she shook her head. Alright, enough talking. Focus on watching. We won't get another chance like this as easily later on. While Wenhua and Cold Autumn were chatting, many of the Secret Pavilion's members had also gritted their teeth and chosen to spend 300 points to spectate Shifeng's battle. A person capable of breaking the record of the first floor definitely possessed extraordinary abilities. After just a short moment, the number of people spectating Shifeng's battle grew to a total of 13, instantly increasing Shifeng's battle points to 3,500. Inside the battle tower, when Shifeng progressed to the second floor, he was transported into a dark nest. Visibility was very low, and his vision only extended to 10 yards at most. He could also hear rustling coming from all around him, the sounds being hair-raisingly creepy. Although there aren't a lot of monsters on the second floor, roughly only 20, this dark environment makes it much more difficult to evade the attacks of these monsters. I also had to attempt and train on this floor many times before I got used to this environment. Cold Autumn revealed a smile when he saw Shifeng standing still after arriving on the second floor. Although he was not present on the battlefield, his viewing angle was not that far from Shifeng. Moreover, as a spectator, he had a much clearer view of the battlefield than Shifeng, and his field of vision was nearly 3 times that of Shifeng's. At this moment, 19 elite-ranked Nightwalker Tarantulas and 1 special elite-ranked Ghost Tarantula had Shifeng completely surrounded. Nightwalker Tarantula, elite rank. Level 30. HP 70. 000/70. 000. Ghost Tarantula, Special Elite. Level 30. HP 240. 000/240. 000. Shifeng could get 2 combat points for every Nightwalker Tarantula he killed, while the Ghost Tarantula would give him a total of 40 points if killed. The points these monsters gave were much more than those for the monsters on the first floor. With a visual range of 10 yards, players would have an exceedingly short time to react to any attacks from the tarantulas. Here, even taking a breath at a wrong time could result in one's death. Even if players were just going up against monsters of the same level, the difficulty of the second floor was significantly higher than the first floors. Hence, the number of experts that had managed to clear the second floor among the participants of the training system this time around was extremely low. Even a refinement realm expert like Violent Bear had failed to clear Ito Shifeng. However, this floor was child's play. After reaching the Void Realm, even having his sense of sight weakened would hardly affect his combat power. Although Shifeng could not visually perceive the situation beyond 10 yards, the vibrations and sounds passing through the air allowed him to pinpoint the positions of all the monsters within the nest. Before the monsters even got to 10 yards of him, Shifeng had already started taking appropriate countermeasures. Compared to the lions on the first floor, the massive tarantulas on the second floor were much easier to handle. Although the tarantulas were slightly faster than the lions, their strength was weaker up to the moment the battle ended. None of these tarantulas had landed a direct hit on Shifeng even once. Only the Ghost Tarantula's high attack speed managed to force Shifeng to block its attacks a few times, inflicting a small amount of damage. As a result, Shifeng's evasive maneuvers and attacks completely mesmerized the spectators of the battle. Shi Feng had fought the monsters as if he was just taking a leisurely walk through the park aside from these feats. Shi Feng had also broken the clear record of the second floor. The original record time was 32 minutes 54 seconds whereas Shi Feng's clear time was 27 minutes 35 seconds, following which, the number of people spectating Shi Feng's battle increased by 15, boosting Shi Feng's battle points further by 3,000. The third floor was a fiery hell. The majority of the ground on this floor was scorching red. Stepping on a patch of red immediately imposed burn damage. Only the areas scorched black were safe. However, there were very few of such areas in this fiery valley. Players would have their movement greatly restricted while fighting on this floor. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's opponents for this floor were drastically different from his previous ones. Although there were only 10 monsters on this floor, all 10 of them were hovering around in the Air Flame Falcon, Elite Rank. Level 30. HP 60. 000/60. 000. Flame Eagle, Chieftain Rank. Level 30. HP 900. 000/900. 000. They say that the third floor is a major threshold, and until now, only a few experts have managed to clear the third floor. Just how far will he be able to go? Looking at Shi Feng remaining motionless, many people began wondering how he would avoid the attacks of the Flame Eagle. A chieftain was much stronger than a special elite. Dodging attacks from such a monster was already extremely difficult, to begin with, not to mention the various constraints the environment placed on Shi Feng's movements. Without a proper method to cope with the Flame Eagle, Shi Feng would very quickly lose his life on the third floor. This is rather interesting. It's no wonder they say that the battle tower plays a crucial role in guiding one through the various combat realms. As Shi Feng took in his surroundings and the Flame Eagle hovering above him, he suddenly understood what was going on in the battle tower. Chapter 896. Skyrocketing Points. The secret pavilion had another name for the battle tower. The Tower of Guidance. From what Kong Haoren shared, the battle tower could help a player grow, all the way up to grasping a domain. Previously, Shi Feng only partly believed these words. Now, however, he no longer doubted them. In order to be considered as having reached the refinement realm, one needed to have excellent control over their own body and be able to flexibly and naturally vary the amount of strength their body exerted. The flowing water realm required one to perceive and observe the opponents. One had to be able to distinguish their opponent's thoughts and carry out appropriate responses in advance by observing the opponent's minute movements. To put it simply, one needed to be able to react before their opponents even acted. The void realm demanded a certain amount of control over one's surroundings. Instead of merely judging the environment through vision alone, one needed to push their 5 senses to the very limits and rely on these enhanced senses to determine all movements occurring in the background. The goal of the battle tower's first floor was to have players learn how to control themselves, using the pressure of facing a large number of lions to learn how to adapt nimbly to sudden changes. The second floor was meant to improve a player's instantaneous observation powers and snap judgment. The third floor served to improve a player's perception and judgment of distance. Accurately judging distance was a challenging task. However, as long as one managed to achieve this, they would be considered to have officially entered the flowing water realm. Shi Feng had to admit that the guidance provided by the battle tower was very on point. It was no wonder that super guilds could nurture such a large number of top-tier experts. The Flame Falcons and Flame Eagle hovering in the sky had no intention of giving Shi Feng too much time. Letting out screeches that echoed throughout the entire valley, the fiery birds spat out scorching flames in Shi Feng's direction in unison. It will be difficult for him to clear the third floor. Among those present inside the battle fortress were quite a few people whose progress stalled on the third floor. Hence, they were very clear on how difficult this floor was. Not only would one receive flame attacks from all directions, but the valley floor would also change at random. Places that were originally safe zones could turn into a danger zone in the next second. One constantly needed to pay attention to their footing while on this floor. Moreover, there were no objects in the area that could serve to block the flame attacks of the monsters. One could just imagine the difficulty of the third floor. Not to mention attacking the flying monsters, the majority of the players who reached this floor would generally fail to cope properly, and ultimately died to either the scorching ground or the flame attacks. What is he trying to do? Everyone suddenly noticed that, despite seeing the 10 streaks of flames coming at him, Shi Feng actually chose to remain standing still. Just as the flames were about to devour Shi Feng, the swordsman suddenly strode forward, his body leaving behind numerous afterimages as he moved about the small platform he was on. In the next moment, one streak of flames engulfed the afterimages Shi Feng left behind. After all 10 were gone, Shi Feng was standing back in his original position completely unscathed. How is this possible? Cold Autumn was momentarily stupefied. Although he had yet to reach the third floor himself, it was obvious to him that were he the one going up against these flame attacks, aside from running and dodging, he would have no other method to retain his life. The distance the flame attacks were launched from was simply too short. He would have absolutely no way to avoid that many attacks in the limited maneuvering space available. As for blocking the flame attacks with his weapon, that would be utterly impossible. He would need a complete set of mysterious iron equipment, at the very least, to avoid taking any damage from blocking the attacks of the flame falcons. Blocking the attacks of the flame eagle would require him to be fully geared in secret silver equipment at the minimum. However, the system armed them with only a set of bronze equipment in the battle tower. Trying to defend against the flame attacks would be suicidal now. Even while standing in that small area, Shifeng had actually managed to avoid all the flame attacks. It was as if these flames were intentionally circling his body. This is impossible. There must be something wrong with the system. How can he dodge all those attacks in time at such a close distance? The players spectating Shifeng had long since gone into an uproar. Almost all of them had shouted the same thing, no matter how they wrapped their minds around it. Dodging so many attacks from such a close distance was not feasible. The only possibility was that an error had occurred with the system. Otherwise, how were they supposed to explain the earlier scene? Wen Hua, however, did not feel any surprise at the outcome of that onslaught. Everyone was basing their judgments only on the distance the flames were coming from. However, they had forgotten that they were living in a three-dimensional world. Aside from horizontal and vertical distance, one also should not forget depth. On the screen, it might seem as if all 10 flame attacks came over similar distances. But in reality, the distance each attack needed to travel was different. As all 10 attacks were launched simultaneously, the times at which the attacks reached Shifeng would differ slightly. Meanwhile, Shifeng had utilized the small time difference in the arrival of the attacks to systematically evade them one after another. The one part about this scene that annoyed Wen Hua, however, was that she had not noticed the slightest bit of haste or anxiety in Shifeng's movements. The man had casually dodged the attacks as if he was just taking a leisurely stroll, his actions containing no excess movement whatsoever. Wen Hua even felt a shiver go down her back when she looked at how smooth and natural his movements were. The numerous surprised gasps coming from the spectators immediately attracted the attention of those resting in the main hall. Every one of them looking at these several spectators in confusion. What's up with them? Aren't they just spectating a battle? Is there a need to go so crazy over it? This curiosity now tempted many more people who were reluctant to part with their points. Such a commotion had never occurred before. Even when the upper echelons of their guilds fought in the battle tower, what exactly was going on inside the battle tower? Just as everyone was hesitating over whether or not to spectate Shifeng's battle, a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious red-black martial arts robes entered the hall. With quick steps, this middle-aged man walked up to the portal of the battle tower. After finding a quiet place to sit in, the man then chose to spectate Shifeng's battle. Damn. This is madness. This is simply madness. Why has Elder Yuan come over as well? Isn't this a training system meant to nurture youths with potential? He couldn't be here too. All the bystanders suddenly thought of a possibility when they looked at Yuan Tiexin quietly sitting down and calling out his system interface. However, none of them could accept this shocking thought of theirs. Those who had still been hesitating immediately looked for seats and chose to spectate Shifeng's battle instantly. The number of people spectating Shifeng increased to 63. Those who lacked the points to spectate were all stupefied by this scene. Even when the upper echelon of the secret pavilion came to challenge the battle tower, the number of spectators would be around this number, at most. Moreover, today was a day when many people were busy with their own matters and had not come to participate in the training system. Otherwise, the number of spectators right now would definitely rise even higher. Just who is Brother Shifeng? The shock Kong Howren was feeling right now at this sight was many times more intense than what he felt when he had faced off against an army of over 100,000 elite players. I would be set for life if I could have this many people spectating my battle. Hua Zhangyang could not close his mouth as he saw this scene. Just how many battle points could he earn if he had this many people spectating his battle as well? Even if he fought against a refinement realm expert every day, those points could last him for 2 whole months. On the 3rd floor of the battle tower, Shifeng repeatedly dodged the flame attacks sent at him. Even when the terrain changed, he managed to reach a safe zone immediately. Occasionally, he would also attack with a flying dart. Although the damage he caused was low, only -500 points or so, none of the monsters in the battle tower had the battle recovery ability. Hence, he could slowly but surely wear down these monsters, following which, One Flame Falcon's HP continuously decreased. The battle had already fallen under Shi Feng's complete control. That's enough experimentation. It's about time things ended. He then threw out the last art that took away the final strand of HP of a Flame Falcon. As a result of one Flame Falcon dying, the number of attacks Shi Feng had to face at a single time decreased from 10 to 9, making dodging the attacks much easier for him with no suspense whatsoever. He whittled down the remaining Flame Falcons and Flame Eagle, once again easily clearing a floor only, as Shi Feng was not playing a ranged class. His attacks were a lot less effective compared those of ranged classes. Hence, he had not managed to break the record clear time for the third floor. Even so, he still stupefied all his spectators. The reason for everyone's shock was because Shi Feng's clear time for the third floor was only marginally slower than the current record holders. If his ranged weapon had been slightly better and he had learned a few more good skills, he could have easily broken the record, following which, Shi Feng entered the fourth floor of the battle tower. This was also the highest floor the current batch of trainees had reached. Chapter 897, Silent Hell. This person is strong. It was worth spending all those points to spectate him. This is my first time seeing someone clear the third floor so easily. This shows that he has still not reached his limits. At this rate, he might even be able to clear the fourth floor and become the first person among this batch of trainees to reach the fifth floor. That's impossible. This is the fourth floor we are talking about. Even the top experts of our guild are still stuck there. Even if Shi Feng is amazing, it is simply impossible for him to match up to the top experts of our guild. I guess you're right. Our guild's top experts all stand at the peak of God's domain. There are probably only a handful of youths who can surpass them. Just as the spectators were discussing Shi Feng's battle, Shi Feng himself set foot onto the fourth floor. Unlike the second and third floors, which had vile environments, the fourth floor was elegant and serene. Trees and shrubberies surrounded Shi Feng. There was also a pristine lake nearby. Shi Feng observed his surroundings, his expression turning slightly serious. Although his surroundings looked very peaceful, Shi Feng could not ignore a sense of crisis in his mind. The worst part about this hunch was that he did not know what triggered it. Even though he was standing still and doing nothing, this sense of crisis was looming closer and closer. Could they be stealthed monsters? Shi Feng thought of a possibility, or to put it in another way, it was the only possibility. This sensation he was feeling right now was as if numerous top-tier assassin experts were staring at him. However, no matter how skilled and silent the assassin might be, as long as they were a player, Shi Feng would more or less be able to find traces of them through sight and hearing. Yet neither of these two senses of his had picked up anything. He discovered them so quickly. Wan Hua was somewhat surprised to see Shi Feng's expression turning a little guarded. The fourth floor of the battle tower had another name to it. Silent Hell. It had a total of 8 elite-ranked Void Assassins and 1 chieftain-ranked Null Assassin. Void Assassin, elite rank. Level 30. HP 50. 000/50. 000. Null Assassin, chieftain rank. Level 30. HP 200. 000/200. 000. Although their HPs were very low, these monsters had a special characteristic. They remained in a permanent state of nothingness. Their bodies existed in a completely different space, so one's senses of sight, hearing, and smell could not detect these monsters no matter what. Only when these monsters launched an attack would their real bodies manifest. However, they would appear for only a very short time, around 1 second at most. Aside from this brief period, attacks directed at these monsters would be completely ineffective. The difficulty of the fourth floor had left everyone who had managed to reach the fourth floor in this batch of trainees utterly helpless, setting aside the fact that the attacks of the assassins were lightning fast. Just the fact that the attacks were launched at such a close distance made dodging them nearly impossible. Or to put it in another way, it was simply impossible for someone with the attributes of an ordinary level 30 player to evade those attacks. Even if one managed to dodge those kinds of attacks, failing to counterattack in time would eventually lead to death from overexhaustion. Back when Wan Hua herself had reached the fourth floor for the first time, she had died completely unaware of what had happened. And even now, she was still stuck on this floor. Only the monster-like existences of the secret pavilion were able to contend against the assassins on this floor. So far, just a few people throughout the entire guild had managed to clear the fourth floor. I wonder just how far you will be able to go? A bright smile appeared on Wan Hua's face as she quietly observed the swordsman. She had a feeling that, if she could observe Shi Feng clearing this floor, she might be able to break through that barrier that was preventing her from improving under Wan Hua's gaze. Shi Feng started moving. Without hesitation, he dashed up to a nearby tree and placed his back against the large tree. This way, he no longer needed to pay attention to attacks coming from behind. He just needed to keep an eye out for attacks coming from 180 degrees in front of him. Damn, so you can do something like that as well? Everyone spectating this scene was stupefied. They had never thought to utilize the terrain in such a way. The effort an expert needed to expend to defend against attacks coming from just 180 degrees was many times less than attacks coming from all 360 degrees. With the energy saved, one could better perceive and concentrate as well. Moreover, dodging attacks would become much easier. However, as soon as Shifeng stood in front of the large tree, a silvery white dagger suddenly appeared before him, directly slashing at his neck so fast. Surprised, Shifeng instinctively sidestepped with the speed of the attack as well as the short distance it was launched from. If Shifeng had not responded instantly, he would have gotten struck without a doubt. Fortunately, he had already reached the Void Realm, so he could feel the movements in his surroundings. Although the appearance of the dagger was very sudden, the moment the weapon materialized, it would more or less generate some fluctuations in the air, which gave him sufficient warning and allowed him to carry out preventive measures in the next moment. The snowy white dagger brushed past his neck and left a deep scar on the tree behind him. Close on the heels of that first attack, fluctuations appeared from two more places. Meanwhile, the position of these fluctuations came from the direction he had sidestepped. Shifeng tightened his grip on his twin swords and hurriedly slashed at the locations the two fluctuations originated from. Pang! Pang! Two crisp sounds echoed throughout the entire forest. The sparks generated were also extraordinarily eye-catching. Crap. Isn't he too amazing? How did he manage to detect those attacks? The spectators' mouths all fell wide open when they saw the sparks flashing before Shifeng. As bystanders, they had a much clearer view of the situation than Shifeng. However, even after looking for a long time, they failed to detect anything peculiar about the locations he had attacked. There was just empty space there. Nevertheless, Shifeng succeeded in very accurately blocking two strikes. They all felt that Shifeng was not human but a monster in human guise. Instead, how are his attacks so fast? Wan Hua was inwardly shocked when she saw this scene, her mind constantly replaying Shifeng's previous actions. Setting aside how Shifeng had managed to detect the location of the attacks, just being able to execute such quick counters from such a short distance was simply unbelievable. This was definitely not a feat an ordinary human being could accomplish. Her dynamic vision was among the best in the entire guild. Even if it were a baseball moving at 160 km per hour, she would be able to clearly see and count the number of rotations the ball was making for attacks that no one else could see. Even the afterimages of. She could make out some afterimages. Although they would be extremely vague, she would still manage to see a small portion of the attack. However, Shifeng's slashes were completely different. Normally, when an attack was launched, the speed of the attack would start from 0 and slowly accelerate up to maximum speed. However, through some unknown technique, Shifeng's swords had gone from a standstill to moving at maximum speed instantly. There was no acceleration process in between whatsoever, following which, Shifeng brandished his swords dozens of times, blocking every attack sent at him. Not a single scratch could be found on his body. Instead, the constant clangor of metal surrounded him. Seen from afar, Shifeng appeared to be training his swordsmanship all by himself. As more time passed, Shifeng grew accustomed to blocking the attacks of the assassins. Time to end this. Shifeng swept a glance at his surroundings, his lips curling up in a smile at this moment. He no longer bothered to block the dagger striking at him. Instead, as if he had already anticipated this attack, his body smoothly sidestepped while his right arm swung at the location the dagger appeared from. Soon after, a streak of greenish blood stained the grassy ground. Chapter 898. Unseen Improvement. 1, 327. The instant this damage emerged, a blurry figure also appeared, the dark green HP bar above the figure's head shortening slightly. A moment after the HP bar showed up, however, the figure disappeared once more. Even when Shifeng tried launching another attack at the same position, the only thing his sword hit was air. There's only a 1.3 second period for a counterattack. That really is short. No wonder so many people have failed to clear this floor. Shifeng was slightly surprised. He had never expected these monsters to have such a characteristic as well. Originally, it was already very difficult to grasp the attack trajectories of these monsters. Moreover, there wasn't just one monster attacking him. Based on Shifeng's perception, at least 5 monsters were attacking him. Yet, not only did he have to dodge the attacks of these monsters, but he also needed to launch a counterattack within such a short time frame. This greatly increased the difficulty of clearing the floor. Having no better choice, Shifeng could only continue silently blocking the attacks while searching for opportunities to counterattack. He often had to block over a dozen attacks before he got the opportunity to launch a counterattack. If he failed to grab this opportunity, he would have to block another dozen, or even 2 or 3 dozen, attacks. If an ordinary person were standing in Shifeng's place right now, they would surely feel bored at the moment. Shifeng, however, was actually joyous. He could not help but admit that the guidance provided by the battle tower was indeed excellent, all unawares. Shifeng had focused his full concentration on detecting the spatial fluctuations. As a result, the sensitivity of his 5 senses heightened while his grasp of his surroundings constantly deepened. It was normally impossible for one to encounter situations where subtle spatial fluctuations appeared around oneself. Hence, being able to hone his perception to such a fine degree right now was like a dream for Shifeng. Time passed quickly. Even when Shifeng had an opportunity to counterattack and deal damage to the Void Assassins, he did not take action. After all, this here was the best place for him to train right now. As his perception improved, Shifeng became increasingly sensitive to the subtle fluctuations caused by the Void Assassins. Initially, these weak fluctuations felt no different from tiny raindrops hitting his skin. Although he could feel them, his perception of them was not that clear. As a result, even when his body felt these fluctuations, his brain dismissed them as negligible. However, after sensing the fluctuations for thousands of times, his awareness of them intensified. Now, these fluctuations felt more like little pebbles hitting his body. Instead, the pain more than sufficient to grab his attention. Even without his brain making any conscious decisions, he would instinctively react and turn towards the direction the fluctuations came from. It's no wonder super first-rate guilds and super guilds can nurture so many apex experts and even monsters that grasp a domain. Sure enough, they are not existences that even well-funded first-rate guilds can threaten. Shifeng inwardly sighed emotionally. He had profited massively from the trade with the secret pavilion this time. If not for this trade, he most likely would have remained unaware of just how frightening the major powers of God's domain were. Although he currently had a secret technique tablet and even an epic guild quest that could send him to the ancient battlefield, the Holy Land for experts, neither of those things could even compare with the battle tower. The value of the secret technique tablet lay in the fact that it allowed players to learn advanced combat techniques, which would, in turn, greatly increase their combat powers. The improvement in combat standards was only a bonus. Whether players could actually gain inspiration from learning the combat technique was a different matter altogether. As for the Holy Land, although Shifeng had never been there before, based on what he had heard about the place, the improvements one could gain there should be roughly equal to, or even inferior to, those from the battle tower. However, as the number of people the training system could accommodate was limited, the Holy Land seemed very valuable. Otherwise, the major powers of God's domain might not even bother to compete over entry to the Holy Land. What a pity! I thought he would clear the 4th floor as well. Now, it seems that it isn't possible. At the rate at which he is counterattacking, his stamina and concentration will run out before the battle is over. Didn't I say so already? That place is the silent hell. If even so many of our guild's top experts can't clear it, how could a newcomer like him possibly clear it? But the fact that he has lasted for so long is already plenty amazing. This is my first time seeing someone survive this long against those monsters. Indeed, the attacks of those monsters are simply impossible to predict. If it were up to me, I'd probably be dead in less than 5 seconds. Moreover, among our batch of trainees, not a single person has managed to last as long as Shifeng on the 4th floor. With this, he can be considered the #1 player among us. Without anyone noticing, Shifeng had risen to become the first-ranking player in everyone's hearts. At this moment, the members of the secret pavilion no longer looked at him arrogantly, all of them feeling only admiration for the swordsman. Just as everyone had thought that Shifeng's limit was the 4th floor. 2 streaks of green blood suddenly appeared before Shifeng, the void assassin that had its body exposed, losing close to a total of 2,700 HP. That should be enough practice. There's no point in continuing this training. Let's go to the 5th floor to take a look, then. After deciding so, Shifeng adjusted his breathing and finally launched his counterattack. After a long period of tempering himself with the void assassins, Shifeng could already react to the fluctuations they caused without paying deliberate attention to them. He could now place more of his concentration on dodging and attacking, instead. Although he could still improve slightly if he continued tempering himself, his remaining stamina did not permit him to do so. Moreover, compared to tempering his perception of the surrounding space, he was currently more interested in finding out what sort of trial awaited him on the 5th floor. What's going on? Shouldn't his stamina and concentration have declined significantly? Theoretically, his counterattack rate should gradually drop. So, why is it now increasing? The spectators were all shocked to see Shifeng behaving as if he had just taken a dose of stimulants. However, what no one knew was that, after undergoing that period of tempering, Feng's combat standards had received significant improvements. If before he had to focus 3/4 of his concentration on sensing the spatial fluctuations, he now needed to use only 1/3 of it to do so. This change allowed Feng's attack rate to increase over threefold. In less than 10 minutes, Feng had defeated all 8 Void Assassins, leaving only the chieftain-ranked Null Assassin, which had not moved at all since the start of the battle the instant the 8th Void Assassin died. The Null Assassin finally took action the instant the Null Assassin struck. Feng nearly lost his life. The Null Assassin's attack was exceedingly fast, and its strength was extremely powerful. It was simply impossible for Feng to evade the chieftain's strike, even though he had managed to sense it coming. Reacting quickly, Feng launched an attack of his own at the Null Assassin's dagger, using the force of the impact to deflect the dagger's attack trajectory slightly so that it struck air, instead so strong. Feng inwardly felt fortunate as he looked at his still trembling arm. If not for him requiring less concentration now to detect the spatial fluctuations and being able to invest more attention into attacking and evading, he would have most likely fallen to the Null Assassin already. He dodged it? Yuan Tiexin was astounded as he looked at the unmarked Feng. He had expected Feng to suffer miserably when the Null Assassin took action. The reason for this assumption of his was because he understood just how powerful the Null Assassin was. Although he, too, was a Void Realm expert, he had suffered hundreds of defeats at the hands of the Null Assassin. Only after a long period of arduous training did he manage to defeat the Null Assassin. Moreover, even until now, his win rate against the Null Assassin was still not 100%. Hence, he never imagined that Feng would actually manage to deflect the Null Assassin's attack on his first try. The scariest part about the Null Assassin was its first attack. If one could avoid its first attack, the subsequent battle would become much simpler. Sure enough, after a short adjustment period, Feng launched his counterattack on the Null Assassin, continuously dealing damage to the chieftain. In the end, after a dozen minutes or so of strenuous battle, he depleted the Null Assassin's 200,000 HP. Chapter 899. Ranking Competitions Number 1. What? He cleared it just like that. All of the spectators were stupefied as the Null Assassin's corpse appeared on the ground. Until now, not a single person among their trainees had conquered the Silent Hell. Although they knew that some of them would eventually clear the 4th floor, they never expected a newcomer from another guild to do so. Meanwhile, Feng's success caused an uproar among the other players in the main hall. Many people began to regret their decision to not watch Feng's battle. If they had done so, they might have learned something, allowing for minor breakthroughs. After all, every expert had their own strengths and weaknesses. If the other party's strength made up for what they lacked, they would gain some insight from watching the battle. Ha ha ha. You guys have seen it now, right? I'm not weak. It's that Feng is too strong. Among our batch, he ranks at the very top. With my abilities, how could I possibly be a match for him? When Violent Bear saw Feng clear the 4th floor, excitement replaced his previously defeated expression. He then turned to the fighters who had laughed at him and proudly proclaimed, "If you guys think I'm weak, why don't you challenge him, rather than spout bullshit from the sidelines?" Suddenly, the players who had previously mocked Violent Bear fell silent, thinking back to the Berserker's battle against Feng. Although Violent Bear had lost quite a few points, he had actually profited from the fight against an expert like Feng. Usually, for those with lower standards, it was impossible to find an opportunity to fight trainees who had reached the 4th floor. The latter despised fighting them. Violent Bear, on the other hand, had, unintentionally, scored a fight against an expert like Feng. If Violent Bear gained even a fragment of inspiration from that fight, the 800 points he had lost would have been worth it if possible. They were willing to spend 500 or 600 points, 800 points, for a match against Feng. However, this opportunity had obviously passed. The fact that Feng had secured first place in the ranking competition meant that he no longer lacked battle points. Furthermore, why would Feng need to fight them? On the battle tower's 5th floor. As soon as Feng arrived, he felt a massive mental suppression weigh on him. This mental suppression was many times stronger than the Abyssal Blade had exuded when he executed a skill. He felt as if he stood before a Tier 5 monster, suffocating. His body's reaction speed and mobility were also heavily restricted. Aside from this oppressive pressure, he noticed that he stood in a dimly lit cave. Steam filled the cave, feeling like a massive sauna. The steam also hindered Feng's vision. Aside from Feng, 5 giant snakes with dark gray bodies and 3 heads each slithered in the steamy cavern. The snake's amber eyes glared at Feng. 3-headed snake, Special Elite. Level 30. HP 150. 000/150. 000. Before Shifeng could adapt to the environment here, the 5 three-headed snakes moved inside the rubble-filled cave. Shifeng's mobility was restricted. The 3-headed snakes, on the other hand, treated these obstacles as if they didn't exist. They moved through the cave like flowing water, easily overcoming the various obstacles in their path with unaffected speed. In the blink of an eye, all 5 snakes arrived before Shifeng. After the 5 three-headed snakes surrounded Shifeng, they began to spit needles of corrosive venom at the swordsman. The venomous needles rained down on Shifeng like thin rain. In this steamy environment, it was simply impossible to detect them with the naked eye. Shifeng could only determine the attack's trajectories by the fluctuations in the air. However, there were simply too many needles. Single 3-headed snake had spat over a dozen needles. With 5 three-headed snakes surrounding Shifeng, he faced was over 70 attacks. An ordinary person would have their hands full with just 5 of these attacks. Now, there were over 70. Moreover, even one of these attacks was more than enough to injure Shifeng heavily. The 5th floor's difficulty was clear to see. Even if Shifeng were at his peak, he could never defend against so many attacks. He needed to rely on quick movements to reduce the number of attacks he received. Only by doing so would he have any chance of survival. Moreover, not only were his reactions slowed right now, but he was also surrounded by a vile environment. With so many obstacles, it would be very easy to trip and fall if he moved too quickly, which would then open holes in his defense. However, even knowing this, Shifeng chose to run. If he simply stood there, the numerous attacks would claim his life as expected of the battle tower's 5th floor. This isn't any place for ordinary human beings. Shifeng brandished his twin swords to deflect the venomous needles as he ran. Although these needles did not contain much force, there were many of them. Even after Shifeng ran, he had to face nearly 40 needles. With his blurred perception, a single mistake would result in the venomous needles finding their mark. Although each needle only dealt around -500 damage, Shifeng only had several thousand HP following which, as Shifeng ran through the cave and evaded the needles, his HP rapidly decreased in the blink of an eye. Shifeng's HP reached 0, his body falling to the ground. In the end, he was teleported out of the battle tower. Even after Shifeng returned to the main hall, the spectators around the battle tower's portal were still in a daze. The 5th floor was absurdly difficult. Just watching the rain of venomous needles pelt Shifeng made a chill run down their spines. There was also that massive mental suppression to contend with. If they had to fight in such an environment, they wouldn't even last 2 seconds before becoming porcupines. However, Shifeng had managed to last over 10 seconds before succumbing to the near-invisible needles. If not for those attacks being so hard to detect, Shifeng could have survived for much longer. He might have even put up a good fight against those 3-headed snakes. Is this his current strength? After Cold Autumn exited spectator mode, he looked around him, a faint chill crawling down his back. Fortunately, he had experienced that battle as a spectator. Had he been fighting against that oppressive pressure, he would have been paralyzed. All he could have done was wait for death to take Hima's. For Wenhua, after seeing the difference between herself and Shifeng, she wasn't afraid in the least. On the contrary, she brimmed with fighting spirit, the corners of her lips lifting into a bright smile. Although she could clearly feel just how massive the gap was between them, she had obtained tremendous insight from watching Shifeng's fight previously. She had concentrated on a singular question. Why were Shifeng's attacks so fast? However, after a long period of observation, she more or less gained some inspiration. Every time Shifeng attacked, his body began to move even before his sword did. By relying on his body's movements and energy transfer, his sword had already been accelerating for a brief period by the time he moved his arm. Hence, when Shifeng actually swung his sword, the sword seemed as if it instantly transitioned from a standstill to maximum speed. Although the theory sounded simple, one needed a degree of physical control that was beyond the scope of ordinary humans to accomplish this feat. Of course, Wenhua had a lot of confidence in herself. She believed that, if Shifeng could do it, there was no reason that she could not. Chapter 900. Challenge. Inside the battle fortress's main hall, a group of newcomers in linen clothing suddenly emerged from the training field's portal. The combat system here is really impressive. Those simulated experts felt like the real deal. They are all so powerful. Even in a one-on-one, they still suppressed me. When Blackie spoke about the combat training he had just experienced, he wore an amazed expression. When he fought the starter pack's first 8 experts, he has some hope of triumphing against them. However, the last 2 experts were absurdly powerful. They had defeated him easily, leaving him without any power to resist. It's a pity that there are so few experts in the starter pack. I wish we had more variations, Flying Shadow sighed. The secret pavilion is fraudulent. Just fighting those ordinary experts costs 100 points per day. If we can't rank among the top 200, we won't be able to afford them every day. Although he had only fought for a few hours against the starter pack's 10 experts, he had learned a lot. If he could face all kinds of experts over time, he would gain combat experience with flying speed. He might even reach the refinement realm after a short period. That should be enough training for us today. We still have to challenge the battle tower and raise our ranks, Fire Dance stated. Although she didn't want to waste their starter pack's duration, it was more important to raise their ranks first. If they didn't, they would be stuck with 20 battle points per day after they had entered the training system. They had learned a lot about the battle tower and the pavilion's veterans from the other newcomers. To put it simply, it would not be easy to enter the top 200 ranks with their current strength. Furthermore, Fire Dance aimed for the top 150 ranks. Only by entering the top 150 would she receive 200 points each day, which would allow her to face one refinement realm expert per day. If she were stuck among the top 200, she would have to wait 2 days to challenge a refinement realm expert. As for the starter pack's experts, the first 8 weren't even a warm-up for her. Only the last 2 experts had made her work for her victory. Even after dozens of matches with those 2 experts, her win rate was only 50%. On the other hand, the Secret Pavilion's top 150 experts had at least an 80% win rate against the starter pack's refinement realm experts. With her current standards, it would be a relatively difficult task to enter the top 150 at the same time. She was very excited. There were only a handful of experts in Star Moon Kingdom that could pose a challenge. In the simulation training system, however, there were crowds of such experts waiting for her. Big Sis Fire, look. For some reason, a lot of people have gathered over there. Violet Cloud pointed out as she looked towards the battle tower's portal. Curiously, she asked, "What are they doing?" When they had arrived at the battle fortress, not many people had been present. Now, however, over 100 people had crowded the main hala. "Someone seems to be leaving the tower," Kola said as he saw the portal flash with white light. The figure of a man then stepped out of the portal. After a moment, they recognized the familiar figure. A large crowd had huddled around the portal. As soon as Shifeng emerged, everyone turned towards him. They looked at Shifeng as if he were a monster, curiosity and horror flashing in their eyes. Shifeng was simply some newbie that had joined the training system today, yet he had set foot onto the 5th floor. The Secret Pavilion's members had already been in the simulated training system for over a month. For some, this wasn't even their first year. Yet, they were all still stuck on the battle tower's 4th floor. Hence, Shifeng's achievement was difficult for them to swallow. Doesn't he look just over 20? He actually reached the 5th floor at such a young age. Even among all the geniuses throughout our Secret Pavilion's history, he should rank near the top, right? Yeah, he should rank within the top 20. Between Shifeng and Wenhua, who do you think has more talent? Do you even need to ask? It is certainly Wenhua. Even our guild leader can't stop praising her talent, claiming that she ranks among the top 10 throughout the Secret Pavilion's history. When Fire Dance and the others overheard the conversation, they were momentarily at a loss for words. They did not know whether they should celebrate or smile wryly while their heads still ached about obtaining a better rank. Shifeng had already become number 1 in the ranking competition. Meanwhile, before Shifeng even had the chance to relive the battle on the 5th floor, he heard the sound of an emergency notification. Shifeng was then forcefully ejected out of the training system and forced into sleep. No one was surprised about Shifeng's sudden disappearance. They all thought that he had logged out to avoid their pestering. Moreover, training in the battle tower was very taxing. Almost everyone had to log out and rest after challenging the tower. Inside the luxurious bedroom, Shifeng climbed out from his virtual gaming cabin, the machine continuously beeping. A single tempering session in the battle tower consumes so much? Shifeng could not help his surprise when he saw the virtual gaming cabin's depleted nutrient solution tank. Before he had entered the training system, he had made sure to refill the cabin's nutrient solution storage and had drunk a bottle of A-rank nutrient fluid. The depleted nutrient solution was one thing. However, he was extremely hungry. Moreover, his entire body felt drained. This emptiness felt similar to when he had broken through the limits of his mental strength for the first time. It's no wonder why Xianxia had warned me to prepare S-rank nutrient fluids. Ordinary people can't afford to play around with this training system. Shifeng, more or less, understood why Xianxia had suggested caution. It seems I'll have to prepare some more S-rank nutrient fluids from now on. While inside the battle tower, he had pushed his 5 senses to their brinks for a long time. In God's domain, however, he usually didn't need to. It was especially true after one reached his standard. While fighting at one's peak, the brain would be extremely active. This would increase the body's energy consumption. If one did not replenish the lost energy afterward, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was even possible to destroy one's own body. Now that Fire Dance and the others had begun their training in the simulation training system, they needed enough nutrient supplements after they emerged. Otherwise, their bodies would suffer. However, it was extremely difficult to obtain the best-performing S-rank nutrient fluid. Only transcendental powers like the Secret Pavilion, which were influential in both the real world and the virtual world, could obtain large quantities. As for a foundationless guild like Zero Wing, it could, at most, obtain a few bottles. Furthermore, each bottle was very expensive. Meanwhile, Shifeng needed the coins he had to keep the guild functioning, and he had not liquidated any funds recently. As for the credits he had on hand, Liang Jing had already used them to purchase training facilities. Currently, he was almost broke. It seems I'll have to turn some of the coins or items into money for now. Shifeng sighed helplessly. Truthfully, he did not wish to exchange any of the game's resources for credits. After all, doing so would impact the guild's development. However, nurturing a group of top-tier experts was far more important right now. Just as Shifeng pondered selling the resources of God's domain, Liang Jing barged into his room, looking worried. Master Shifeng, something has happened, Liang Jing said, panting. With her hand over her chest, she continued, a group of people has suddenly arrived to challenge our training center. Several instructors have been injured. From what I have heard, this group defeated Master Chen Wu before arriving. They are demanding a match against you. They claim that there will be consequences if their demands aren't met. Challenge? Who are they? What do they look like? Shifeng recalled a faint memory after hearing these words. Chapter 901. Silent Blade. Inside the bustling dojo, hundreds of people had gathered around the arena. This dojo is pathetic. These instructors are just garbage. They're completely misguiding the students here. With such skills, they even dare start up a dojo. Hey you guys, you're better off training somewhere else. With these trash instructors teaching you, you won't get anywhere in a fighting competition, no matter how long you train. It's no wonder why, after so many years, this city has not produced a single, decent professional fighter. Of course, you're not to blame. Rather, it's these garbage instructors' fault. If it were up to me, I would pack up and leave after finding out how crappy these instructors are. I wouldn't waste my youth here. Over a dozen youths in their 20s wearing dark gray martial artist robes glanced at the middle-aged instructor who had just been defeated, disgust filling their gazes. These gray-robed youths then sent sympathetic gazes towards the hundreds of teenagers training inside the hall. Although the Big Dipper Dojo's trainees were furious, none of them dared to speak up, remaining silent as they watched this scene play out. These dozen or so people who had suddenly shown up were just too strong. Among these people, one indifferent youth, who looked to be roughly the same age as they were, had single-handedly defeated 6 of their highly skilled instructors. Moreover, none of their instructors had landed a finger on this indifferent youth. Even someone who knew nothing of martial arts could see the disparity in their strengths. If they had to challenge that youth, they probably wouldn't last one move. It was extremely difficult to defeat an opponent in a single move. It was even more so in an actual battle. Generally, such situations only occurred when martial artists fought an ordinary person. To put it simply, it was only possible if there was a massive difference between the fighters' strengths. The hundreds of teenage trainees felt an immense pressure weigh on them when they looked at the thin, indifferent youth. Seeing the quiet trainees, the fierce, bald man standing at the forefront of the gray-robed youth smirked with satisfaction. How about it? You've seen the difference in our abilities for yourselves. We have come from the White Tiger Dojo. Recently, our dojo has considered establishing a branch in this city. This is a chance for all of you. If you perform well in the branch dojo, you might even get the chance to train in the main dojo. At that time, you will be the star of tomorrow's fighting competition. You won't have to waste your lives in this tiny place. Hearing the bald man's offer, everyone was momentarily stunned. They immediately understood why even Master Chen Wu was no match for these youths. They had heard about the White Tiger Dojo. Anyone who wanted to join the world of fighting knew about it. Many famous contestants, who had taken part in past national fighting competitions, originated from the White Tiger Dojo. The dojo had even nurtured well-known, international fighters in the past. Countless youths that wanted their own fame in the fighting world dreamed of joining the White Tiger Dojo. However, they had never imagined that the White Tiger Dojo would open a branch in their city. Before the bald man could say more, the dojo's doors swung open. Having captured everyone's attention, Shifeng and Liang Jing approached the bald man. Immediately, The trainees grew excited. Shifeng was the Big Dipper Dojo's head instructor. Despite being so young, he had attained this position by relying on his own strength. He was their revered idol. In fact, many among them had specifically joined the dojo because they had heard Shifeng was an instructor here. However, Shifeng normally lived in the Greenwater Villa, only occasionally venturing to the dojo. Hence, they did not see him often. You are the head instructor? The bald man's lips twisted into a sneer, glaring at Shifeng with disdain. He had heard that the newly established Big Dipper Dojo had a 20-something-year-old martial artist who guided the students. He had thought it had been a joke. Now, however, it seemed that the rumor was true. The man before him wore cheap, dark blue sportswear, and he didn't appear strong. Not only did the man seem a little pale, but he also lacked the aura of a martial artist. It was hard to imagine how such a weakling had wormed his way into the position of head instructor. In his opinion, Shifeng was weaker than the instructors that had already been defeated. At the very least, their auras had been passable. That's right. Why have you come looking for me in such a hurry? Shifeng swept a glance over the dozen or so members from the White Tiger Dojo, becoming more confident in his conjecture. In the past, after God's Domain launched the Mind Space System, the well-known dojos throughout the nation had begun to expand. These dojos had set up branches in various cities in an attempt to poach members and expand their influence, hoping to attract major corporations' investments. Although some dojos had received these investments, the majority had not. These corporations' intentions had been obvious. They had all wanted to nurture a powerful guild of their own in God's domain. However, compared to recruiting ordinary players, it was far more efficient to recruit fighters from dojos, who were already familiar with actual combat. Moreover, God's domain wouldn't impact these fighters' daily routines. These people only needed to play God's domain while they slept. With this, not only would the fighting world and virtual gaming world remain separate, but they would also form a mutually beneficial relationship, helping each other improve. Both sides would make more money. Knowing this, the major corporations that had been interested in the Mind Space System had refused to ignore such a valuable opportunity. Among the country's dojos, the White Tiger Dojo had chosen to set up branches in over a dozen third-tier cities. Jianghu City had been one of those cities. Back then, the city's various dojos had despaired upon hearing the news. These dojos had originally chosen to develop in a third-tier city precisely because they could not compete with the dojos in first- and second-tier cities. When the major dojos had targeted their cities, they had been forced out of business in the end. Many of Jianghu City's dojos had been forced to cooperate with the White Tiger Dojo. Once Shifeng saw the White Tiger Dojo's members, his gaze stopped on the indifferent youth behind the bald man. Shifeng knew this youth. He had been extremely famous in Jianghu City. Moreover, after joining God's domain, he had become unstoppable. In the past, he had been known as Silent Blade in God's domain. At his peak, he had been a Tier 5 berserker who ranked 58th on the God's domain experts list. Unfortunately, his entry into God's domain was somewhat late. Otherwise, his achievements in the game would have been even greater. Our White Tiger Dojo is thinking of opening a branch in Jianghu City, so we've come to say hello. We were also hoping to spar with you. I wonder if Instructor Shur is interested? The bald man laughed. Spar? Shifeng's lips hooked up slightly. Shaking his head, he said, "Why doesn't it look like that to me? The White Tiger Dojo is so famous that even a layman such as myself knows of it. Is it necessary to venture all the way here to poach our members?" Don't say it like that. We are just trying to conduct honest business. Naturally, we have to provide better options to those who wish to join the fighting world. The bald man laughed. He didn't take Shifeng seriously in the least. In his opinion, Shifeng was merely a puppet that Big Dipper had employed to run this dojo. The man didn't qualify to speak to him at all. I've heard that you are quite powerful. I have always admired those with strength. I wonder, would you be willing to spar with me? We can show everyone whether or not your strength is superficial. Chapter 902. Class versus Class. The bald man's sarcasm earned the displeasure of many within the dojo. Just as Liang Jing was about to step forward and say something, Shifeng held her back with a hand. He was also familiar with this bald man. The man's name was Gan Xingting, and he was one of the White Tiger Dojo's advanced disciples. The man was quite strong, even stronger than Chen Wu. He was very active in all sorts of fighting competitions and had earned himself some fame. Hence, he had the confidence to wipe the floor with every martial arts instructor in Jianghu City. What's wrong? Afraid. Gan Xingting sneered. In Gan Xingting's opinion, Shifeng's pale complexion was definitely due to fear. With this thought, He became even more certain that Shi Feng was afraid of sparring with him and not particularly opposed to a sparring match. However, if I cater to every random person who burst into our dojo to challenge me, wouldn't I die from exhaustion? Shi Feng responded softly. Shi Feng's retort didn't fluster Gan Xingting in the least. Rather, he laughed as he continued to run his mouth, saying, "The high and mighty head instructor of the Big Dipper Dojo only knows how to make up excuses. Instructor Shi, aren't you afraid that you might become a laughingstock if others in our industry heard about your cowardice?" Initially, he had thought that the Big Dipper Dojo's rumored martial arts master was truly quite powerful. Now, however, it seemed that those rumors had been nothing but lies. I see that the Big Dipper Dojo only amounts to so much. If even its head instructor is too afraid to spar, what's the point of starting a dojo? Might as well switch professions. Start a dance hall instead. You and I are closer in age. If you don't want to spar with senior brother Gan, how about my challenge? Do you dare to accept it? Although Gan Xingting was not angry, the intermediate disciples behind him were more than raring to fight. Wrathful flames filled their eyes when they looked at Shi Feng, and they wanted nothing more than to teach him a lesson, showing him exactly how powerful the White Tiger Dojo was. Any one of the White Tiger Dojo's advanced disciples could easily serve as a dojo's head instructor in a second-tier city. Even Chen Wu, Jianghu City's top expert, had lost to senior brother Gan. Yet Shi Feng had actually implied that their senior brother wasn't qualified to fight him. It was an insult to the White Tiger Dojo and their senior brother Gan in their opinions. Even one of the White Tiger Dojo's basic disciples could easily defeat Shi Feng with a few moves. Sparring against their senior brother Gan was too much of a privilege for this man. Don't misunderstand me. I did not refuse your invitation to spar. However, since you are White Tiger Dojo members, I can't use my status as an instructor to bully you, right? I intend to allow our disciples to spar with you. What do you think? Shi Feng asked as he glanced at Gan Xingting. The entire dojo fell silent as Shi Feng finished his question. The crowd from the White Tiger Dojo looked at Shi Feng as if he were an idiot. If even the Big Dipper Dojo's instructors were no match for them, why would the disciples have any chance? Even with one hand tied behind their backs, they could easily defeat any of Big Dipper's disciples. Meanwhile, when the Big Dipper Dojo's disciples heard Shi Feng, they were all dumbfounded. They had already learned how terrifying the White Tiger Dojo was when they had watched the previous fights. Even if they fought together in groups of 5 or 6, they wouldn't be a match for one of the White Tiger Dojo's fighters, much less in a one-on-one. Sure. Only, once every Big Dipper disciple has been defeated, I hope that you will stop giving me excuses and spar against me yourself. Gan Xingting sneered and nodded. Rest assured. If you win, I will step up. Shi Feng laughed. He then turned to Liang Jing and said, "Fetch Fire Dance and the others." Fetch them? But aren't they? Liang Jing was momentarily stunned by Shi Feng's order. After she had become Shi Feng's assistant, he had often enlisted her help to manage some of Zero Wing Workshop's affairs. Hence, she knew Fire Dance and the others' identities. None of these people were professional fighters. They were professional gamers. Rather than having them fight the White Tiger's members, it would be more effective if the dojo's disciples fought. Go. It's about time they take part in an actual battle. Shi Feng understood the reason for Liang Jing's shock. However, he still had her summon Fire Dance, and the others' Fire Dance's group might not be professional fighters, but after such a long stay in the Greenwater Villa, they had undergone various training. Lei Bao had even guided their foundations. In addition, they received an endless supply of A-rank nutrient fluids and the occasional S-rank nutrient fluid. Their current physiques were already many times stronger than when they had first arrived at the Greenwater Villa Fire Dance, and the others had even surprised a martial artist like Lei Bao, and the man often praised the group for being martial arts geniuses. Lei Bao had even wanted to accept them as his personal disciples. Unfortunately, Shi Feng had rejected his requests. A short moment later, Fire Dance and the others entered the dojo. Immediately, their appearance caused a great commotion. When the White Tiger Dojo group saw Fire Dance and the others, their jaws nearly hit the floor. Rage flashed in their eyes as thoughts of murdering Shi Feng surfaced in their minds. Originally, they had thought that Shi Feng had summoned a group of powerful experts to spar against them. Now, however, it would seem that he was simply ridiculing them. The group Shi Feng had called to face them actually included girls, although there was no lack of female disciples in the various dojos, and there were female-only competitions in major fighting competitions. Males and females were simply on different levels. The fact that Shi Feng had sent for a female disciple trampled on their glory and pride. Why wouldn't they be angry? Instructor Shi, are you trying to insult the White Tiger Dojo? Gan Xingting asked Shi Feng with a frosty tone. Gan Xingting intended to wait for an answer. However, Fire Dance walked up to the arena and pointed at the White Tiger's members, issuing her challenge, "One-on-one matches will be too boring. I want to take on all of you at once." Before the White Tiger Dojo's members could react, Liang Jing nearly fainted. Just who did Fire Dance think these people were? This wasn't a game. They were all bona fide fighting experts. They were not random monsters that one could casually defeat in a game. Liang Jing had thought of warning Fire Dance. However, seeing the murderous looks from White Tiger Dojo members, she rushed up to Shifeng and said softly, "Master Shifeng, please ask her to stop. These people are from the White Tiger Dojo. If she angers them and they stop holding back, someone will end up in the hospital." "You're right," Shifeng nodded. He then looked towards Fire Dance and said, "Hold back. We shouldn't hospitalize them." If it were Kola or Yi Wumian, they could have played with their opponents without hurting them too badly. If it were up to Fire Dance, however, her opponents would be in danger. After all, Fire Dance had never fought ordinary people before. After reaching the refinement realm, she usually only trained with Lei Bao. If she fought an ordinary person, she could miscalculate her opponent and use too much strength. "I understand." Fire Dance nodded and smiled. Shifeng's instructions left Liang Jing speechless. Although she wanted to inform him that that was not what she had meant, the indifferent youth from the White Tiger Dojo had entered the arena. As for the other White Tiger members, they shouted their indignation. "You zipping. You better not hold back just because she's pretty. Show them the strength of the White Tiger Dojo. You zipping, if you can't defeat her with a single move, I'll mock you forever." The visiting fighters' eyes were all bloodshot with anger. They all wished they were in the cold Yu Zipping's place, eager to show these bumpkins from the Big Dipper Dojo the extent of their strength. Meanwhile, Gonxinting laughed out of anger. He even wondered if Shifeng acted out of desperation after realizing the hopelessness of the Big Dipper situation. Yu Zipping nodded seriously as he turned to Fire Dance with a chilling expression. Since Yu Zipping was already prepared, Shifeng promptly initiated the fight. "All right, then. Since you have decided, let the match begin." Chapter 903. Who's next? When Shifeng announced the start of the battle, Yu Zipping shot the man a glance, surprise flashing in his eyes. Shifeng was simply too calm. He had participated in many fighting competitions before and had met people of various standards, so he could tell that Shifeng's serenity was not an act. Rather, his calm originated from absolute confidence, as if everything were within his control. However, in his opinion, his match against Fire Dance was unbalanced. Fire Dance had no chance of winning against him. After all, females were generally weaker than males. It was especially true for a great beauty like Fire Dance. Although Fire Dance wore a set of dark blue sportswear, her clothing couldn't hide her curvaceous body. She looked nothing like a muscular gorilla. On the contrary, she looked like someone who often practiced yoga. Her perfect figure only contained charm, not strength. In the face of absolute strength, all trickery was useless. All martial artists knew this. In terms of strength, although he was not at the peak of the White Tiger Dojo's intermediate disciples, he was still considered above average. Currently, he had a punching strength of 422 kilograms. Although he barely qualified to participate in the National Youth Championship, in a third-tier city like Jianghu City, he could definitely rank among the city's top fighters. In an actual fight, it was not easy for one to make up the difference in strength. That required a wealth of combat experience and techniques. However, while he might only be 18 years old, he had already participated in over a dozen large-scale competitions. He possessed a considerable amount of combat experience. He even frequently sparred with the dojo's advanced disciples. In terms of combat techniques, he was already on their level with the advantage of strength, experience and techniques. Losing was impossible, so why was Shifeng so calm? Where was his confidence coming from? However, Yu Zipping quickly shook these questions away as he returned his gaze to Fire Dance. He no longer wanted to think about what might be going through Shifeng's mind. Defeating Fire Dance was his priority with this match. He would teach Shifeng the meaning of a true professional fighter fall. Yu Zipping shouted, his voice as cold as snow. Like an arrow, he dashed to Fire Dance and sent a fierce punch towards her abdomen. His attack was both fast and precise. He did not hold back in the least. Zipping sure is vicious. No matter what is going on, his opponent is still a great beauty, yet he's not showing any mercy, Gonxinting muttered with sympathy. With this, the match would end as quickly as it had begun. Even in the White Tiger Dojo, Yu Zipping was looked upon favorably. However, the boy had one shortcoming. He did not know how to hold back. To a youth, however, this was a benefit. If one were frequently distracted, It would be very difficult to improve Peng. The sound of a collision radiated from the arena. She blocked it. How is that possible? The people below the arena stared at Fire Dance in disbelief. The impact should have sent Fire Dance flying, yet she had actually blocked Yu Zipping's fist with one hand. It was truly hard to imagine just how that thin, frail arm could endure so much force. Logically, her arm should have been knocked away. No one would have been surprised if her bones had cracked or shattered. However, Fire Dance showed no sign of pain. On the contrary, she had received Yu Zipping's full power punch as if she had reached out to say hello. Yu Zipping was also momentarily stunned. Hurriedly, he tried to withdraw. However, he suddenly discovered that his fist would not budge no matter how hard he tried. Fire Dance's tender fingers clasped his fist like chains. With no other choice, Yu Zipping raised his left leg and swept it towards Fire Dance's neck. Peng. However, Fire Dance caught his iron-like leg with her other hand as if he had predicted this. Yu Zipping quickly sent a follow-up punch with his other hand. Just before Yu Zipping's fist struck Fire Dance's face, a creak echoed throughout the dojo. In the next moment, Yu Zipping released an agonizing scream, his fist halting as he suddenly tumbled to the ground. The fist and ankle that Fire Dance had caught had already begun to turn purple. The various spectators were flabbergasted. Having forgotten about the pale-faced Yu Zipping, everyone stared at Fire Dance with awe. Fire Dance's performance was simply too shocking. Nobody could believe their eyes. Among the crowd, the White Tiger Dojo members were the most affected. They knew just how strong Yu Zipping was. Among their group, only 2 or 3 people were stronger than him, yet, in front of Fire Dance, Yu Zipping was as powerful as a child. What technique! What combat experience! In front of absolute strength, they were nothing. Does she have some kind of godly strength? Gan Xingting's expression was somber as he looked at the injured Yu Zipping. Fire Dance was merely a young girl. However, even he was far weaker than her. He couldn't compete with her strength in a fight. He could only rely on his speed and techniques to secure victory. Liang Jing, who stood beside Shifeng, was similarly stunned. She had assumed that Fire Dance would be hospitalized after this match. She had never imagined that Fire Dance was actually this powerful. Is she a hidden master like Shifeng? Liang Jing could not help but wonder. There was no other way to explain this overwhelming victory. However, there was one factor that confused Liang Jing. If Fire Dance possessed such skills, why hasn't she participated in any fighting competitions? With her skills, she would even perform excellently in the national competition. If she could earn herself a victory, she would earn an unimaginable amount of money. She wouldn't need to continue working as a professional gamer. As for Shifeng, he glanced at the stunned Liang Jing before shifting his gaze to Yu Zipping, who was still on the ground. He shook his head and sighed, saying, "Of all the things you could have relied on, you chose physical strength." After Fire Dance had reached the refinement realm, her body's physique had improved rapidly. Moreover, with Lei Bao's guidance, she had already grasped the technique to utilize internal force. To Fire Dance, a punching strength 400 or 500 kilograms was not difficult to achieve. Yu Zipping had been looking for a beating by relying on physical strength. If the boy had simply used his combat experience, he might have lasted a little longer. I believe that the outcome has been decided. Take him away, Shifeng said, pointing at Yu Zipping as he looked at Gan Xingting. Only now did the White Tiger members recover from their daze. This match was over. They had even forgotten that one of their companions was injured and needed immediate medical attention. Relax. I didn't use that much force. His bones should be intact. After some treatment, he just needs to rest for a few days to recover, Fire Dance explained as she looked down at the silent Yu Zipping. She then turned to Gan Xingting, who stood below the arena, and quietly asked, "The first match is over. Who's next?" Chapter 904. Difference in Experience. Fire Dance's voice was like a jade bead falling to the ground as it resounded throughout the dojo. Although her voice was not loud, her words had ingrained themselves into everyone's minds, making them impossible to forget. The White Tiger Dojo members instantly paled at these words. Every one of them silently turned to their companions. Lacking their previous confidence, Yu Zipping's overall strength could rank second among their group. Only Gan Xingting was slightly stronger. They would only suffer if they fought Fire Dance. In contrast, the Big Dipper's disciples stared at Fire Dance with reverence. Even Yu Zipping, who had beaten their instructors, had been defeated in less than a handful of moves. Fire Dance's strength was astounding. Moreover, when they saw the visiting fighters' fear, a bliss sprouted in their hearts. So what if the White Tiger Dojo was impressive? In the end, its disciples had still lost against their Big Dipper Dojo. Aside from helping them vent their stress, Fire Dance's victory reassured them of their decision to join the Big Dipper Dojo. Before they had joined the Big Dipper Dojo, they had already heard some rumors. They heard that, in the Greenwater Villa, there were some people who were undergoing special training. However, they had no idea about what that special training entailed. Looking at it now, however, they were absolutely sure that the villa was a training ground for martial arts masters if they performed well. They might even have a chance to participate in that special training if they could have even half of Fire Dance's abilities. They could nurture a powerful reputation for themselves within Jianghu City. They might even make a name for themselves in the large-scale competitions in their province after all. Even Gan Xingting, who had defeated Hall Master Chen Wu, wore a grim expression. His fear of fire dance was obvious in the past. Chen Wu had become Jianghu City's champion fighter, and his results in the provincial competitions had been impressive. Is nobody willing to face me? Fire Dance asked once more as she swept a glance over the White Tiger Dojo members before she had come to the dojo. She had heard from Liang Jing just how powerful the White Tiger Dojo's members were and had been warned to be careful against them. However, after that first match, she did not consider these people particularly strong. On the contrary, she thought they were pitifully weak. When Yu Zipping had attacked, he had left several holes in his defense. There had just been too many excess movements. Even Violet Cloud could defeat Yu Zipping easily, not to mention someone like her, who knew how to use internal force. What Fire Dance did not know was that, during her time in the Greenwater Villa, her strength had long since surpassed ordinary people. However, since she was usually cooped up inside the villa, she hadn't had much contact with the outside world. Hence, she had not noticed these tremendous changes. I'll be your opponent. Gan Xingting had already realized that this opponent was more than he could handle. However, to preserve the White Tiger Dojo's glory, he had to take center stage even if it meant humiliation. Before coming to Jianghu City, the main branch had made it clear that his group needed to wipe the floor with every dojo in Jianghu City, paving the way for their branch dojo. Even Yu Zipping could deal with these bumpkins easily, not to mention a senior like him. Chen Wu should have been the only troublesome opponent they encountered. As for the martial arts master that governed the Big Dipper Training Center, he did not believe the rumor. Even their White Tiger Dojo had to treat martial arts masters with respect. How could an exalted figure possibly be content in a third-tier city like Jianghu City? Although Gan Xingting was unsure if Jianghu City actually housed a martial arts master, he was certain that Fire Dance was an expert who shouldn't be taken lightly. At the very least, if they wanted a high chance of defeating her, they needed one of the White Tiger Dojo's instructors to take her on. However, not all hope was lost yet. No matter what was said or done, he was an advanced disciple from the White Tiger Dojo. His combat experience and strength far surpassed Yu Zipping's. Previously, Yu Zipping had sparred against Fire Dance without knowing anything about her. Now that he knew that Fire Dance was extraordinarily strong, he would not make the same mistake. As long as he maintained a certain distance from Fire Dance and waited for her to reveal a flaw in her defense, he could defeat her. Moreover, based on Fire Dance's appearance, the girl only looked to be in her early 20s. She didn't have much combat experience. No matter how much she trained, actual combat was different. She would reveal her flaws when she attacked. As Gan Xingting considered the upcoming fight, Shifeng announced the start of the sparring session. As soon as Shifeng shouted, "Start!" Fire Dance crossed the distance of 5 yards like a leopard and arrived before Gan Xingting in the blink of an eye. She proceeded to send an open palm strike towards Gan Xingting's chest. The wind whistled as her palm sliced through the air so fast. Surprised, Gan Xingting abruptly retreated. Fortunately for Gan Xingting, he had evaded Fire Dance's fast attack in the nick of time, with the latter's palm stopping just a few centimeters from his chest. This single exchange struck fear into Gan Xingting's heart. He hadn't expected her to have explosive speed in addition to an absurd amount of physical strength. Had that attack struck, with Fire Dance's strength, he would have had some trouble breathing in the best-case scenario. In the worst-case scenario, his ribs would have broken, and he would have lost consciousness on the spot. However, Fire Dance's sudden attack had revealed a hole in her defense. When she had thrust her palm forward, she had left her side exposed. As long as he attacked that location, Fire Dance wouldn't be able to defend against his attack. In the end, a youngster is still a youngster. Because you're so eager to win, you've exposed such a basic flaw. Gan Xingting inwardly laughed. He then sent a roundhouse kick at Fire Dance. Both this kick speed and power were far more refined than Yu Zipping's. Just as Gan Xingting's leg was about to connect with Fire Dance's side, Fire Dance moved, her other hand snaking out to grasp the man's leg. Suddenly, she jumped and twisted in the air, and with Gan Xingting's leg as a pivot point, she planted her feet straight onto his face. Immediately, Gan Xingting's face flattened, blood spurting from his nostrils and his eyes rolling as his head was thrown back. Gan Xingting felt the world spin. He couldn't even feel pain. After taking a few steps back, his body abruptly fell to the mat as he fainted. Senior brother gone. The White Tiger Dojo's members cried out, None of them could believe what had just happened. They all felt as if they were dreaming just how fast had gone Xingting's kick been. They had only seen an afterimage of his leg, yet Fire Dance had managed to grab it and use it as a pivot point, utilizing the flaw she had exposed to land a finishing blow. How much combat experience and how much reaction speed was required to carry out this feat? Even their instructors couldn't replicate Fire Dance's counterattack. Yu Zipping, who rested below the arena, was dazed when he saw this. He finally understood that his loss had not been a simple lack of strength. Fire Dance had only chosen the simplest, most efficient method to deal with him because the gap between them was simply too massive. However, there was one point that he could not make sense of. How did Fire Dance gain such a frightening amount of combat experience? To perform that kind of counterattack, one needed extremely precise control over their bodies. Any mistakes could easily put one in peril. Only those who frequently dealt with such situations could execute such an accurate strike at such a crucial moment. How old was Fire Dance? How could she possibly possess that much life and death experiences? Are you wondering why there is such a huge disparity between your combat experience? Shifeng asked as he walked up to Yu Zipping. As if he knew the boy's thoughts, he smiled and said, "If you wish to know, I can tell you." Chapter 905. Workshop expands. Are you seriously willing to say it? Yu Zipping eyed Shifeng suspiciously. Accumulating combat experience was not something easy to do, especially combat experience involving life and death situations. Training under such circumstances was practically gambling with one's life. There were quite a number of martial artists who had destroyed their own futures as a result of such training. If there actually was a method to accumulate life and death combat experience, improving rapidly within a short time would be an easy task. This rapid improvement was also the reason why so many martial arts experts like to challenge their own limits, of course. However, I have a condition. Shifeng laughed. I knew it. Forget it. I won't be joining your dojo. Yu Zipping let out a soft snort. He had long since known that a person like Shifeng wouldn't reveal such a huge secret without conditions. However, Shifeng's attempt at poaching him would only end up in failure. Many major dojos in first-tier cities had come scouting Yu Zipping ever since his talent became known. Some had even offered very excellent treatment, much better than what he was currently receiving from the instructors of the White Tiger Dojo. However, he had still rejected them all. He was not someone who would betray his benefactor. When he was at his lowest, the White Tiger Dojo had given him an opportunity. Had the White Tiger Dojo not nurtured him, he would not have his current achievements today. Simply put, he would not abandon the White Tiger Dojo just for his own benefit. This kid sure thinks highly of himself. I really don't know what the chief sees in him, to actually want to nurture someone like him. Standing a short distance away, the bear-like Cola clicked his tongue when he overheard Yu Zipping's response, highly annoyed by Yu Zipping's attitude, whether it was in God's domain or Jianghu City. As long as Shifeng said that he was looking to nurture someone, tons of people would definitely come swarming. The boss might have his own thoughts, said Yu Wumian standing beside Cola. After taking a look at Yu Zipping, he continued. However, that kid indeed possesses some talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become an intermediate disciple of the White Tiger Dojo at such a young age. Even his fellow intermediate disciples are looking at him with respect. Although Cola and the others spoke softly, their voices still failed to escape Shifeng's ears. The human brain ruled everything in the body. After Shifeng's brain activity improved, his five senses had also become much more acute. The trials of the battle tower, in particular, had further honed his five senses. Not to mention a distance of over a dozen yards, even if Cola and the others stood over 20 yards away from him, so long as he focused slightly, he would still hear their whispers. Meanwhile, regarding his companion's sotto voce discussion, Shifeng could only laugh inwardly in understanding. After all, not everyone was a reincarnator like he was. They did not know the things that would happen in the future. Not to mention, Yu Zipping was currently still a diamond in the rough. Who could possibly expect him to become an expert ranked within the top 50 of the God's Domain experts list in the future? Seeing Yu Zipping rejecting his offer righteously, Shifeng laughed and said, "You misunderstood. I'm not trying to scout you into the Big Dipper Dojo. I'm only inviting you to join the Zero Wing Gaming Workshop. Doing so won't affect your daily life in any way." Join a gaming workshop? Surprised, Yu Zipping asked. For real? In the current era, there were many gaming workshops in society. There were also plenty of professional gamers. Although not comparable to the fighting industry, the gaming industry was still an increasingly important business sector. Moreover, the majority of gaming workshops operated in the wee hours of the night, so joining one would not affect one's daily life if he could really increase his life and death combat experience just by joining a gaming workshop. This would definitely be a worthwhile exchange. Shifeng nodded before turning to look at the members of Big Dipper and White Tiger and announcing. This offer isn't just you but for everyone present. As long as you are below the age of 25, all of you have an opportunity to join Zero Wing's workshop. Zero Wing was already developing quite well. Originally, Shifeng had planned to wait a little while longer before recruiting for Zero Wing's internal training program. Now that a major dojo like the White Tiger Dojo had already started making its move and begun poaching talents en masse, he naturally could not fall behind. Previously, he had only intended to nurture a few core members of Zero Wing at the Greenwater Villa, so he had not bothered dragging in the disciples of the Big Dipper Dojo. Now that he had such an excellent opportunity, he could use this chance to recruit a few good talents and start internally nurturing experts in large numbers just like the various major powers of God's domain. With this, he wouldn't have to worry about lacking experts or talents getting poached away. Everyone was momentarily stunned when they heard this. Liang Jing was also at a loss for words. This place was a dojo, a place that nurtured experts for the world of fighting. Yet Shifeng was actually recruiting these people to become professional gamers. Doing so was simply ludicrous. If Director Xiao learned of this matter, he was sure to fly into a rage. Instructor, sure, if we join Zero Wing's workshop, will we really become stronger? A few disciples asked curiously. Hearing these disciples asking such a question rendered Fire Dance and the others speechless. They were the high and mighty Zero Wing. Moreover, when all was said and done, Zero Wing was extremely famous in Star Moon Kingdom, and even possessed some fame in the world of God's domain. Despite all that, these people actually did not know anything about them. Of course, they also understood that, although these disciples might know about virtual reality games, their lifelong goal had always been to achieve fame in the world of fighting. Hence, they rarely came into contact with pleasure-seeking activities, focusing their all into training their bodies. Instead, how could a bunch of people who had precious little exposure to virtual reality games possibly have heard of Zero Wing's name? Let's put it this way. If you can pass the test and join the Zero Wing workshop, I can assure you that it won't be long before you become much stronger than your present selves, Shifeng said definitively. I want to take part in the test. I want to try as well. Immediately, many disciples in the dojo raised their hands and voiced their intent to apply for Zero Wing's workshop, every one of them firmly believing Shifeng's words. After all, Fire Dance was the best example. Even Gan Xingting, who had managed to defeat Hall Master Chen Wu, suffered a quick defeat at her hands. What about you guys? Shifeng asked as he looked at the youths of the White Tiger Dojo. No. Absolutely not, shouted Gan Xingting, who had just regained consciousness. As long as you are a member of the White Tiger Dojo, you are not allowed to join any kind of workshop. Otherwise, you will be expelled. Some of the White Tiger Dojo members, who had initially been entertaining thoughts of taking the test, immediately lowered their heads at these words. Senior Brother Gan, why is this so? A short youth asked curiously. Logically, there should not be any clash between a dojo and a gaming workshop. Disciples would normally take on part-time jobs. After all, not everyone could make a living out of participating in competitions, and the dojo did not provide everyone with financial support. They still needed to live. Joining a gaming workshop could be considered a part-time job. Moreover, it was more lucrative than any other part-time job. Chapter 906. You will regret it. Shifeng was also somewhat surprised by Gan Xingting's yelling. He then shot a curious look at Gan Xingting, whose countenance had completely distorted. Something occurred to Shifeng. The White Tiger Dojo might have already entered into a partnership with a corporation, and instead of recruiting more members to attract investors, it was already preparing to enter God's domain. Meanwhile, in reply to the questions posed by the disciples of the White Tiger Dojo, Gan Xingting simply sent them a glare and said strictly, if you want to join a gaming workshop, be my guest. When the time comes, don't blame me for not warning you. Immediately, the crowd from the White Tiger Dojo fell silent. In all dojos, there were two kinds of disciples. The first kind had to pay an exorbitant fee to join and was usually there just to train their body and learn some combat techniques. The dojo didn't place them under any restrictions. The second kind was under contract. They were subject to relatively strict restrictions. However, they paid only a small fee or, depending on their rank, nothing at all to receive nurturing from the dojo. Disciples under this category were all aiming to become professional fighters, and they were more like contracted artists working for an agency. The White Tiger disciples who had come to the Big Dipper Dojo this time all fell under the latter category. They had undergone multiple examinations just to get accepted as a contracted disciple of the White Tiger Dojo. After all, the White Tiger Dojo was renowned in the industry, having produced many famous industry professionals. Just being able to get selected as a contracted disciple proved that one was already among the cream of the crop. If they were expelled from the White Tiger Dojo, the consequences would be unimaginable. Faced with that sort of pressure, everyone naturally no longer dared to harbor thoughts of joining the Zero Wing workshop. The White Tiger Dojo sure is overbearing. Their contracted disciples don't possess any freedom at all. If it were me, I wouldn't stay in such a dojo at all. It's not even a guarantee that I'd become a top-tier professional in the future. Sure enough, our dojo is much better. Aside from the usual training, we can do whatever we want during our free time. The disciples of the Big Dipper Dojo were shocked at the restrictions the White Tiger Dojo placed on its disciples. Previously, they still felt relatively envious of the White Tiger Dojo members. Now, however, rather than envious, they felt fortunate that they had not joined such a tyrannical dojo. Moreover, Shifeng had already assured them that anyone who managed to join Zero Wing's workshop would definitely gain significant improvements in the future. Not only would they be able to earn money, but they would also be able to improve their strength compared to joining the White Tiger Dojo. They would have a much better life staying at the Big Dipper Dojo and joining Zero Wing's workshop. When the White Tiger Dojo members heard the Big Dipper disciples' words, their complexions turned extremely ugly. At this moment, none of the pride they had before was evident on their faces. At the White Tiger Dojo members' silence, Shifeng simply smiled and said, "The choice is yours. I won't force you to make a decision. If you guys really want to join, you are welcome to come here and take the test any time." Although the White Tiger Dojo's interference made it more difficult for him to poach Yuziping, now that the boy had come to Jianghu City, the White Tiger Dojo would naturally come into conflict with the Big Dipper Dojo. At that time, he would still have plenty of opportunities to scout Yuziping. Having already cast his bait, all he needed to do was wait patiently. As far as Shifeng knew, Yuziping had chosen to develop himself at the White Tiger Dojo because he liked the daughter of one of the White Tiger Dojo's branch heads. Unfortunately, this branch head had not favored Yuziping and had given her daughter to a genius fighter called Xianxia. Instead, Xianxia was very amazing. At just the young age of 25, he had already managed to qualify for an international fighting competition. Meanwhile, Yuziping had been a mere advanced disciple of the White Tiger Dojo back then, mingling only at the bottom ranks of national competitions. With such a great disparity between the two young men, it was obvious which person the branch head would choose. After that incident, Yuziping had left the White Tiger Dojo and joined the Super Guild Pantheon. Afterward, his achievements had skyrocketed. According to the current timeline, that branch head should not have given her daughter to anyone yet. Yuziping and Xianxia were still competing with each other for her hand. However, if Yuziping did not present any outstanding performances to that branch head, then trying to gain her daughter would definitely be a pipe dream. Currently, Xianxia was a big celebrity in the White Tiger Dojo. He was already a famous fighter on the national level. Yuziping simply stood no chance the way he was right now. If Yuziping wanted to have a fighting chance against Xianxia, then the opportunity to strengthen himself that Shifeng was extending to him was his only chance. Even if the current Yuziping did not wish to join Zero Wing, once he felt that he could not outcompete Xianxia, he would surely think back to the absolute strength fire dance showed today. At that time, he would naturally consider joining Zero Wing, just as Xianxia thought that no one would dare to join the Zero Wing workshop. A White Tiger Dojo member suddenly raised his hand. He wanted to take the test. Xianxia and the other White Tiger Dojo members promptly turned to look at the origin of this voice. The person speaking was a young man around 20 years old. To those aiming to become professional fighters, his body was slightly too thin. It was truly hard to imagine how such a person had managed to become an intermediate disciple of the White Tiger Dojo. Lu Ping, have you lost your mind? Yuziping was filled with shock as he turned to look at the young man currently taking care of him in the White Tiger Dojo. Lu Ping's talent was considered merely average. The only reason he had managed to become an intermediate disciple was his having trained at the dojo for many years. Currently, he was already 21 years old, yet he had been promoted to an intermediate disciple just recently. He could also be considered one of the few friends Yuziping had in the White Tiger Dojo. Yuziping never imagined that Lu Ping would actually forsake his future at the White Tiger Dojo just to join a gaming workshop. Although Yuziping wanted to dissuade his friend, Lu Ping forestalled him. "I'm different from you. You are a genius, while I'm just an ordinary person. I know my own limits. It would be a miracle if I can even become an advanced disciple by the time I reach 30. Rather than continue walking on this path, I would rather take a gamble," Lu Ping explained. Hearing these words, Yuziping inwardly ridiculed himself. At the same time, he also understood that Lu Ping was firm on his decision. The other members of the White Tiger Dojo could more or less understand Lu Ping's feelings as well when they heard his explanation. Xianxia, however, had an extremely ugly expression on his face right now. He had originally come to the Big Dipper Dojo, representing the White Tiger Dojo, to humiliate the people here as well as poach some of its disciples. He had never imagined that he would end up on the receiving end of this plan. Instead, if news of this matter were to spread, the White Tiger Dojo's reputation would fall into ruin. Ha ha ha. Good. Very good. Gan Xingting could not help but laugh madly at this development. He then turned to Lu Ping and said, I won't hold you back if you want to leave. However, you will definitely regret this decision in the future. We're leaving. Seeing that several more people in his group were starting to show signs of hesitation, he no longer dared to remain here any longer. He hurriedly called for everyone to leave the Big Dipper Dojo at this time. Cola walked up to the somewhat dazed Lu Ping and patted the young man's shoulders. In a very welcoming tone, Cola then said, Brother, I have high hopes for you. I can assure you that, if you manage to join the Zero Wing workshop, it will be, without a doubt, the wisest decision you make in this lifetime. I mean, take myself for example. Before I joined Zero Wing, I was far weaker than your current self. As long as you work hard, you will certainly become much stronger than you would ever be if you stayed in the White Tiger Dojo. May I know how long Big Brother has been with Zero Wing? After Lu Ping took a close look at the tall and robust Cola, as well as considered the feeling he got when Cola had patted his shoulders, he could tell that Cola possessed immense physical strength. He estimated Cola's strength to be equal or above that of Gan Xingting's. After making a rough calculation, Cola answered honestly, It's been roughly a month since I've started training officially. Just over a month. And you say you were weaker than me before. You're not lying to me, right? Lu Ping's eyes widened in shock. He simply could not believe Cola's words. Cola rolled his eyes at Lu Ping, feeling that the young man was getting overly excited over nothing. He then pointed to Fire Dance and the others and said, Why would I lie to you? All of us here started taking part in the special training at the same time. If you don't believe me, ask them yourself. That's right. All of us did indeed start training here only a month ago, more or less. And before Cola began the special training, he really was weaker than your current self. Fire Dance nodded and laughed. Hearing Fire Dance's confirmation, Lu Ping was immediately dumbfounded, or to put it in another way, the amount of information was just too much for his brain to process right now. He felt as if he had wasted all his life training for nothing. Just what kind of place did he come to? Chapter 907. Strength Changes. After leaving the Big Dipper Dojo with miserable expressions, Gan Xingting and the other members of the White Tiger Dojo returned to the high-class hotel where they were temporarily lodging. Disregarding his injuries, Gan Xingting immediately reported what had happened at the Big Dipper Dojo to the main branch of the White Tiger Dojo upon arrival. What did you say? There's an expert who's even stronger than you at the Big Dipper Dojo? The white-robed middle-aged man on the other side of the video call repeated in surprise. Could that person be that rumored internal force expert? Master Jiang, that head instructor called Shi Feng, did not take action. The one who fought was a woman. Judging from her appearance, she should be around the same age as Shi Feng. However, she is extremely powerful. Even Xie Qiwen would have difficulty defeating her. I suspect that the real behind-the-scenes boss is that woman, Gan Xingting reported carefully as he looked at the man in the screen. Moreover, I believe that the Big Dipper Dojo has plans similar to ours. Although Zhang Tianyuan, the man before him, was not the main dojo master of the White Tiger Dojo, he was still a very powerful branch master. The man had been famous for more than 20 years already. One should not take his appearance at face value. While he might look like someone in his mid-30s, in reality, he was already 50 years old this year. This is interesting. Even Xie Qiwen wouldn't be able to defeat her easily? It's no wonder the Big Dipper Group has constantly been expanding its influence recently. But it doesn't matter. The mindset of that bunch from the Big Dipper Group is too simple. What do they think they can accomplish with just one expert? Zhang Tianyuan laughed. I recall that Jianghu City is going to hold a city-wide competition soon. I'll send Xie Qiwen and Tang Jingyao to help you secure both male and female championship titles in Jianghu City. At that time, even if the Big Dipper Dojo tries to recruit members, it won't be able to outmatch us. For the moment, just focus on properly dealing with the matters of the branch dojo. Understood. Gan Xingting nodded hurriedly, shock filling his heart. He had never imagined that Zhang Tianyuan would get so serious as to actually send both Xie Qiwen and Tang Jingyao over. The two of them were the pride of the White Tiger Dojo. Both of them usually took part only in national-level competitions, and they were also very famous fighters within the country. Having them participate in such a small competition was simply a waste of time at that time. A commotion would definitely arise in Jianghu City as long as those two people took action. None of the other dojos in Jianghu City would have any hopes of securing the championship title. Inside the Big Dipper dojo, Shifeng had fire dance and the others preside over the assessment of the new applicants. Meanwhile, Shifeng himself discussed with Liang Jing the matters of recruitment and advertising for Zero Wings Workshop. Shifeng's approach to these problems was simple. Advertising through the Big Dipper Training Center's connections. The advertisement would state that Zero Wing was trying to recruit internal elites, as well as some application conditions such as only men and women below the age of 25 were allowed to apply. It was simply a recruitment advertisement originally. Liang Jing thought that even if a gaming workshop utilized Big Dipper's connections to disseminate an advertisement, there would not be many applicants. Although the application conditions Shifeng proposed were not particularly strict, the criteria for passing the assessment itself was very high. As proof of this, only 10% of the disciples of the Big Dipper dojo had managed to pass the assessment, and every single one of these disciples had been handpicked by Big Dipper. If ordinary people who only exercised occasionally were to apply to the Zero Wing workshop, it would be great if even 1% managed to pass the assessment. Moreover, the treatment Shifeng offered was only average at best. She expected that anyone who saw the advertised benefits would directly give up on applying altogether. However, when the next day arrived, everyone in the Big Dipper Training Center was stupefied. There were actually tens of thousands of people swarming into the Big Dipper Training Center, every one of them wishing to take Zero Wing's test. These people had very nearly destroyed the entrance of the training center. The lively scene was even more exaggerated than Jianghu City's annual fighting competition. Meanwhile, the only thing these people talked about as they filled the hallways of the Big Dipper Training Center was Zero Wing. Their eyes filled with excitement and admiration as they spoke. In Liang Jing's opinion, these people had all lost their minds. Since when did Big Dipper possess such powerful advertising capabilities? With this, there would be no need to run any training center or dojo. Big Dipper could simply start an advertising company and make a fortune. Wasn't Zero Wing just a gaming workshop? It was not as if these people were applying to join one of the Fortune 500 companies. When Xiaoyu found out about this flood of visitors, he thought that a major incident had occurred at Big Dipper. As a result, even though he resided in another city, he hurriedly took a flight back to Jianghu City. When he arrived at the Big Dipper Training Center and heard what the crowd was discussing, his mind stopped completely. He had never imagined that a game like God's Domain could actually garner such popularity as well as possess such massive influence. Previously, he still considered God's Domain to be like any other game. Even if those major corporations invested in it, they were only doing so to raise their prestige and help promote the game now. However, it would seem that was not the case. It looks like I'll have to find some time to have a discussion with Shifeng. At this moment, Xiaoyu finally understood why Shifeng was so intent on playing a virtual reality game. Otherwise, with the young man's abilities, he could easily become a star in the world of fighting. Meanwhile, the large number of applicants also made the extremely confident White Tiger Dojo impatient. Just what kind of trick did they pull? Why are all these people trying to join that place? No matter how many times Gan Xingting looked through Zero Wing's flyer, he could not figure out why so many people were trying to join Zero Wing's workshop. Meanwhile, the instructions from the White Tiger Dojo's main headquarters were also very simple. Speed up the construction of the branch dojo. At the same time, the main headquarters also withdrew some funds to start advertising as well, refusing to believe that they could not outcompete Big Dipper with the fame of the White Tiger Dojo. After learning of the White Tiger Dojo's actions, Liang Jing suggested Shifeng either increase his scope of advertising or reduce the difficulty of the assessment. However, Shifeng rejected her suggestions. In his opinion, the people of the White Tiger Dojo were truly fools. He was currently recruiting members for a gaming workshop, not a dojo. No matter how much the White Tiger Dojo advertised itself, it would not affect his recruitment campaign in any way, following which, Shifeng handed over all the tasks related to the recruitment to Liang Jing to handle, which kept her extremely busy. Not only did she have to go through the applications of tens of thousands of people as well as manage their assessments, but crowds of new applicants also continued coming in every day. If she did not mobilize every staff member of Big Dipper, she would have died from overwork already. Fortunately, becoming an internal elite of Zero Wing was not easy, and the passing rate of the assessment was exceedingly low. At the moment, the passing rate was not even 1%. As for Shifeng himself, he continued training at the battle tower. At the same time, he shared some of his battle points with Fire Dance and the others, allowing them to fight with the simulated experts for long periods of time. During the 2 days that God's Domain system update took to finish, Fire Dance and the others received massive improvements. Violet Cloud, in particular, had finally set foot into the refinement realm after training at the battle tower. becoming Zero Wing's third expert to set foot into the realms of refinement. As for everyone else, they had all reached the half-step refinement realm standard already. When Big Sis Aqua finds out about this, she will most likely be very shocked at our improvement speed during this period, Violet Cloud said over the public channel, after entering her virtual gaming cabin, her heart full of anticipation as she prepared to log into God's domain. Oh right. Guild leader, please don't tell Big Sis Aqua about this matter right after you log in. She was always bullying me before. This time, I must give her a surprise. Sure. Shurfeng laughed as he shook his head. After Aqua Rose obtained her epic staff, although she was still a bit inferior to Violet Cloud in terms of techniques, she became far superior in terms of basic attributes. As a result, when the two sparred with each other, Violet Cloud was usually the one who got the worst of it. After you guys log in, gather at White River City. I have something important to tell you all. In addition, there is also the matter of these newcomers. Following which, when the countdown timer for God's Domain system upgrade ended, everyone logged into the game simultaneously. Chapter 9083 Star Shop. As soon as Shurfeng returned to God's Domain after 40 hours of waiting, the sound of a system notification entered his ear system. The environment of the area you are in has changed system. You have 30 seconds of invulnerability to look for a safe zone. I sent this transformation a little too much. Shurfeng was surprised as he observed his surroundings at this moment. The previously lush, green valley was nothing more than scorched earth. He could even faintly see streams of magma flowing nearby. This place had already turned into a volcanic hell when the waves of hot air blew over Shurfeng, even with his high fire resistance. His skin still registered a burning sensation. The pungent smell in the air was almost unbearable after God's Domain underwent its fourth evolution. The five senses of players had evidently become much more acute. As a result, such severe external environments would have a greater impact on the combat power of players. Likewise, monsters also had their senses heightened. With their enhanced senses, monsters would now have significantly greater perception ranges. This change was extremely disadvantageous for players who grinded at night. After all, while players would have their acuity reduced at night, monsters would not. Now that the senses of monsters were sharper, most likely, players would be under attack even before they could detect these monsters. This change was a nightmare, particularly for players who were usually active in high-level maps, which were already very dangerous to adventure in the first place. Now, things just became even more dangerous. Although Shurfeng had already chosen a safe zone to set up a teleportation point before he logged out, with such drastic changes to the environment, his previously safe zone was now infested with extremely fierce level 40 monsters. If not for the invulnerability provided by the system, he would have long since become dinner for these monsters. He immediately activated Windrider and continued searching for a safe zone to set up a teleportation point. After looking for about half an hour or so, he finally found an elevated location for the teleportation point. He also set up a protective barrier using the ancient abyssal book. Aside from the monsters that were originally in the valley, one could also frequently see abyssal monsters flying overhead. These monsters were much higher leveled than those residing in the valley, with the lowest being level 80. To current players, these monsters were practically invincible existences. Without the barrier set up using the ancient abyssal book, any player that came here would only become food for the abyssal monsters. However, it was also thanks to these abyssal monsters that he could get an opportunity to make a fortune eventually. He would only need to pay out some magic crystals in order to rake in large sums of coins. After he was done with all of his tasks here, Shurfeng took out a return scroll and left the valley. At White River City, Shurfeng discovered that the city's defensive magic array had already been activated. As soon as he walked out of the teleportation hall, there were also thousands of abyssal monsters hovering about in the air beyond the magic array, with the lowest leveled among them being level 180 and the highest being level 200 Grand Lords. With the appearance of such terrifying monsters, the atmosphere within White River City had become subdued. The players walking around the street all felt extremely stressed, all of them fearing that the defensive magic array in the sky would suddenly crumble. We read doomed this time. With so many monsters here, will our White River City be captured as well? That can't be possible, right? Although White River City is not comparable to the capital, it is still a major city in the kingdom's eastern region. If even White River City falls, won't the surrounding cities fare even worse? When everyone thought about the gigantic monsters flying in the sky above the city, their scalps involuntarily numbed. In this situation, they couldn't grind and level up within the region of White River City at the same time. The guilds based in the eastern region of Star Moon Kingdom were also holding urgent meetings one after another. The various guilds had initially believed that the Abyss invasion would only affect the Twin Towers Kingdom. They never thought that it would embroil the surrounding countries as well. Now these guilds had no choice but to decide whether or not they should relocate to another city. However, the consequences of doing so were something that no guild could accept. It had taken them a lot of time and resources to establish themselves in their current respective cities. If they were to leave the city they controlled and choose to start developing all over again in another city, the cost of doing so would be much higher than the first time. The number 2 guild in Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region, Overwhelming Smile, was currently extremely busy. Over 100 people were seated inside its spacious meeting room. These people were all members of Overwhelming Smile's upper echelon, and they were existences that ordinary players would rarely get to meet. The timing of these abyssal monsters is simply impeccable. I want to see just how Zero Wing is going to continue strutting around in this situation. Feng Xianyang could not help but smile when he received the latest report based on the information from Underworld. The eastern region of Star Moon Kingdom wasn't the only part of the kingdom affected by the Abyss invasion. These abyssal monsters were already showing signs of spreading throughout the entire realm. By the time that happened, it would be relatively dangerous for players to go out and grind along with this report. The upper echelon of Underworld had also given the command for Overwhelming Smile to move its elites temporarily to the Black Dragon Empire, which did not receive any harassment from the abyssal monsters. Underworld's influence spread across multiple kingdoms. A pause in its operations in Star Moon Kingdom would not affect the entire organization too significantly. It definitely possessed the ability to transfer its elites to the cities of other kingdoms and empires that were under its control. Small and upstart guilds with no background, on the other hand, did not possess this ability. These guilds generally had their foundations in only one country, and could not afford to move their base of operations in a hurry. Even if they did relocate, they would have to start from scratch. However, how could these guilds compete in a foreign city against the entrenched local guilds, which had already developed for months? For Zero Wing, the tyrant of Star Moon Kingdom, things were even more severe. The amount of capital and number of advantages it would lose by migrating its base of operations would be unbearable even for a first-rate guild. With such a loss, Zero Wing's development would no doubt suffer a significant setback. When that happened, it would be nearly impossible for the guild to catch up to the major powers of God's domain. In contrast to Feng Xuanyang's joyful reaction, Yulan currently had a slight frown on her face. Zero Wing is really unlucky, but I guess this is also part of life. Yulan could not help but sigh inwardly. Zero Wing's rise was already a legend in Star Moon Kingdom. Ultimately, however, it couldn't save itself from falling due to external factors. Who could have possibly imagined that the system would play such a trick? This development had thoroughly ruined Zero Wing, of course. Yulan was also feeling very fortunate about the appearance of the abyssal monsters. This invasion was both a disaster and an opportunity. Currently, due to the abyssal monsters, the players belonging to countries neighboring the Twin Towers kingdoms would definitely shift to other kingdoms and empires. Moreover, the possibility of players migrating to the Black Dragon Empire was the greatest. With so many players swarming into the Black Dragon Empire, the player population of the cities there would naturally soar. Hence, the market there for items would expand in spades. If she could nurture a batch of her own advanced lifestyle players now, her authority in Underworld would surely grow as well. Thinking up to this point, Yulan could not help but wish she could take action sooner. At this time, every minute and second was money. Unfortunately, while today should have been the day they went to the holy city of Titan, due to the system upgrade, the operation had been delayed. While every guild was busy holding meetings and deciding on how they should develop in the future, Shifeng himself arrived at the city hall of White River City. "How may I help you, sir?" The NPC beauty standing behind the VIP counter asked with a smile. In response, he calmly took out a purple gold, diamond-shaped token and said, "I wish to upgrade the Candlelight trading firm into a 3-star shop." Chapter 909. Shocking Star Moon Kingdom. After the female receptionist accepted the purple gold token and confirmed that there were no problems, she looked at Shifeng and said, "Sir, if you wish to promote your shop to 3-star status, you still have to pay an additional 3,000 gold reconstruction fee." Without hesitation, Shifeng handed 3,000 gold over to the receptionist. Previously, he had been busy with setting up a teleportation point. There had also been the matter of the mutated dragon. Back then, he simply had no time to check how much he had earned from the Blackwing auction house. Although Shifeng had spent 20,000 gold to purchase the engineering locomotive design from Sindhart, the 5,000 strengthening devices he sold at Blackwing City had made him a fortune. After deducting all the miscellaneous fees, he currently had close to 30,000 gold coins sitting in his pockets right now. If those first-rate guilds were to learn of this, they would definitely be green with envy. In truth, Shifeng had never imagined that the strengthening devices would be so welcome. The final 1,500 devices sold at a minimum price of 13 gold 15 silver. The combat guilds at Blackwing City had gone nuts over the device. It's a pity that the number of people who can produce the strengthening device is limited. Otherwise, with just the strengthening device, I could probably earn enough money to construct a city. Shifeng sighed inwardly. While the strengthening device forging design itself was already extremely rare, the forgers capable of producing the item at a profitable rate were even rarer. As a result, the number of designs he had on hand was much more than the number of forgers he had who were capable of producing the item. Right now, as players reached higher levels, their chances of obtaining the strengthening device forging design would rise. As the number of strengthening devices on the market increased, its price would definitely fall. By then, it would be very good if he could sell one for 8 or 9 gold. In another few months' time, even selling a strengthening device for 5 gold would be an extravagant dream. After Shifeng paid the fees and completed all the necessary procedures, as soon as he walked out of the city hall's entrance and was about to head back to the guild residence, a commotion broke out among players on the street. Did you hear? The Candlelight trading firm's shop has transformed again. Transformed? Could there be a new product? No, that's not it. The entire trading firm itself has undergone a transformation. Before, it was only a 5-story building. Now, it is 7 stories tall. Currently, it is only second to the NPC-operated Star Streak trading firm in terms of floors. What? Aren't the number of floors for shops fixed? That's right. That's why everyone suspects that Candlelight's shop has been promoted to a 3-star shop. What? Even the Black Dragon Empire had a 2-star shop appear in its imperial capital only recently. How can the Candlelight trading firm possibly upgrade to a 3-star shop so quickly? News of the Candlelight trading firm obtaining a 3-star shop spread like wildfire. Very quickly, every guild in the entire Star Moon Kingdom had found out about it. This incident completely offset the depression and silence brought on by the abyssal monsters. Just what is Zero Wing thinking? The abyssal monsters have already started to spread throughout the entire kingdom. White River City is even under siege right now. To upgrade a shop in White River City to 3 stars, isn't Zero Wing throwing good money after bad? Doesn't Zero Wing know that players have already begun migrating to other kingdoms and empires? Rather than constructing a 3-star shop in a city with a rapidly decreasing population, they might as well construct it in a small city in the Black Dragon Empire. When the various guilds received this news, their first reaction was to comment on Zero Wing's foolishness. Meanwhile, the guild that was the most excited about this news was naturally Overwhelming Smile, Zero Wing's longtime rival. Some guilds that wished to overtake Zero Wing also got a kick out of this development. Ha ha ha. Zero Wing is done for this time. It won't be able to rise back up even if it wanted to now. Initially, when Feng Xianyang received news of the Candlelight trading firm's promotion, he had been both shocked and envious. Overwhelming Smile had yet to possess even a single 2-star shop up to now, yet the Candlelight trading firm already had a 3-star shop. Shortly after, however, he started gloating over Zero Wing's misfortune. If not for the invasion of the abyssal monsters, the fact that the Candlelight trading firm possessed a 3-star shop would have indeed dealt a heavy blow to Overwhelming Smile's overwhelming trading firm, with the special workshop of 2-star shops as an example. Even a fool could imagine just how many more additional benefits a 3-star shop could bring. Even a meager increase in the number of special workshops would still greatly enhance the Candlelight trading firm's ability to nurture lifestyle players in the current God's domain. Economic battles between guilds were becoming increasingly important. This change in trend also led to Feng Xianyang loathing Yulan to the extreme. He deeply regretted not contesting for the rights of the overwhelming trading firm, allowing Yulan to obtain them instead. Right now, Yulan was already a very important figure in Underworld. Even he had to treat her with respect before Shifeng even walked into Zero Wing's residence. He could already hear the merriment coming from inside just moments ago. Melancholic Smile had even directly contacted Shifeng to report every functionality of the Candlelight trading firm's new 3-star shop. Her voice bubbling with excitement. Although the building itself had increased by only 2 floors, the difference between the functions of a 2-star shop and 3-star shop made Melancholic Smile think that she was dreaming. That was right. Dreaming. In order to develop itself, the Candlelight trading firm had recruited many lifestyle players. Some of the new hires had very good potential. The only thing they lacked was experience. Unfortunately, the Candlelight trading firm had only 5 special workshops. With 3 rooms reserved exclusively for Melancholic Smile, Cream Cocoa, and Roasted Iron Heart, only 2 were left for the others to use in turn and increase their production experience with this. The amount of time allotted for each lifestyle player was not calculated in hours or days, but in minutes. Generally, a lifestyle player with good potential would have roughly 30 minutes to learn and train inside a special workshop. Once every several days now, they had a total of 12 special workshops. Aside from the 3 reserved, they now had 9 special workshops for those with excellent potential to use. This would increase their efficiency over 4-fold. Finally, there was the basic meditation room, which was what truly shocked Melancholic Smile out of curiosity. She had spent 300 magic crystals to activate the room. Although the price was indeed costly, the effects of the room left her speechless. While inside the meditation room, her mind experienced a calm like never before. In that calm state, even the most complicated production procedures became very simple for her. As a result, her production success rate had risen by roughly 10% while her production speed had improved by at least 30% as well. Although this improvement might not seem like much, to lifestyle players like herself who frequently produced items, this improvement was extremely staggering. Currently, items that could raise production success rate by just 1% were selling for astronomical prices. Something that could offer an increase of 10% would be priceless. There was also the improvement in production speed, not to mention spending 300 magic crystals a day. Even spending 500 crystals would be worth it, so long as the meditation room was used to produce high-value items. If it were used only for items such as advanced whetstones, they would never be able to make up for the cost of using the room. Shifeng only gave some simple instructions regarding the meditation rooms and special workshops. At the same time, he also had Melancholic Smile start recruiting more lifestyle players from the general public. The 4th evolution of God's domain was not as simple as it appeared to be. Rather than the combat system, the lifestyle production system was the part that had truly evolved. Soon, lifestyle players would play a pivotal role in God's domain, just like combat players. Otherwise, a master forger wouldn't have attained such a high standing in society in the past, to the point where even the guild leader of a second-rate guild like himself had to treat them with respect. Back then, even the members of Shadow's board of directors had treated the guild's master forgers like their own babies. Chapter 9-10. Killing multiple birds with one stone. While the Candlelight trading firm was causing a huge commotion, over 100 people were currently gathered inside the meeting room of Zero Wing's guild residence. Every person present was a core member of Zero Wing. Not only did everyone possess very high levels, but even the equipment they wore could easily make expert players of God's domain envious. While the general public considered level 35 dark gold equipment rare, it was just basic equipment for them. As for their combat standards, every one of them could easily reach the 5th floor of the trial tower or higher. Experts capable of reaching the trial tower's 5th floor could easily become a first-rate expert in a city with a player population of over 100,000. Nevertheless, all these experts were gazing at the figure seated on the guild leader's throne with eyes filled with reverence and shock. The reason for their reverence was the identity of the man before them. He was a legendary character who had single-handedly established Zero Wing and developed the upstart guild to its current overbearing state. The man was even the publicly acknowledged #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom, and until now, he still maintained his indomitable record. As for the reason for their shock when they looked at Shifeng, it was his level at this moment. Shifeng had not done anything to hide his level. As long as one paid a little attention, they would be able to see it. Level 42. Even the current top players in Empires were only level 39 at best. They were also still relatively far from reaching level 40. Previously, when Fire Dance and the others had revealed themselves to be at level 40, the other core members had already been flabbergasted. Although there was just a difference of 1 level between them and the top players of Empires, the amount of EXP required to cross this gap was massive now. Shifeng was even more terrifying. He was actually 2 levels higher than Fire Dance and the others, not to mention the other core members present. Even Fire Dance and her team were staggered. After all, when they had last met, Shifeng was only level 40. In just a short time, Shifeng had actually managed to pull ahead of them by 2 levels. His leveling speed was simply ludicrous. Guild leader, everyone's here already, Aqua Rose said softly to Shifeng after checking the entire meeting room. Nodding, Shifeng swept a glance at everyone present and said seriously, I've asked you all to gather here for 2 matters. The first matter is that Zero Wing is going to start branching out and developing at the Twin Towers Kingdom and the Black Dragon Empire. The exact locations where we'll be setting up the branches have also been determined already. When the time comes, I'll have you all split up to these 2 locations. I'll also set up a new main force in both of these locations. As for who will become part of this main force, I'll be choosing them from the guild's elite members. Of course, you all can put in your recommendations as well. The treatment provided will be the same as Star Moon Kingdom's main force. Truthfully speaking, Shifeng did not wish to develop outward so quickly. However, now that God's domain had experienced its 4th evolution, the economic war involving lifestyle classes had also officially begun. Even if he did not wish to develop Zero Wing in other kingdoms, He had no choice but to do so. Without sufficient resources, it would be impossible for them to contend against other large guilds before Shifeng was done speaking. Everyone present had already fallen into a daze. Even Aqua Rose, the vice leader of Zero Wing, was shocked at this news. Although Zero Wing expanding to other countries was something that was bound to happen sooner or later, she had never imagined that that day would come so quickly. Or to put it in another way, they had long since grown impatient waiting for the arrival of this day. Currently, Zero Wing simply had too many members. While playing virtual reality games, guilds always had one big problem to face: the limited amount of resources in an area. If a guild wished to develop and grow stronger, it needed to secure more resource-rich areas for itself. Otherwise, sooner or later, it would face resource deprivation due to their constantly increasing member count. Then the amount of resources each guild member could receive would decrease, which would affect the overall development speed of the guild members. This problem was also the reason why first-rate guilds would spread their roots throughout multiple kingdoms and empires. The influence of the major powers of the virtual gaming world spanned several dozens of countries. However, one thing that confused everyone was Shifeng's choice to develop at the Twin Towers Kingdom and the Black Dragon Empire. Setting aside how muddy the waters were at the Black Dragon Empire and the fact that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was Zero Wing's enemy, just the Twin Towers Kingdom was already a huge problem. The Twin Towers Kingdom was infested with abyssal monsters. The players living there were scrambling to leave, yet Zero Wing was actually choosing to charge into the kingdom. The situation in the Twin Towers Kingdom was much more severe than Star Moon Kingdoms. There was simply no way for them to level up there. Just how were they supposed to develop themselves? Guild leader: abyssal monsters have already conquered the Twin Towers Kingdom. Why don't we consider developing at the Purple Thorns Kingdom, the kingdom west of Star Moon Kingdom? The abyssal monsters haven't reached there. Moreover, the two first-rate guilds in that kingdom have constantly been at each other's necks all this time. With our guild's strength, we can easily make a place for ourselves there. In addition, the Purple Thorns Kingdom is rich in herbs. Our guild will have a much easier time procuring herbs if we develop there. Aqua Rose suggested hurriedly. She had long since made ample preparations regarding Zero Wing's development, only she never bothered making suggestions. As Shifeng had always said that the time was not right yet. The Candlelight trading firm was the largest source of economic power for Zero Wing. With the Purple Thorns Kingdom's abundance of herbs, they could definitely advance the Candlelight trading firm a step further. They would no longer have to rely on external sources to obtain their herbs. If they developed properly, they could definitely achieve self-sufficiency in herbs and greatly reduce the expenses of the Candlelight trading firm. The players in the room voiced their agreement with Aqua Rose's suggestion one after another. The current combat power of Zero Wing's elite members was in no way inferior to a first-rate guild's. In addition, they also had quite a number of experts in the guild now. Even if they sent only a portion of their forces, they should not have any problem handling the threats present in the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Moreover, Zero Wing already possessed several plots of land in the cities of the Purple Thorns Kingdom. With this foundation, they would be able to construct a guild residence in that kingdom right away. One could say that the Purple Thorns Kingdom was the best option by far. While the Purple Thorns Kingdom is indeed a good option, the Twin Towers Kingdom is much better, Shifeng replied, shaking his head. Better? All the core members were filled with questions as they looked at Shifeng. They simply could not figure out what exactly was good about branching out to a place infested with abyssal monsters. I know that you all are worried about the abyssal monsters, but that is also the greatest opportunity for Zero Wing. Shifeng naturally understood everyone's worries. In their shoes, he too would have chosen to branch out to the Purple Thorns Kingdom. However, he now had both the ancient abyssal book and the teleportation magic array in his possession. Regarding the threat of powerful abyssal monsters, he could just set up multiple barriers and allow his guild members to grind at high-resource maps safely. There was also no need to worry about other guilds and players coming to contest for those locations. In addition, they could also gain honor points by killing low-level abyssal monsters now that the guilds originally residing in the Twin Towers Kingdom had left. Although the lands of the kingdom's capital remained in the hands of these guilds, as long as Zero Wing paid some coins, it could still buy one or two plots of land located near the heart of the city without any difficulty. Had he chosen to branch out to other kingdoms, Zero Wing couldn't even dream of obtaining the central lands of the top 10 major cities in these kingdoms, much less the central lands of the capital city. Nobody would be willing to sell them anything at all. Even if there was a willing seller, that price would not be one that Zero Wing would be willing to bear. Furthermore, the Twin Towers Kingdom was a country of ore. In terms of ore-related resources, it was only slightly inferior to the Storm Empire. At the end of the day, the Candlelight trading firm focused mainly on forging. Ore was something that it could not lack. Hence, developing at the Twin Towers Kingdom was akin to killing multiple birds with one stone, following which, Feng cleverly hid the matter of the ancient abyssal book, simply telling everyone that he had discovered many special areas not assaulted by the abyssal monsters. Afterwards, as long as he set up teleportation points at these locations, they would be able to level up without worrying about abyssal monsters or other players, essentially turning those locations into Zero Wing's backyard. When they heard Feng's reason, everyone's eyes sparkled, anticipation filling their hearts. Nobody present was a noob. They knew full well just how valuable an uncontested high-resource map was. Otherwise, the various large guilds would not fight over these high-resource maps. However, no one knew that Feng had actually concealed another important reason for his choice to develop at the Twin Towers Kingdom, the large-scale regional dungeon, Tower of Time. Chapter 9:11. Tower of Time. The Twin Towers Kingdom was named such because of its two ancient towers within the kingdom's boundaries. These ancient towers had existed in God's domain for a long time. Their age could no longer be verified among these two towers. One was the Tower of Time. It was also the Twin Towers Kingdom's sole, large-scale regional dungeon. Like the dungeon in the Stoneclaw Mountains, this dungeon was set to Azura mode. However, the Tower of Time's level was much higher, thus it was more difficult to raid. Meanwhile, the Tower of Time's fame throughout God's domain had not only been due to its abundance of magic crystals, but its bosses also had a chance of dropping the 7 luminaries crystals. The level requirement just to enter the Tower of Time was level 50 inches. The past, when mainstream players had been around level 50. The mind space system had not yet launched in God's domain. As a result, everyone had treated the Tower of Time like an ordinary regional dungeon that produced large quantities of magic crystals. Even when people killed the many bosses inside the dungeon and obtained the 7 luminaries crystal, nobody knew their true value. The various large guilds had simply treated as the 7 luminaries crystal as a high-end item to use or trade. Only after the mind space system launched did everyone realize their blunder. The guilds that used or traded their 7 luminaries crystal had nearly choked to death with anger. Regional dungeons all had level limits that prevented anyone below or above a certain level from entering. When the mind space system had been introduced, God's domain had been operating for over a year. Players' average level had already been beyond the Tower of Time's limit of level 70. Hence, it had been practically impossible for guilds to rely on their main forces to grind the bosses for 7 luminaries crystals. Meanwhile, when one wanted to enter the Tower of Time, aside from the level requirement, one needed a space-time crystal. A single space-time crystal could allow 100 players into the Tower of Time. However, only the monsters near the tower dropped the space-time crystals, and its drop rate wasn't very high. This greatly restricted the number of players who could enter the dungeon in this life. Before everyone knew the importance of the Tower of Time, Feng intended to take advantage of the situation and grind for space-time crystals. Once Zero Wing's core members reached level 50, they could get a head start over the other guilds, raiding the Tower of Time. After Feng explained his plans for the guild's expansion to everyone, he continued with notifying everyone about Zero Wing's preparation to nurture a large batch of internal experts. Guild leader, if we try to recruit members now, it will be far less effective than our past recruitment campaigns. After all, nobody knows if White River City will hold off the abyssal monsters. Moreover, even if the magic array holds, it is still extremely dangerous for players to go out to level up. On the off chance that one encounters a high-level abyssal monster, a team wipe is practically a guarantee. Based on my investigation, a portion of players have already moved to the Black Dragon Empire. Moreover, many of our guild members are worried about this crisis. This really isn't a good time to recruit members. We would be better off holding a mass recruitment campaign after we secure a foothold in the Black Dragon Empire. It would be more effective to wait. Saying so, Aqua Rose handed Feng a statistics report, which clearly displayed White River City's situation. Due to the abyssal monsters, the city's teleportation fee had been temporarily removed. Currently, over 5% of White River City's player population had relocated. Among these players, the majority had migrated to the Black Dragon Empire. As time passed, more players would relocate to continue their development. Don't worry about it. Start preparing for recruitment and assessment work. We will soon make up for those who chose to head elsewhere to develop, Feng said as he read the report. The situation was much better than his initial prediction. Make up for. Aqua Rose was slightly confused. However, since Feng had already spoken, she did not probe into the matter any further. She trusted Feng's judgment. Feng simply smiled at Aqua Rose's confusion. He then issued further instructions regarding the recruitment campaign. Everyone's worries about the abyssal monsters capturing the city were unnecessary. The Abyss Passage had been activated in the Twin Towers Kingdom. The powerful NPCs guarding the border had held back most of the strongest abyssal monsters. As for the remaining powerful abyssal monsters, almost all of them were busy besieging the various major cities. Hence, when the players belonging to the neighboring kingdoms and empires ventured out to level up, they just needed to be a little more careful of their surroundings. Things were not so severe that their livelihoods in their countries had been severed. This was just like an addition of several bosses, which should not be provoked, in everyone's leveling maps. The Abyss invasion was not as severe as everyone thought. On the contrary. Due to the temporarily removed teleportation fees in affected cities, players now had more affordable leveling spots to choose from. Moreover, even if everyone failed to notice this, he could stealthily spread the message himself. In addition, there would soon be a teleportation array linked to a grinding area in the Twin Towers Kingdom. By then, the countless players who wanted to change classes would swarm to White River City. They didn't need to worry about a lack of players in the city once the teleportation array was set up. They also wouldn't need to worry about lacking development funds, as Shifeng arranged for Blackie to lead the Dark Gods Legion's elites to power level the newcomers from the Big Dipper dojo. Aqua Rose approached and whispered, "Guild leader, Miss Phoenix Rain has arrived and is waiting in the reception room. She says that she has brought what you requested." "She's finally here." Shifeng nodded. He then left the remaining matters to Aqua Rose while he met Phoenix Rain. Inside the elegant, stunning reception room, Phoenix Rain sat quietly by the windowsill, a black cloak draped over her back. When Shifeng entered the room, her gaze promptly moved away from the Zero Wing members walking around the first-floor hall and to Shifeng level 42. Phoenix Rain was stunned currently. She knew of several people who had reached level 40 in the Empire. However, these people had used special methods to achieve their level. Take herself for example. She was an elementalist. Not only had she learned several AoE attack spells, but she also had a large number of elite members to assist her leveling progress. Her leveling speed was already fast. However, even now, she was over 30% away from reaching level 40. Yet Shifeng had already reached level 42. Phoenix Pavilion Master. "May I see the Lakeheart City's deed?" Shifeng asked. He smiled in response to Phoenix Rain's surprise. "Here, take a look." Phoenix Rain quickly recovered her composure and took out a deed for a land in Lakeheart City. "This is the only deed I can give you. Even if you're not satisfied, I cannot change it." Not bad. Although it cannot compare to a golden land, it still has relatively high potential, Shifeng said with satisfaction after examining the deed. With this deed, Zero Wing could secure a foothold in the Black Dragon Empire. What followed next would depend on how things progressed on Melancholic Smile's side. Once they were ready, Zero Wing would officially start pushing its way into the Black Dragon Empire. Elsewhere, a large crowd of players had gathered before the 7-story-tall Candlelight trading firm. It was even more lively than during normal times. While many among the crowd were lifestyle players, the majority consisted of sightseers. After all, nobody had ever seen a 3-star shop before. They were all quite curious about the differences between a 3-star shop and a 2-star shop. This was especially true for lifestyle players. Not long ago, the Candlelight trading firm had published a shocking message. The Candlelight trading firm was currently recruiting lifestyle players, regardless of rank. It did not care if one was an apprentice, who had just started, or someone far along the path of their lifestyle. As long as they could pass the simple entrance test, they could become an official member of the Candlelight trading firm. High achievers would even get the opportunity to improve themselves in the special workshop. This was a benefit that could not be found anywhere else throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom and even God's domain. After all, special workshops were simply too rare. Most trading firms only allowed their most skilled and trustworthy members to utilize their limited special workshops. Ordinary people had no hope of enjoying this particular benefit. Chapter 912. Bottomless Candlelight Trading Firm. Chapter 912. Bottomless Candlelight Trading Firm. The news of the Candlelight Trading Firm mass recruiting lifestyle players spread like wildfire. It wasn't just limited to White River City. Very quickly, everyone throughout Star Moon Kingdom heard about the opportunity. The official forums buzzed with activity. What? This can't be true, right? The Candlelight Trading Firm is actually recruiting members without any rank restrictions? I heard that Candlelight wants to recruit a lot of people this time. I wonder if an intermediate apprentice like myself has a chance? I remember that, when Heaven's Burial recruited lifestyle players, applicants needed to be at least advanced apprentice rank with a 65% success rate or higher to pass their assessment. However, Heaven's Burial still doesn't have a 2-star shop. Candlelight's assessment will probably be extremely difficult. Currently, lifestyle players grew more important by the day. However, It was extremely difficult for a lifestyle player to make a name for themselves if they had to rely on their own strength. This was because lifestyle players needed a lot of resources for their practice. The more important a lifestyle class was, the more resources they needed to improve. Moreover, the further a lifestyle player progressed, the more valuable were their required resources. Hence, if a lifestyle player did not join a guild, it would become extremely difficult for them to grow stronger. Just hours after the Candlelight trading firm announced its recruitment campaign, thousands of players had lined up outside the firm's 3-star shop in White River City, and the crowd was still growing. Melancholic Smile arranged for these lifestyle players to take the firm's assessment. One after another. The test was very simple. Lifestyle players were required to produce a tool or item corresponding to their ranks, and they would be given a pass as long as they achieved a success rate of above 60%. What, exactly, is Zero Wing trying to do? When the various large guilds heard the news, they immediately assumed that Zero Wing had gone nuts. Although lifestyle players were important, one needed to invest a lot of resources to nurture profitable lifestyle players. Moreover, a loss was guaranteed during the early nurturing stages. Hence, when guilds like themselves recruited lifestyle players, they set their requirements very high and would only recruit a limited number. Otherwise, the expenditure would do more harm than good. Yet, not only was Zero Wing recruiting lifestyle players regardless of rank, but it had also significantly lowered the assessment's difficulty. During Zero Wing's previous recruitment campaigns for lifestyle players, it had required a success rate of 70% or higher in just half an hour. Zero Wing had recruited over 30 lifestyle players. Among them, only 7 were advanced apprentice rank, while the others were below that. This outcome worried the lifestyle players still outside of the Candlelight trading firm. They were afraid that the available slots would be taken up before their turn arrived. Contrary to expectations, however, more lifestyle players were accepted. Very quickly, over 100 players had been accepted into the firm. However, the Candlelight trading firm showed no signs of stopping its recruitment. Seeing this, the spies the various guilds had sent reported this information to their respective guilds. They have accepted over 100 apprentices. Has Zero Wing's upper management lost their minds? Could a 3-star shop really be that powerful? The various guilds that had received this message were stunned. Normally, they would only recruit around 40 lifestyle players when they gained an additional 1-star shop. If they recruited any more, there wouldn't be enough workshops and resources to go around. After the Candlelight trading firm upgraded one of its 2-star shop to 3-star status, the building had only gained 2 floors. Generally, it would be a miracle if they could recruit 200 players. Big Sis Melancholic, should we raise the assessment bar? At this rate, we'll fill the new workshops. It will be a pity if we miss out on any talented newcomers later on, Cream Cocoa asked worriedly as she watched the thousands of people lined up outside of the building relax. I'm actually concerned that we won't be able to recruit enough people. Melancholic Smile smiled bitterly. Not enough people? How is that possible? There are thousands of people outside right now. If we leave the bar at a 60% success rate, at least 400 or 500 of them should pass. How is that not enough people? Cream Cocoa was no longer the noob she had been when she had first started playing God's Domain. She knew that, although lifestyle players who could achieve a 60% success rate were rare, with the base number being so high, a frightening number of people could pass the assessment. 500 lifestyle players was not a small crowd. Even an ordinary second-rate guild could not afford to nurture so many. Furthermore, the Candlelight trading firm was already saturated with lifestyle players. With the extra workshops that came with the 2 additional floor spaces, the most they could afford to recruit was around 300 lifestyle players. Any more and they would have to rent workshops from the lifestyle associations. However, renting workshops would massively burden their finances. 400 or 500 really isn't enough. The guild leader has already determined that we need to recruit 1,200 players, Melancholic Smile chuckled. With just the lifestyle players in front of us, we will probably won't reach that goal. Hopefully, more players will show up. Cream Cocoa was rendered speechless. Lifestyle players were only a small minority of the player population in God's Domain. In addition, the various guilds often held recruitment campaigns of their own. Gathering 1,200 qualified lifestyle players was a colossal task. Unfortunately, Cream Cocoa had another concern. Where were they going to house all of these lifestyle players? Elsewhere, Feng had completed his trade with Phoenix Rain in the city hall and officially gained the deed to a plot of land in Lakeheart City. This is the information we have obtained on the Evil Dragon battle team. Take a look. The match is in 2 days. I look forward to the Azura battle team's performance, Phoenix Rain said. smiling pleasantly as she handed Shifeng the information she had collected on the enemy battle team and the time, venue and rules for the next battle. She was in a good mood after obtaining the 10,000 gold from Shifeng. The Miracle Guild? Shifeng was slightly surprised after a general glance through the information. We have only discovered this after the system upgrade, Phoenix Rain said solemnly. You mustn't underestimate the Miracle Guild. Although it is a super first-rate guild like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Miracle's foundation is much stronger than ours. It can even contend with super guilds. When the time comes, the Evil Dragon Battle Team's roster will undergo a complete change. You best prepare for the match. Although Phoenix Rain had said as much, she did not think that the Azura Battle Team had any chance of winning after all. The Azura Battle Team had exposed too many of its trump cards. The Miracle Guild would definitely come prepared. If Miracle went all out in this match, the Azura Battle Team would be overwhelmed. After all, the difference between each side's strength was immense. Phoenix Rain only prayed that the Miracle Guild would not take the match too seriously. This way, she could haul in another fortune. Shifeng nodded silently in response to Phoenix Rain's advice. In truth, even without Phoenix Rain's warning, Shifeng knew just how powerful the Miracle Guild was in his previous life. When a Tier 3 mysterious flame had appeared in God's domain, the various large guilds had employed all sorts of methods to obtain it. In the end, however, a dozen or so experts from the Miracle Guild had secured the flame. Among the guild's experts that had fought for the mysterious flame, 2 other super guilds' top combatants had been present. That battle had become a classic within God's domain. To put it simply, defeating the Miracle Guild-led Evil Dragon Battle Team would be extremely difficult for the Azura Battle Team. As Shifeng hurried towards the Candlelight trading firm, a party of 6 arrived in the teleportation hall in White River City. The instant these players appeared, they became the main focus within the hall. Their equipment was too gorgeous to ignore. Even the lowest quality equipment was dark gold rank. As for these players' levels, that was even more impressive. Of the 6 players, 2 were level 40, while the remaining 4 were level 39. Even in an empire, this group would be a force to be reckoned with, much less White River City. So this is White River City? The standard of the players here is quite high. We're not here to sightsee. Focus on the task at hand. Let's head over to Zero Wing to have a look. Chapter 913. Intermediate Shop. After these 6 players conversed among themselves, they left the teleportation hall and stepped onto the busy street. As everyone watched, as soon as the group left the building, the leading white-haired, middle-aged man carrying a black and white spear summoned a giant snow-white wolf. The wolf was even larger than a lion. An assassin, wearing dark gray leather armor with 2 blood-red daggers hanging from his waist, summoned a black warhorse beside the middle-aged man. The warhorse sported silver armor and looked far more majestic than the horses NPC soldiers used. The instant these 2 mounts appeared, they had immediately attracted the attention of every player on the street. Damn, who are those people? Their mounts are definitely not common rank. You're right. I've never seen any common mounts that look that cool. At the very least, they should be bronze, maybe mysterious iron, mounts. To current players, even common mounts were a luxury, not to mention mounts ranked bronze or above. Hence, when the players on the street saw these mounts, both envy and admiration filled their hearts. Some beautiful female players even sent the white-haired man on the giant wolf flirtatious glances. Nowadays, God's domain was increasingly popular. One frequently saw the game mentioned in the news. Moreover, powerful guilds were offering annual salaries ranging from 500,000 credits to 6 million credits, depending on a player's strength. To ordinary people, this was an astronomical amount of money. Seeing as the white-haired man rode a bronze mount or greater at this stage of the game, his salary must have been in the 7-digit range. Boss Blood, I think those beauties are interested in you. An elementalist, who wore a robe embroidered with runic symbols and exuded a refined air, poked fun at the white-haired berserker leading his group. It's a pity that these beauties will never catch Boss Blood's eyes. After all, his heart already belongs to someone. Why won't these beauties look at me instead? A level 39 skinny, male swordsman said as he side-masked. You really should learn a thing or two from the boss. If you put more effort into your improvement, you would have already reached level 40 and could amount to woo those beauties. The male assassin on the black mare snorted. How can I possibly compare to Boss Blood? Even now I have not passed the test or obtained a title, unlike you, Kiran, who obtained your title half a year ago, the swordsman named Masked Angel said enviously. All right, that's enough chit-chat. Focus on our task. I will head to Zero Wing with Kiran. The rest of you, catch up with a carriage. The leading berserker named Bloodsucker ordered sternly. Immediately, everyone fell silent and did as they were told. The 4 level 39s rode an advanced horse carriage and followed Bloodsucker and Kieran towards Zero Wings Guild residence. Although the advanced horse carriage was fast, it was still slightly slower than the Snow White Wolf and Black Warhorse. As a result, the gap between the two groups gradually increased. The party caused a commotion everywhere they went. Meanwhile, the Candlelight trading firm's entrance was overcrowded before anyone knew it. The Candlelight trading firm had recruited over 300 lifestyle players. With this number, everyone could see how powerful the firm's foundations were. The other trading firms in Star Moon Kingdom could not compare to this guild leader. We've reached our recruitment limits for the moment. Any more and we'll have to send these people to the lifestyle associations. Melancholic Smile reported worriedly as she looked at the numerous files on the newcomers. 1,200 people. This was already beyond what the Candlelight trading firm could handle. If they really recruited this many people, they would lose money each day. Rather than make it, it's fine. Bring all of the information you have on the Candlelight's branch shops, Shifeng instructed, waving his hand dismissively and chuckling. In God's domain, shops were officially categorized by star ranks. However, one could also categorize a shop by its size. Players in his previous life had realized his and summarized the differences. There were a total of 4 categories: basic shop, intermediate shop, advanced shop, and special shop. To begin with, 1-star and 2-star shops fell under the basic shop category. A basic shop could only accommodate a limited number of lifestyle players, and a firm had to rely on numbers to make up for the lack of space. A basic shop's assistance it could provide to lifestyle players was also quite limited. The intermediate shop category included 3-star shops to 5-star shops. In terms of size, intermediate shops were massively different than basic shops. As long as a shop reached 3-star status, it gained far more room than a 2-star shop. Hence, when the various guilds opened their own shops, while it was relatively easy to upgrade a 1-star shop to 2-star status, it was many times more difficult to upgrade a 2-star shop to a 3-star shop naturally. Upgrading from an intermediate shop to an advanced shop was even more difficult. Meanwhile, the benefits an intermediate shop could provide became more obvious. The basic meditation room was a primary example. After Shifeng's command, Melancholic Smile compiled all of the information she had on every Candlelight's branch shop and handed the files to Shifeng. Not only was the compiled information detailed, but it was also easy to understand. So far, the Candlelight trading firm had a total of 25 shops. Among them, 24 were branch shops. These branch shops covered 22 cities. The fact that the firm had expanded so much was partly due to Phoenix Rain's secret assistance. Her help had allowed the Candlelight trading firm to set up shops in the cities of a few neighboring countries. Moreover, she had only sold the shops to Shifeng at a price slightly higher than the initial cost. Phoenix Rain is certainly dedicated in her work. Shifeng smiled slightly after reading the information. Among the many shops, 6 were within the Black Dragon Empire. Moreover, 5 of these shops were in cities with a player population in the millions. In addition, there were 6 shops in the kingdom's neighboring Star Moon Kingdom. Among them, 4 were in the Purple Thorns Kingdom. All 4 of these shops were in the top 10 most populated cities in the kingdom. As for the remaining 2 branch shops, they were in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Unfortunately, most of the kingdom had fallen into ruin, and only the capital city remained standing. Shifeng had to admit that it was beneficial to cooperate with a major power. Without Phoenix Rain's help, Shifeng would have to exhaust himself to no end to achieve a similar result, and this would have greatly impacted his personal growth. Based on this alone, one could see how frightening the foundations of God's domain's major powers were. Currently, Zero Wing's advantage only lay in the fact that it had a lot of liquid funds. However, this did not mean that the game's major powers were poorer than Zero Wing. Rather, these powers reinvested most of the money they earned into valuable lands. Although Zero Wing had a lot of money on hand, it didn't have anywhere to invest in terms of capital turnover. The difference between Zero Wing and these major powers was obvious at a glance. I will have to thank Phoenix Rain. I would have had a hard time using up these 5 slots otherwise. Shifeng then chose 5 branch shops and upgraded them to 2-star shops. When upgrading these shops to 2-star status, he saved far more money by using the special rights of a 3-star shop than when he had used a promotion order. Each shop only cost 600 gold to upgrade. With this, he only needed to spend 3,000 gold to obtain 5 2-star shops. Meanwhile, of the 5 shops Shifeng chose, 3 were in the Black Dragon Empire, with one of them in Lakeheart City. As for the remaining 2 slots, he used one on a shop in the Purple Thorns Kingdom, and the other on the shop in the Twin Towers Kingdom's capital. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. The reconstruction of the 5 branch shops completed fairly quickly. Only 10 minutes after Shifeng chose to upgrade them, the 5 one-star shops evolved into 2-star shops. Although the number of items that the shop could sell had not changed, it could accommodate far more lifestyle players. The additional space was more than enough for the 1,200 lifestyle players the Candlelight trading firm wanted to recruit. God's Domain was already developing faster than Shifeng had expected. When Shifeng had first obtained the 3-star shop promotion order, he had not intended to recruit so many lifestyle players. At most, he had planned to recruit around 500 or 600 players. However, after the game's 4th evolution, items became more complicated to produce, and this, in turn, would impact production speeds after the system upgrade. Melancholic Smile had calculated the statistics of everyone's production speed within the trading firm. To put it simply, the more advanced an item was, the more its production speed had been affected. For common items such as whetstones, production speed had experienced roughly a 15% reduction. As for items such as advanced whetstones, their production had slowed by around 20%. In other words, if a lifestyle player was capable of producing 5 advanced whetstones within a certain time before the system upgrade, then now, they were only capable of producing 4 advanced whetstones within the same period. As for items that only intermediate forgers or higher could craft, such as the strengthening device, their production speed had decreased by roughly 40%. Before the system upgrade, the Candlelight trading firm had not been able to produce many strengthening devices each day. Now the item's output was pitifully low. Unfortunately, Shifeng had already agreed to hand over 10 bronze mounts and 2,000 strengthening devices to the secret pavilion within 5 days, as well as the rest of the items within 12 days after the system update completed. If he failed to do so, not only would he have to return the 10 black cards he had received, but he would also be out of the items he had already paid. Hence, Shifeng was very short on time. If he wished to increase production speed, he had 2 options: increase his current workforce's success rates or grow his workforce, as there was a limit to how much he could raise a lifestyle player's success rate. His only viable option was to bolster his workforce. However, Shifeng did not have much hope of nurturing a large batch of excellent lifestyle players from the new recruits. Rather, he wanted the new advanced apprentices to take on the workload of the firm's basic forgers, while the basic forgers would take on the intermediate forgers' work. In turn, the intermediate forgers would take care of the advanced forgers' workload. This way, he would have a higher chance of completing his task within the allotted time. Following which, Shifeng explained his plans to Melancholic Smile and had her begin preparations. After all, it would not be easy to sort so many people in a short time. Guild leader, I'm afraid that this will be very difficult to accomplish. Even with the help of the special workshop, Coco, Uncle Ironheart, and I only have a 40% success rate with the strengthening devices. Even if the firm's intermediate forgers have the help of the special workshop, they will only have, at most, around a 15% success rate. With such a low success rate, we'll be lucky if we break even, let alone make a profit. Melancholic Smile was very familiar with the success rates of the trading firm's forgers, as she usually analyzed the trading firm's statistics. Although a 15% forging success rate seemed relatively high, when one started the actual work, they would most likely fail 10 out of 10 tries. Based on her analysis, only with a 20% success rate would a forger have a chance of succeeding once out 10 tries. Only after reaching a 25% success rate would a forger notice a qualitative change. Once a forger reached that milestone, they would generally succeed once or twice out of 10 tries. If they allowed intermediate forgers to produce the strengthening device, they would be pushing their luck. Cream Coco, who stood beside Melancholic Smile, nodded her agreement. After a long period of research and experimentation, she decided that, as long as the system calculated success rate was below 20%, she would give up on making the item. After all, her chances of successfully crafting the item were too low. Even if she did produce the item, the firm would only take a loss. Wasting money was one thing, but wasting resources was another thing altogether. The resources in God's domain were limited. The materials required to produce advanced items were even rarer. It would be foolish to produce an item without guaranteed success. Look at this, Shifeng said, chuckling as he retrieved a fist-sized, aqua-blue ingot and placed it on the table. Immediately, Melancholic Smile and Coco were stunned. The mana the ore faintly emitted was actually denser than the mana from the magic crystal. When the 2 forgers clicked to read the item's introduction, their jaws dropped. Guild leader, where did you get this? Melancholic Smile locked her eyes with Shifeng's, excitement evident on her face. Do you have a lot of them? Mysterious flames were extremely rare in God's domain. They were so rare that, even after a long investigation, Melancholic Smile had not found any clues leading to a single mysterious flame. She only knew about mysterious flames to begin with because of the ice blue devil flame in the Candlelight trading firm's special workshops. Shifeng had left behind this mysterious flame. However, after one obtained a mysterious flame, they could only place it in up to 3 workshops. If not for the ice blue devil flame, They would not have reached a 40% success rate with the strengthening devices, however. The mana source ore was the perfect item to make up for their lack of mysterious flames. The intermediate mana source or Shifeng had revealed could grant an ordinary flame the effects of a tier 3 mysterious flame. The only downside was that, unlike true mysterious flames that could be used indefinitely, the ore was only effective for 30 minutes with the aid of a tier 3 mysterious flame. The intermediate forgers could at least reach a 25% success rate with the strengthening devices. If they had a large stock of intermediate mana source ore, these intermediate forgers could definitely produce the strengthening devices. Currently, the Candlelight trading firm had close to 20 intermediate forgers, more than their strengthening device forging designs. If they allowed 3 intermediate forgers with the highest success rates to learn their 3 remaining forging designs, they could double their production team. Meanwhile, if the 3 of them utilize the intermediate mana source ore, their success rate might even exceed 50%. Including the basic meditation rooms effects, if they forged strengthening devices non-stop, they might achieve a production volume of more than 700 devices. Rather than suffering a slower production rate due to the system upgrade, they could significantly increase their production. They could absolutely hit the target Shifeng had requested. Relax. I have enough for your needs. Shifeng nodded, laughing. He then took out a table-sized design and unfurled it. This was none other than the bronze engineering locomotive design that he had purchased from Sind Heart. Melancholic, you're the most familiar with the trading firm's people. Look for a few trustworthy engineers and alchemists and work with them to produce this item. After glancing at the design and its name, Melancholic's smile was thoroughly stupefied. Cream Cocoa stared at the design as if she were looking at a priceless treasure, her eyes sparkling brightly. Although the design before them was an engineering design, the manufacturing procedure involved 3 classes: engineers, forgers, and alchemists, the 3 major lifestyle classes. Moreover, the manufacturing procedure required a lot of its crafters. The engineering locomotive was far more difficult to manufacture than the strengthening device. One mistake could lead to failure. Chapter 9:15. Difference in mounts. Mounts' importance to players went without saying. Even Melancholic's smile and Cream Cocoa understood the importance of any mount, not to mention bronze mounts. Currently, God's Domain's elite and expert players moved ever closer to level 40. However, how could common mounts possibly satisfy these experts? Unfortunately, obtaining a bronze mount was easier said than done. Even large guilds could only get their hands on a few, and these mounts were usually reserved for the guild's upper echelons. The other members could only dream of riding one. If it were truly possible to produce bronze mounts, they would sell tens of times better than the strengthening device. However, the engineering locomotive was extremely difficult to manufacture. At the very minimum, they needed an advanced engineer, an advanced forger, and an advanced alchemist to have any possibility of success. Even if they were equipped with a variety of support tools, they'd be lucky if they had even a 30% success rate of producing the locomotive. In addition, manufacturing the engineering locomotive was a tedious process. It would take a very long time just to produce one. Producing one per day would be an impressive feat. Guild leader, this engineering locomotive is too difficult to manufacture. It also requires so many materials. Even if we successfully produce one, the cost will be astounding. Are we really going to make this, regardless of the cost? Melancholic Smile's lips twitched slightly as she read the listed materials recorded on the design. The hardest part of crafting the engineering locomotive would be the power unit. The power unit alone required 30 magic crystals. Other components, such as alchemy arrays, also required magic crystals. After taking all of the miscellaneous components into account, they needed a total of 50 magic crystals to produce one engineering locomotive. In addition, the mount's manufacturing required certain rare materials such as fine steel ingots. A fine steel ingot was the product of refining fine iron with other materials, and one only had a chance of obtaining fine iron from mining hematite ore in the market. A refined steel ingot cost around 30 silver. That was practically the equivalent of a piece of level 30 bronze equipment. However, there were fewer refined steel ingots available on the market than level 30 bronze equipment. Meanwhile, the engineering locomotive required 20 refined iron ingots, a total cost of 6 gold. Based on market value, producing a single bronze engineering locomotive cost roughly 25 gold. In reality though, as most of the materials could be sourced from their guild, they wouldn't have to spend that much. Even so, the final cost would still be around 20 gold. Based on their current success rate, it could cost anywhere from 100 gold to 160 gold to craft one engineering locomotive. Meanwhile, a single bronze mount currently sold for around 300 gold. It was not nearly as profitable as the strengthening devices. The only advantage the engineering locomotive had was its demand. If they offered the mounts for sale, someone would buy them if the price were reasonable. If they wished to save more money, they would need the help of a master engineer. Although there was only a single rank difference between an advanced engineer and a master engineer, the latter could increase the success rate of producing the engineering locomotive by around 30%. After including the bonuses from various tools, they could achieve a success rate of 60% or higher. With such a high success rate, they could reduce their total cost to 40 gold or lower. They could also produce the mounts much faster. How many advanced engineers do we have right now? Shifeng realized how high the production cost was. However, he had already signed an agreement with the secret pavilion. They had to manufacture the engineering locomotives regardless of the cost. Moreover, producing the engineering locomotive would allow lifestyle classes to rapidly gain proficiency. We only have 2 people at the moment. There are 3 others who are close to reaching the advanced engineer rank, Melancholic Smile replied. 2. Shifeng frowned. Based on their current manufacturing speed, producing 10 engineering locomotives in 5 days would be cutting it very close. Have them begin the process. I'll help to produce some of the components as well. I'll contact them right away, Melancholic Smile said. She was momentarily stunned when she heard that Shifeng would also take part. Hurriedly she continued, if they find out that our guild leader will be leading this project, they will die from excitement. In Star Moon Kingdom, the majority of players addressed Black Flame by his title as the Sword King. Most had probably forgotten Black Flame's past identity. However, while ordinary players had forgotten his past fame, to lifestyle players, the title of Star Moon Kingdom's Chief Forger still resounded in their ears. Moreover, Melancholic Smile understood one thing very clearly. Shifeng had been the first to become an advanced forger. Suddenly, Aqua Rose contacted Shifeng and said, Guild leader, 2 people have entered our guild residence. Both are level 40 players. Moreover, their mounts are high quality. They are saying that they have something very important to talk to you about. 2 people with high-ranking mounts? Shifeng was slightly surprised. Reaching level 40 was still very difficult at this stage of the game, much less obtaining high-ranking mounts. Do you know their identities? I've never met either of them. Moreover, they aren't wearing a guild emblem. Although, it is possible that they purposely removed it, Aqua Rose said as she shook her head. She had seen most of God's Domain's mainstream experts at least once. However, she had zero recollection of the 2 people that had arrived. Even after sending her subordinates to investigate, she had not obtained any information on these players. This is interesting. All right, I'll head over right away. Shifeng could not help his curiosity. After disconnecting the call, he rode the demonic flame tiger back to Zero Wing's residence. In front of Zero Wing's residence. As Zero Wing had announced another mass recruitment, players crowded around the guild's residence. However, there was a clearing within the crowd where players had given 2 people a wide berth. 2 massive mounts rested beside these players. Nobody dared to approach either of them. Who are these people? They look so strong. They aren't here to cause trouble, right? When the players who had come to apply to Zero Wing saw the Berserker Bloodsucker and the assassin Kirin, they were shocked by the 2's auras and equipment. The advanced horse carriage is so slow. When will Masked and the others get here? Kirin exclaimed as he looked at the time, paying no attention to the surrounding crowd. As soon as Kirin finished speaking, an advanced horse carriage approached from one end of the street. A moment later, the advanced horse carriage stopped before Zero Wing's residence, and 4 people stepped out. Mysterious iron mounts are wonderful. Once I reach level 40, I will have to find one of my own. Masked, don't even think about obtaining a mysterious iron mount. They aren't weeds that sprout up everywhere. Even those with titles in the guild are struggling to get their hands on one, let alone someone like you. The 4 people that had emerged from the carriage chatted merrily amongst themselves. However, when the crowd saw these 4 newcomers, they were flabbergasted. All 4 were level 39. Although the pressure these 4 people gave off was not as strong as the 2 that had already arrived, when these 4 players stood together, they felt like 4 ferocious beasts. A single glance from them was enough to give one shivers. This is Zero Wing's residence? It's quite big, but it's rather shabby. The standard of the guild members isn't much to look at, either. Masked Angel gave a rough evaluation after a cursory examination of Zero Wing's residence. The other 3 agreed with Masked Angel. However, the Zero Wing members coming and going were somewhat annoyed when they heard the comment Zero Wing's residence had cost a lot of gold to build. Even if it did not rank number 1 in Star Moon Kingdom, it ranked near the top. However, These people spoke as if their residence belonged in the slums. These Zero Wing members had intended to argue with these people. However, when they saw a black figure appear at the entrance, they immediately fell silent. Even the independent players lining up outside the residence stared at this figure with admiration. Although the giant, snow-white wolf and pitch-black warhorse in front of the entrance were quite attractive, they were on an entirely different level from the demonic flame tiger that had appeared like lightning. In front of the demonic flame tiger, the wolf and warhorse were practically newborns. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. What rank is that mount? Masked Angel was shocked, his eyes widening as he stared at the towering majestic demonic flame tiger. Although he already knew that Zero Wing possessed this mount, after witnessing it personally, he could not help his surprise. Both Bloodsucker's and Kieran's mounts were mysterious iron mounts. However, when comparing their mounts to the demonic flame tiger, he finally understood something. The difference between their mounts was not just one rank standing there. He could feel the demonic flame tiger give off a significantly powerful pressure. Generally, he only felt this pressure from chieftain-ranked monsters. Could it be a fine gold mount? This question simultaneously surfaced in Masked Angel and his companions' minds. Even God's Domain's major powers did not have a single fine gold mount. Currently, the best mount they had was of secret silver rank. However, what truly shocked them was Shifeng's level. Shifeng was not currently using the demon mask to disguise himself as Black Flame. He did not even bother hiding his level, so if one paid attention, they would discover that Shifeng had already reached level 42. He was actually 2 levels higher than Bloodsucker and Kieran. There was not a single player with such a high level throughout the various empires. It was hard to imagine that such an expert resided in a kingdom. I am Yifeng, an honorary elder of Zero Wing. Our guild leader has some urgent matters to attend to, so he can't meet with you right now. I can represent Zero Wing in any matters you wish to discuss. May I know what business you have with Zero Wing? Shifeng asked, chuckling as he swept a glance over Bloodsucker and the others as he remained on the demonic flame tiger. Even an elementalist like Phoenix Rain had only reached level 39, yet among these 6 people, not only had 2 surpassed Phoenix Rain, but the other 4 were the same level. Achieving such a high level was impossible without a special method or a powerful team. To Aqua Rose, these players might be strangers. To Shifeng, however, they were extremely familiar. All 6 players were super red names belonging to the dark guild known as Raven. Raven had appeared in the virtual gaming world in the past. It was an upstart guild that had only established after God's Domain had launched. Moreover, even now, Raven was not famous in the least. Dark guilds could not compete against normal guilds in terms of member count. However, the Raven Guild's member count was impressive with less than 1,000 members. Even a decade after God's Domain had launched, the guild had less than 3,000 members. However, nobody in God's Domain dared to underestimate Raven in the past. Raven had been one of the top 6 dark guilds in God's Domain. The guild was extremely powerful. Even super guilds had avoided provoking it. While the 6 people before him looked like ordinary players, this was only a disguise. Without an advanced identification skill, one could not uncover any of their information. This disguise was similar to the demon mask. It could even hide one's aura. However, under Shifeng's omniscient eyes, nothing would remain hidden. Such dense blood auras. How many people have they killed already? When Shifeng used omniscient eyes, he discovered that their names were no longer red. Rather, they were thoroughly black in God's Domain. When one actively killed other players, aside from their IDs changing color, a faint red blood aura would surround their bodies. However, this blood aura was barely visible. Generally, only after one had killed hundreds of players would this blood aura become more evident. Even so, this blood aura would gradually fade with time. However, the blood aura surrounding the 6 before him was powerful enough to make one's hair stand on end. Currently, their blood auras had thickened into a bloody mist that enveloped a radius of 4 to 5 yards around them. Shifeng could not even begin to fathom just how many players these 6 people had killed to achieve such a dense blood aura. However, this was still not why their IDs had turned black in God's Domain. Only players who had committed unforgivable sins would sport pitch-black IDs. This was a type of curse. This curse could allow players to grow stronger. In return, however, cursed players were restricted to areas controlled by the dark forces. If NPC guards in an ordinary NPC city found them, the consequences would be unimaginably severe. Hello. My name is Bloodsucker. This place isn't suited for our discussion. Why don't we look for somewhere more private to talk? Bloodsucker suggested, smiling faintly as he looked at Shifeng. All right, follow me, Shifeng nodded. He then led Bloodsucker and the others into Zero Wing's residence. After Shifeng entered the guild residence, the crowd outside of the residence grew excited. Their eagerness to join Zero Wing grew. inside the reception room of Zero Wing's residence. As Shifeng was about to prepare some refreshments for Bloodsucker and the others, Bloodsucker stopped him. I believe that Elder Yifeng has already used an advanced identification skill on us, right? Bloodsucker said, smiling. I'm certain that you already know who we are. As you've seen, we are red players, or to put it another way, dark players. Shifeng nodded without attempting to hide his actions now that God's domain had already been operating for so long. Most guilds had a few people with advanced identification skills. Hence, there was no point in hiding his actions. We are members of the Dark Guild Raven. You might not have heard of us as our guild has only recently established, but as for Raven's strength, you have seen for yourself. We have come here today seeking to cooperation with Zero Wing. Bloodsucker explained cooperation with Zero Wing? How do you wish to cooperate? Shifeng asked curiously generally. Dark guilds and adventure guilds minded their own businesses and tended to avoid each other. Moreover, Raven possessed powerful financial backers. The guild did not have that many members either, so it should be very easy for the guild to develop. Raven shouldn't need to cooperate with any other guild, that's right. We've investigated Zero Wing thoroughly. On the surface, while it might look like Zero Wing has a lot of experts, there are only a few true experts in the guild. If Zero Wing wants to progress in the Dark Arena, relying on these few experts is not nearly enough. Even the Azura battle team's victory in the next match is unlikely. Furthermore, since the system upgrade, the various major powers have begun to invest heavily into the Dark Arena. It will be very difficult for Zero Wing to earn money there in the future. You've already seen our strengths for yourself. If Zero Wing has Raven's assistance, your guild will have a fighting chance for the position of the Dark Arena's organizer. Not only can Zero Wing earn an astronomical sum of money each day, but you can also gain various rare materials. With these resources, Zero Wing will be able to expand easily and afford to nurture its lifestyle and expert players. I'm sure you can see the benefits of such an outcome. When Bloodsucker finished his proposal, he snapped his fingers immediately. Several pieces of Bloodsucker and Kieran's equipment revealed the special glowing effect of epic equipment. Bloodsucker and Kieran's weapons, in particular, were epic weapons. With this array of equipment, they could rank at the peak of God's domain. What do you want in return? Shifeng asked, somewhat interested. Just as Bloodsucker had said, in the eyes of ordinary players, Zero Wing seemed like a guild full of experts. However, in the elite Dark Arena, Zero Wing was bland. Currently, only he, Fire Dance, and Violet Cloud could reliably win a fight. Unfortunately, Aqua Rose was still a little off the mark. Chapter 917. Proof of Strength. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. The Dark Guild Raven maintained a relatively low profile during the early stages of God's domain. The guild always moved covertly. The guild's desire to maintain a low profile was evident by the lack of guild emblems on Bloodsucker and his companions. If not for Raven trying to display its strength to gain Zero Wing's trust, the group would never act so flamboyantly. Shifeng had to admit that this was one of the benefits that Zero Wing enjoyed as it moved closer to the top of God's domain. Whenever he had an issue, people would oftentimes take the initiative to offer their cooperation. If Zero Wing were a third-rate guild or an unrated guild, meeting people like Bloodsucker would be impossible. Not to mention inspiring these people to find him. Shifeng's straightforward question had left Bloodsucker slightly stunned. He had initially thought that Shifeng would play with words, driving him to state his conditions. After all, during negotiations, the side that revealed their terms first would be at a disadvantage. However, he had never imagined that Shifeng would ask him so blatantly. He wasn't used to this. The guild had sent him specifically to negotiate with Zero Wing because he was one of the guild's stronger members. Now, however, all of his subtle arguments he had prepared to persuade Shifeng and his efforts to show off Kieran and his team's strength had gone to waste. You don't have any conditions? Shifeng chuckled. No. It's just that your straightforwardness surprised me a little. After all, Raven is only a small, unknown guild, Bloodsucker said, shaking his head. Since Elder Yifeng has said as much, I'll tell you Raven's conditions. In return for Raven assisting the Azura battle team, we want 50% of the income you gain from the Dark Arena. You guys sure are ballsy. 50% is too much. I can offer you 20% at most. Shifeng instantly rejected Bloodsucker's offer. He was already splitting the income from the Dark Arena with Phoenix Rain. If the Raven Guild took another 50%, Zero Wing would be left with nothing. Guessing that you don't fully understand Raven's strength. How about we prove ourselves first? We can negotiate afterward. Bloodsucker frowned when he heard Shifeng's offer. However, He was not surprised by it. Their guild had remained in the shadows. As of now, practically nobody knew how terrifying Raven was. If not for the resources the recently launched Mind Space system required, they would not have sought out Zero Wing for cooperation in his opinion. Shifeng had only offered such a low percentage because he didn't know Raven's true power. However, once they showed Shifeng that, with Raven's assistance, Zero Wing's chances of becoming the Dark Arena's organizer would improve, he would agree to 50%. After all, this was a sure profit exchange proof? Shifeng understood Bloodsucker's train of thought. However, he really could not afford to lose 50%. As Shifeng considered rejecting Bloodsucker's offer, he suddenly had a good idea. Previously, his head had ached over the lack of experts. Now that he had a chance to gain the help of 6 top-tier experts, it would be a waste not to put them to good use. Following which, he nodded and smiled, saying, "If Raven wants to prove its strength, I just happen to have a very difficult quest that I need some expert help with. If you can show me that you are sufficiently powerful during this quest, there might be room for further negotiations. Of course, I'll pay you for your help." "No problem. You can leave this quest to Raven. As for the remuneration, there's no need. Consider this Raven's gift to Zero Wing," Bloodsucker confidently stated. From the beginning, proving Raven's strength had been their goal in coming here. When the time came, they would shock Zero Wing's members. "I still need to prepare. It'll take around 3 hours. You should do the same. This quest is very difficult. I just need you to send a party of 6 experts," Shifeng said. "No need. The 6 of us will be enough," Bloodsucker assured. Seeing Bloodsucker's determination, Shifeng ended the conversation. After leaving the reception room, he contacted Yulan, telling her that they could challenge the Holy City of Titan's entrance trial immediately. Both sides would send 50 experts each, and Zero Wing would lead the team. Yulan agreed upon receiving Shifeng's message. Her original plan had been to challenge the entrance trial in 3 days. However, the system upgrade had wasted nearly 2 days, so they had no choice but to delay the operation by 2 more. However, after the system upgrade, lifestyle players' production speed had slowed significantly. As a result, the various large guilds now urgently needed a batch of advanced lifestyle players. Naturally, the sooner she got her hands on Titan City's slots, the better. After confirming the plan with Yulan, Shifeng contacted White Knight, having him send 14 of their experts over. Zero Wing's members would fill the remaining 30 slots. Although Shifeng did not know what kind of experts Yulan would dispatch, he had a true gathering of experts. With these experts' combat power, they had a very high chance of clearing Titan City's trial as long as everyone followed his commands. After 2 hours, 50 players had gathered inside a high-class restaurant in the Nobles District. These players consisted of 3 groups: Zero Wing, Raven, and Owl. Needless to say, Raven's members were absurdly strong regarding level and equipment. However, Owl's members had shocked both Zero Wing and Raven. Everyone's jaws hit the floor after Owl's members, led by White Knight, joined them in the restaurant and discarded their cloaks. They were all level 42. One could easily rank among an empire's top 10 players in terms of levels at level 40. Moreover, these top 10 included those who hid their levels. Yet, White Knight and his team were all level 42. Aside from their high levels, every member of White Knight's team wore absurdly powerful equipment. Among them, for possessed equipment on par with Bloodsucker and Kirin. As for White Knight, the group's leader, his equipment surpassed Bloodsucker's. The Ranger's aura was also incomparably sharp. Due to this, Bloodsucker felt pressured. Who are these people? Bloodsucker watched White Knight and the others, shock filling his heart. Are they Zero Wing's hidden experts? Kirin and the others also felt immense pressure from Owl's members. Previously, they had felt nervous when they met Fire Dance and Zero Wing's other top-tier experts. Now, an even more frightening group had arrived. Their hearts, which had brimmed with confidence, now faltered. Theoretically, level 40 players should stand at the very forefront of God's domain, yet so many level 42 experts stood before them. They even began to wonder if there had been a flaw in the reports they had received. Shortly after White Knight and the others had arrived, Yulan led a large group of players into the high-class restaurant. Chapter 9:18. Holy City of Titan. The high-class restaurants in the Nobles District were famed for their luxury. Even large guilds' elite members were reluctant to dine in these restaurants. These players would rather have a few drinks at a bar or eat their fill of ordinary food to get more bang for their buck. Upon joining Shifeng and the others in the restaurant, Yulan glanced at the various players. Immediately, she was shocked. How does Zero Wing have so many experts? Yulan had already thoroughly investigated Zero Wing, so she was very aware of Zero Wing's current combat power. She had never imagined that Zero Wing still had secret Sowls and Ravens members with a source of her surprise. Even the lowest among them was level 39, with the majority having reached level 42. Zero Wing's team composition overwhelmed the team she had struggled to establish among her players. The highest was only level 39, while the others were level 38. Although there was only a difference of 2 or 3 levels, the gap between level 39 and level 40 was like the difference between heaven and earth unless one had equipment that could reduce level requirements. Otherwise, they could only wear level 40 equipment upon reaching level 40. However, such equipment was extremely rare. Generally, only epic items had such an attribute. There was a huge difference in terms of basic attributes between level 35 and level 40 equipment. If they had so many high-level experts working together, clearing Titan City's entrance trial would be much easier. Moreover, Yulon could tell that, even if White Knight and Bloodsucker were members of super guilds, they would be considered apex experts. It would be very difficult to find an expert in Underworld that could contend with these two big brother wolf. Do you know that Ranger and Berserker? Yulon asked War Wolf quietly. The pressure she felt from White Knight and Bloodsucker was extremely powerful. They were like beacons in absolute darkness. Even if she fought it, it would be hard not to notice them among the information she had on God's Domain's experts. Nothing had been recorded on these two individuals, although she did not know who these two were. War Wolf might know them. After all, War Wolf had once shone brightly in the virtual gaming world. Although he had later stepped away, he knew far more hidden experts than she don't know them. However, I am sure that both of them are martial artists. Extremely powerful ones at that, War Wolf replied, his thoughts a little complex as he examined Shifeng's team a few months ago. Zero Wing had merely been an unknown, upstart guild in White River City. Even Zero Wing's experts at that time weren't worth his attention, yet now, the guild had several people on par with him in terms of combat standards. As for White Knight and Bloodsucker, who he had never seen before, even he had to admit that he was weaker than them. War Wolf could not help but wonder what kind of charm an upstart guild like Zero Wing had to attract so many experts. Even first-rate gods weren't capable of this feat. It really makes you wonder just where the guild leader has found so many experts. Overwhelming Smiles members must be scared stiff right about now. Blackie giggled when he saw Yulon and her Overwhelming Smile team shock the rest of Zero Wing's members. Agreed with Blackie when White Knight's group had arrived. Even they were surprised. Shifeng stepped forward and said, "Miss Yulon, now that everyone is here, should we reform the team?" "All right. Everyone, leave your teams," Yulon nodded as she pinned Shifeng with a penetrating gaze. Although she had already known that Yifeng would lead the expedition to Titan City, she had been somewhat surprised to receive this news. She thought that Black Flame would lead this expedition. This was not because she doubted Yifeng's strength. However, Black Flame was far more experienced with commanding a team. It was of the utmost importance that they cleared Titan City's entrance trial. After all, once they could enter the holy city of Titan, they could rapidly nurture advanced lifestyle players. In the future, they would have a greater advantage when competing with other trading firms. I'll start dividing the workload. I want everyone to send me a list of your skills, Shifeng instructed Yulon and the others after inviting them to his team. That is a guild secret. How can we just reveal that information to an outsider? Overwhelming Smiles members immediately complained. All guilds kept their players' basic attributes and skills secret. It was especially true for guild experts. If others discovered this information, it would be very easy to exploit their weaknesses. Shifeng then looked towards Yulon and said seriously, "I believe you know how difficult Titan City's entrance trial is. If I don't know everyone's abilities, I can't guarantee our success." After giving it some thought, Yulon nodded and said, "It's all right. Tell him." Titan City's entrance trial was much harder than a 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon. If the team leader did not even know what skills his members possessed, it would be hard for him to issue effective commands. After receiving Yulon's instructions, Overwhelming Smiles members sent their skill lists to Shifeng, albeit reluctantly. As for the skills Owls and Ravens members possessed, the two groups had long since notified Shifeng. Owls members had not held back in the least. However, Shifeng was certain that Ravens members had held back some information. Regardless though, it would not affect the overall situation. After Shifeng examined the skills of Overwhelming Smiles members, he was a little surprised. 23 of these players wielded berserk skills. Among them, Yulon had learned a large-scale destruction spell and a large-scale buff spell. This would be of great help to the team before we enter Titan City. I'll give everyone certain responsibilities. Make sure you understand your tasks. When the time comes, you just need to do your part. Shifeng then called up his system interface and split everyone into groups. Shifeng had split the team of 100 players into 5 teams of 20. Among them, one team would serve as the main force while the remaining 4 would serve as support. Raiding Titan City's entrance trial was different from raiding a 100-man team dungeon, where players only had to deal with one boss at a time. The entrance trial resembled a field battle. Only, the team would face far more danger. In the entrance trial, one could encounter a powerful boss at any time. It was even possible for multiple bosses to appear at once. It would not come as a surprise if one mistake led to a team wipe. Hence, they needed to prepare before they challenged the trial. There was only one MT on the main team. Cola. This decision confused Yulan and the others. Cola was only level 40, while the Guardian Knight White Knight had brought was level 42. In terms of techniques, the Guardian Knight was also much stronger than Cola. No matter how they looked at it, Cola should not be the main team's MT. Even if Shifeng placed Cola on the main team, he should include another MT. How was a single MT going to tank a boss? However, Shifeng did not bother to explain his decision. He had chosen Cola because he had previously passed the epic ranked Dragon Scale shield to the MT. With this shield alone, none of the other MTs could compete with Cola. Not to mention, Cola was using the Tier 1 set equipment for Guardian Knights. Comparing basic attributes, he was stronger than Moonlight Knight, Owl's level 42 Guardian Knight, by a large margin. He was the best choice to serve as the lead MT. After the various tasks had been distributed, Yulan took out a golden key and began to chant an incantation. In the next moment, a pair of tightly shut, black stone doors appeared in the hall. The stone doors towered over 3 meters high, and there were countless magical runes carved into the door's stone. As the thick, heavy doors slowly parted, a terrifying aura surged out, and everyone immediately felt a powerful mental suppression weigh on them. This mental suppression could rival that of Grand Lords. However, every player here was an expert. Even if the mental suppression affected them, the effects were minimal. After everyone calmed their nerves, Shifeng took the lead and stepped through the doors. One after another, the other players followed him. Chapter 919. Titan's Legend. Hellscythe Fluffy Goblin. The holy city of Titan was buried in God's domains underground. Complex terrain surrounded Titan City, forming a natural maze. Players could easily get lost within the maze as they searched for Titan City. Although Titan City was underground, crystals that radiated a bright blue glow covered the cavern's ceiling. Hence, visibility was not an issue. After Shifeng and the others entered the transfer gate, they had been teleported to this maze's entrance. This place is spectacular. As this was Aqua Rose and Zero Wing's other members' first time here, they were captivated. Even experts like White Knight and Bloodsucker found the scene awe-inspiring. Aside from the spectacular scenery, 10 towering statues of Titans loomed at the entrance. All 10 radiated a boundless aura. In front of these statues, players like themselves were no more significant than insects. Although they had known that the quest Shifeng had called them to help with was not simple, after witnessing this, they grew serious with their sharp senses. They felt warnings of death from their surroundings the instant they reached this area. It was especially true for the entrance. It felt more like the maw of a gigantic beast. These are just statues, yet they have such powerful auras. Are these statues alive? Aqua Rose's slender brows creased slightly as she swept her gaze over the statues before her. She could feel the surrounding pressure originating from these 10 statues. If they had to fight while bathed in this aura, they would suffer a disadvantage. Relax. Those are just statues. Their purpose is to frighten monsters and prevent them from approaching. Shifeng explained. These 10 statues were the sculptures of the 10 saints who had founded the holy city of Titan. According to legend, every saint possessed enough strength to rival gods. Before they had died, these 10 saints had used their remaining power to construct Titan armaments. As long as one equipped the Titan armaments, one could rival the gods themselves. However, after several catastrophes struck Titan City, these Titan armaments had been lost in his previous life. Shifeng had been fortunate enough to see one of these Titan armaments. Although it had only been a pair of gloves, the gloves were legendary rank. The gloves greatly increased the wearer's strength attribute. Even while using a fragmented legendary weapon, the player that had owned the Titan gloves had fought a player wielding a legendary ranked battle axe to a standstill. Among the equipment in God's domain, weapons provided the most benefits to a player's combat power, yet this pair of gloves had provided enough strength to rival a legendary weapon. One could just imagine how powerful the Titan armaments were. In Shifeng's opinion, it was possible to rival a god if a player obtained the complete set of Titan armaments. Unfortunately, the Titan armaments were a mystery to players. Even after 10 years, players had only discovered 3 Titan armaments. Moreover, 3 different players had owned them. These players had been the targets of numerous assassination attempts in the past. All right, let's head inside, Shifeng said as he clapped his hands. After everyone took up their formation, They officially entered Titan City's entrance trial after several minutes of traveling down the straight pathway. The team halted leader. There are 4 paths ahead. Which one should we take? Aqua Rose asked Sherfeng. Should we send someone to scout ahead? Each path felt equally dangerous to her, so it was impossible to determine which path they should take. Which path did you take last time? Although Sherfeng knew which path they should take, he still asked Yolan. We investigated all 4 paths the last time we were here. Among them, a great lord guards the first path, while the next 2 are littered with traps and ambushing monsters. A large number of mobs guard the last. After we had killed those monsters, we discovered that the path led to another crossroad. In the end, we took the path with the Great Lord. However, after a short distance, 3 Great Lords annihilated us. Yulan explained. Truth be told, they had gathered almost no information before they reached an abrupt end. Hence, Yulan had thought to search for experts to challenge the 3 bosses. When Overwhelming Smiles members recalled the 3 Great Lords that had ganged up on them, a chill ran down their spines. There were not many players who could face a Great Lord, not to mention 3 Great Lords simultaneously. Moreover, even a 100-man team would be hard-pressed to deal with one Great Lord here because, aside from the Great Lord itself, there were many monsters traveling with the Great Lord. Before they had dealt with the 3 Great Lords, the weaker monsters had swarmed and slaughtered them. So that's the case. Let's go down the path with the crossroad, then. Sherfeng nodded generally. The path with a boss, it should be the correct option. Taking the path with the crossroad is a waste of time, Yulan explained. That might be true in other virtual reality games, but in God's domain, it is only half correct, Sherfeng said, chuckling. This is an entrance trial. Our ultimate goal is to pass through the maze, not to defeat the bosses. Isn't that right? In reality, all 4 paths led to Titan City. If a team were strong enough, they could choose the most difficult path, which contained various bosses. This path was also the most direct and would save the most time. In contrast, the path with the crossroads, as Yulan had said, would be time-consuming. However, it was the safest path among the 4. Yulan's group had grown comfortable with the mindset of using brute force to resolve issues. Hence, they had chosen to challenge the most difficult path after entering the entrance trial. It was no wonder why they had only traveled a short distance before team wiping. The first time Sherfeng had come here in his previous life, he had been just as ignorant. He and his team had insisted on taking the most difficult path and killing all of the bosses. In the end, they suffered team wipe after team wipe. Fortunately, unlike Yolan's group, his team was not as simple-minded. When they challenged a boss, they had a cleric stay some distance away from the team to revive everyone in the event that the boss slaughtered them. This way, they could challenge the bosses endlessly. Moreover, as this was an entrance trial, no matter how many times players died here, they would not lose any EXP after reviving. Although they would lose some skill proficiency after. Yulan and the others heard Sherfeng's reasoning, realization dawned on them, following which, Sherfeng led everyone down the path with the crossroads. As they progressed through the maze, Sherfeng often deliberately took the wrong path, leading the team into difficult situations and traps. However, with the team's abilities, overcoming the traps and level 40 or so elemental beings wasn't an issue. After walking for nearly 2 hours, the team arrived before a large temple. The temple was as big as 5 football fields, and a pair of tightly shut iron doors sealed its entrance. A steel statue with glowing red eyes that stood over 10 meters tall walked back and forth before these iron doors. There were also groups of smaller steel statues patrolling the temple grounds like trained soldier. Steel Slaughterer, Elemental Being, Grand Lord, Level 44 HP 50, 000, 000/50, 000, 000. Steel Guardian, Elemental Being, Lord, Level 42 HP 7, 000, 000/7, 000, 000. Steel Watcher, Elemental Being, Elite. Level 40 HP 120, 000/120, 000. Cola, you'll tank the Steel Slaughterer later. The other MTs will each handle 1 Guardian. White, lure those elite monsters to us first. All magical classes will assist to clear out the elites. Go. Chapter 920. Epic Shields Effects. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Sister Yulan, should we go? Why is a Grand Lord here? It's stronger than any of the bosses we faced before. Trying to fight that is suicidal. Sherfeng's commands had left Overwhelming Smiles members speechless. Although Sherfeng's orders sounded simple, carrying them out would be very difficult. Monsters surrounded the temple. There were at least over 400 Steel Watchers. Moreover, there were as many as 6 Steel Guardians. Any 20-man elite team would struggle against a Lord-ranked monster. Just luring a fraction of the Steel Watchers would be a challenge. These monsters stood too close to each other. If they attacked one of these monsters, they would alarm them all. Over 400 Watchers would chase them down. Everyone, get ready. Yulan understood exactly what Shi Feng was trying to do. However, while realizing this plan was difficult, she had committed to Shi Feng's leadership. Since he had not voiced any concerns with his plan, they had to believe in him. A short moment later, everyone fell into formation and prepared. Now they only had to wait for the Ranger White Knight to lure the monsters. White Knight did not rush in luring the elite monsters. Rather, he stood to one side and waited patiently for the patrolling Steel Watchers to move past before he attacked. However, White Knight did not attack the elite monsters directly. Instead, he set up a trap along the Steel Watchers' path. Rangers were not just adept at ranged attacks. The class was also capable of setting various kinds of traps. White Knight had set a poison trap. When a monster stumbled into it, it would suffer a poison debuff and lose some HP every 3 seconds for 15 seconds. Traps were not limited by range, but by time. Even if a player were 100 yards away from their trap, it would still trigger after setting up a series of traps. White Knight distanced himself from the temple and waited for the patrol of Steel Watchers to return. After another few minutes, the Steel Watchers came back along their previous path. Without any suspense, one of the Steel Watchers triggered White Knight's trap, and its entire body took on a dark green hue. Although the remaining 19 Watchers noticed the abnormality, White Knight was outside of their perception range. Hence, the 19 Steel Watchers stood there ignorantly as they searched for the enemy. However, the poisoned Steel Watcher was different. Not only had the trap inflicted damage, but it also now suffered a debuff. It charged towards White Knight immediately. Traps were like curses. When a monster fell into a trap, it would detect its target after a certain amount of time regardless of how far the target was from it. Only, this period wasn't long. After the time passed, the monster would similarly lose its target if the player were still outside its perception range. However, once the poisoned Steel Watcher had moved 10 yards closer to White Knight and just before the allotted time passed, it triggered another poison trap. As a result, the Steel Watcher confirmed White Knight's whereabouts and continued to charge towards the Ranger in such a way. The Steel Watcher triggered a series of 3 traps, the traps luring it roughly 30 yards away from its companions. When the other Steel Watchers saw this, they cautiously followed the poisoned Watcher. Moreover, because of this Steel Watcher, 4 nearby patrol squads of Steel Watchers also began converging on White Knight's position. However, after a dozen or so yards, they abandoned their advance. After all, these monsters couldn't detect an enemy. Without a clear target, these Steel Watchers could not react properly. As for the Steel Guardians and Steel Slaughterer, they ignored the incident. Damn, that's possible. Minor Wind was stunned upon seeing this method. Minor Wind wasn't the only person present surprised. Yulan and the others also wore shocked expressions. With a single move, White Knight had lured the elite monsters away from the troublesome Lords and Grand Lord. With this, they didn't have to fear pulling the boss's aggro while they wiped out the elite monsters. Dealing with the bosses afterward would be much easier. After moving into the Watcher's perception range, White Knight knocked his arrows and fired 3 frost arrows at the poisoned Steel Watcher. The 3 arrows sped through the air and struck the poisoned elite. 6, 618-6, 627-13, 216. Not only did the poisoned Steel Watcher instantly lose a large portion of its HP, but its movement speed and attack speed had also been reduced. Just before the poisoned Steel Watcher reached White Knight, the Ranger had depleted its 120,000 HP, and its heavy body fell to the ground with a loud boom. As for the Steel Watchers following closely behind, at Shi Feng's command, the team's ranged classes bombarded the monsters with AoE attack and control skills. After a moment, every Steel Watcher died without any need for an MT, granting everyone EXP. After dealing with the first wave of Steel Watchers, the following waves became much easier. Once the team had cleared over half of the Steel Watchers around the temple, the Steel Slaughterer and Guardians could no longer remain idle as they charged towards the team. Unlike the low-intelligence Steel Watchers, however, the Grand Lord and Lords immediately targeted the healer's Cola. Intercept the Grand Lord. Other MTs, lead the Guardians away. Shi Feng hurriedly shouted. Cola, who resembled a grizzly bear, raised his dragon scale shield and charged at the Grand Lord. The Steel Slaughterer towered like a mountain. In front of its gigantic stature, Cola was an insignificant ant. Moreover, no player could stand against the power of a Grand Lord's charge. They had to dodge it if they wanted to survive. Contrary to expectations, however, Cola moved straight towards the Steel Slaughterer feet, raising his shield and bellowing a war cry. Tier 1 skill, Justice Bash. Immediately, Cola's body released a golden glow as he doubled in size. He then crashed into the Slaughterer's calf. Boom. The powerful impact generated a strong wind that swept over the other players. Cola had only managed to stabilize his body after taking 3 steps back, a damage of more than -6,000 points appearing above his head. To Cola, who had 22,400 HP, the damage was acceptable. After the healer sent him a few heals, Cola's HP instantly recovered to full. As for the Steel Slaughterer, its charge had been abruptly halted, and it trembled slightly. The watching team members were stupefied. He blocked it? Just like that. Yolan's mind froze. No MD could even stand against a level 40 Great Lord's strength. They needed at least 3 to 5 MTs blocking to stop one of its attacks. But this was a Grand Lord, and even sending 5 MTs would be tantamount to suicide. Yet, Cola had stopped the Steel Slaughterer's charge without any help. It was unbelievable. So, Zero Wing has such a powerful MT. I see why Yifeng said that one person would be enough. White Knight, Bloodsucker, and the others were similarly shocked. Although they had not tested the Steel Slaughterer's strength personally, they could make an educated guess. Most likely, no other MT on their team could replicate Cola's feat of tanking a Grand Lord by himself. This epic shield is the best. Cola was ecstatic as he looked at the shield in his hand. Initially, he had been prepared to be thrown when he charged at the Steel Slaughterer. In the end, however, he was only forced back by 3 steps. However, Cola quickly regained his focus and proceeded to use Shield of Vengeance against the Steel Slaughterer's calf, causing -3,475 damage. Shield of Vengeance came with a shock effect. Although its damage was not particularly high, the skill felt powerful to others and would draw a monster's attention to the skill's user in the blink of an eye. The Steel Slaughterer switched focus to Cola. Chapter 921. Frightening Team. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. With Cola tanking the Steel Slaughterer, the pressure on the team lessened significantly. Cola only needed 3 healers to stabilize his HP, so everyone else could deal with the 6 Steel Guardians and the remaining Steel Watchers without needing to push themselves too much. To ordinary players, the level 42 Lord-ranked Steel Guardians might be a nightmare, but to Shifeng's team of top-tier experts, they weren't a problem. Any MT on the team could tank a Lord effortlessly on their own. Moreover, they only needed 1 healer to maintain their HPS after the MTs stabilized their aggro on the bosses. The rest of the team dealt with the remaining 100 or so elite-ranked Steel Watchers. An ordinary expert player could defeat 2 or 3 elite monsters of the same level easily. As for this team, even the weakest among them could hold their own against a chieftain of the same level for a long time. Some were even capable of killing chieftains or resisting a lord of the same level by themselves. If not for the threat of the Grand Lord, the team would have only needed a dozen or so players to deal with 100+ elite monsters. At this moment, Yulan finally experienced what it felt like to have a powerful MT on the team. With a powerful MT, even a headache-inducing problem could be easily resolved. Zero Wing's MT is amazing. Even without using a life-saving skill, he only took around -15,000 damage after the Slaughterer skill hit him. Even Boss Wolf might have died instantly if he didn't activate a life-saving skill in time. How high is his defense? His HP is so high. It should be at least over 20,000. Many of Overwhelming Smiles members were stunned by Cola's performance. Although Zero Wing is much stronger than we had expected, Raven is more capable than this. Bloodsucker had no intention of letting Zero Wing continue to occupy the spotlight. After all, their goal in coming here was to show Shifeng their guild's strength, following which, Bloodsucker led his party to attack a Steel Guardian. Generally, dealing with a Lord-ranked monster required a 20-man team of the same level. However, now that Turtledove single-handedly pinned down the Steel Guardian, Bloodsucker and his group of damage dealers could launch their attacks without holding back. Bloodsucker instantly appeared behind the Steel Guardian and used Chop on the Lord, his spear thrusting into the Lord's leg joint, fully displaying the boundless strength of berserkers. Bloodsucker's attack forced the Steel Guardian to one knee, a damage of over -8,000 points appearing above the Lord's head. Bloodsucker's attack had put an end to the Steel Guardian's offensive, following which, the Berserker used Whirlwind Slash, his spear striking the Steel Guardian's other leg joint, dealing over -6,000 damage and causing the Lord to fall, face first, to the ground. Suddenly, a black figure appeared above the Steel Guardian's head. This figure was none other than Raven's Kirin. Kirin's daggers rapidly sliced the Steel Guardian's head as he descended, leaving 6 deep cuts, each causing over -2,000 damage or over -4,000 damage with a critical hit. Once Kirin landed, he spun and used Absolute Strike on the back of the Lord's head. Instantly, a black streak of light pierced through the back of the Steel Guardian's head, exiting between its brows and devouring over 13,000 HP. The other Raven members joined the fray, bombarding the Steel Guardian with attacks. Overall, Raven's Steel Guardian lost HP far faster than the Steel Guardian that Overwhelming Smile dealt with. Moreover, Raven's members disabled the Guardian with every attack. As a result, Turtledove had an easy time tanking the Lord, so much so that she no longer required the help of a healer. However, Owl did not lag behind Raven in the least. The Adventurer team's 14 members fought 2 Steel Guardians simultaneously. White Knight's Steel Guardian in particular lost HP faster than Raven's target. White Knight's normal arrow attacks could deal over -3,000 damage to the Steel Guardian. When he used skills such as Burst Arrow, his attacks easily dealt over -10,000 damage. Over -20,000 damage if it were a critical hit. Moreover, his attack speed was on par with an assassin's. With Owl and Raven's members taking action, 3 Steel Guardians were dealt with. As for Zero Wings members, they focused on the Steel Slaughterer. The situation left Yulan speechless. Shifeng's side had dealt with 80% of the battle, leaving her side with very little room to display their strength. Her side only needed to deal with 3 Steel Guardians and the remaining Watchers. Yulan even began to suspect that, even if her team of 50 stood idle, Shifeng's side could finish the battle by themselves in less than 10 minutes. All 6 Steel Guardians and the 100+ Steel Watchers were dead. In contrast, Shifeng's entire team was also alive and well. Now, only the Steel Slaughterer remained. As the team began to think that they would easily pass this stage, the Steel Slaughterer stomped its feet with a loud boom. The ground shattered. The following impact sent everyone flying. Although the players only received between -1,000 - 4,000 damage, they were all thrown 50 yards away from the Grand Lord. The Steel Slaughterer then raised its hands. A gigantic blue magic array formed in the sky, countless arcs of lightning gathering at the Slaughterer's hands. Anything these blue arcs touched instantly turned into ash. As if Armageddon had arrived, the team could feel a deathly aura loom over them. The boss is going to activate a team wipe skill. All MTs, stand at the forefront and activate your life-saving skills. Everyone else, stand behind the MTs. Drink a magic resistance potion. Guardian Knights, activate your magic resistance aura. Shifeng ordered, showing no signs of panic. After the monsters around the Steel Slaughterer died, the Grand Lord would activate a powerful AoE skill called Thunder Destruction. The skill's range covered the temple and its grounds, so it was impossible to dodge. Their only option was to survive it. On the other hand, if a team focused on the Steel Slaughterer without finishing off the other monsters, when the Grand Lord's HP fell below 70%, it would still use this move. After receiving this skill, the team would either be dead or crippled. Facing the Lords and Elites after that would only end with their deaths. Hearing Shifeng's command, everyone flew into action. All 10 MTs stood in front of the team and activated either Shield Wall or Protection Blessing. As for the clerics and oracles standing at the rear, they cast their respective shields on the MTs. Simultaneously, everyone drank a basic magic resistance potion. Although the potion did not provide much magic resistance, it was better than none at all. Suddenly, the Steel Slaughterer fists hammered the ground immediately. Blue ripples spread out from the Grand Lord. The collision from a single blue ripple forced the MTs back by 5 or 6 steps, shattering the support barriers around them and dealing around -8,000 damage to each. As for the others, the attack sent them flying. However, they received much less damage, only around -4,000. Quickly, heal everyone. Shifeng shouted. The Steel Slaughterer attack would only happen once, but multiple times. As soon as the healers finished casting the first wave of heals, the second shockwave struck, followed by the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. Only after the 6th shockwave did the Slaughterer's attack end. However, because of this shockwave attack, nearly half of the team members had died. As for the MTs standing on the front line, only 5 of the 10 were still alive. At this moment, everyone finally realized that they had greatly underestimated Grand Lords. A Grand Lord's AoE skills were far more powerful than an ordinary Great Lord. If not for Shifeng's quick thinking, they might have team-wiped suddenly. The Steel Slaughterer split into 2, transforming into a silvery white and a pitch-black Steel Slaughterer. The team was flabbergasted. They now had to face 2 Grand Lords. Chapter 922. Splendid Cooperation. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. That's a doppelganger skill. This will be tough. Bloodsucker frowned when the Steel Slaughterer split into 2. He had a bad feeling about this. One of the worst kinds of skills players could come across when fighting bosses were doppelganger skills, particularly doppelgangers like this that did not have weakened attributes. The only saving grace was that such doppelgangers usually shared HP. Overall, however, the boss would be far more difficult to deal with than if it simply gone berserk and gained a huge boost to its attributes. Now that nearly half of their team was dead, Their likelihood of defeating the two Grand Lords was very low. First of all, they only had half of their MTs. Secondly, the Grand Lords' overall combat power had not simply doubled. If the two Grand Lords superimposed their attacks, they would deal double the damage. Against such a powerful attack, even an MT like Cola would die without every healer focused on him. If these Grand Lords use that shockwave move again, we might as well give up. Yulan frowned, her willowy brows meeting, as she looked at the two steel slaughterers. She had never imagined that this Grand Lord would be so difficult to deal with. Guild leader, what should we do? Should we activate our berserk skills? Aqua Rose sent Shifeng a whisper. Cola, tank the white one. Turtle Dove, you'll assist him. The other three MTs will be responsible for pinning down the black one. Keep them 50 yards away from each other. All healers, stand in a triangular position to the two bosses and stand as far away as you can to heal the MTs. Shifeng commanded calmly. The Steel Slaughterer was an important stage boss. The system would not allow players to clear the entrance trial so easily. Moreover, as Yulan had guessed, when the Steel Slaughterer's HP fell below 30%, both Grand Lords would still use Thunder Destruction again. The skill wouldn't be any weaker than the previous attack, either. In the past, before players had discovered an appropriate countermeasure, many expert teams had fallen to this move. Although nobody knew the reason behind Shifeng's command, they moved according to his orders without hesitation. After all, it was only thanks to Shifeng's guidance that they had come this far very quickly. Everyone fell into position. Cola still had a relatively easy time dealing with the White Steel Slaughterer, receiving only 5,000 or 6,000 damage from each of the Grand Lord's normal attacks. Even when a skill struck him, he only lost around 15,000 HP. When he had the buffs from Cleric's and Oracle's shields, when he received an attack, he received even less damage. On the Black Steel Slaughter side, however, Moonlight Knight, the lead MT for that doppelganger, teetered between life and death. Moonlight Knight lost over 8,000 HP due to a normal attack. Unfortunately, the Guardian Knight only had slightly over 19,000 HP. That was close to 3,000 points less than Cola. If he received one of the Grand Lord's skills without any buffs, he would die instantly. Although Moonlight Knight relied on his techniques and positioning to evade the Black Steel Slaughterer's attacks, the Grand Lord's speed and strength was overwhelming. Moreover, the boss's attacks covered a wide area. It was very difficult to bridge the gap with techniques and positioning alone. After all, the Guardian Knight class did not boast high agility. It was mainly a meat shield. Fortunately, with 3 MTs taking turns tanking the boss, they could, somehow, avoid fatalities. Everyone, focus your attacks on the white boss. Shifeng shouted under Shifeng's command. The team launched their skills at the White Steel Slaughterer. However, the Grand Lord's defense was quite high. Its innate magic resistance was also high due to it being an elemental being. The majority of the team members only dealt around -2,000 damage, -4,000 with critical hits. Even Bloodsucker and Kirin, powerful DPS players who wielded epic weapons, only dealt around -4,000 to -5,000 damage with their skills. As for White Knight, his overall damage was slightly higher than Bloodsucker. However, compared to White Knight and Bloodsucker, Shifeng's and Fire Dance's damages were shocking. Epic weapon wielders like White Knight and Bloodsucker already dealt awe-inspiring damage, yet Shifeng and Fire Dance surpassed them by a large margin. Upon arriving behind the Steel Slaughterer, Shifeng brandished Killing Ray immediately. Damages of over -6,000 points appeared above the boss's head, one after another. Moreover, every hit was a critical normal attack. When Shifeng used a skill, his damage soared to 10 or 20,000. His performance was dazzling. The various players wouldn't be terribly surprised if only Shifeng's performance were so magnificent. Yet Fire Dance, who fought beside him, also resembled a humanoid lord. With an overwhelming lead, these two occupied the first and second place in the boss's damage rankings. Among them, Shifeng only held first place with a small lead, although Fire Dance possessed the fragmented legendary weapon Thousand Transformations. Shifeng's Abyssal Blade and Heavenly Dragon's Breath had both improved. Including the gap between their techniques and skills, Fire Dance had no advantage over Shifeng. Moreover, they both possessed extremely high strength attributes. When the two of them attacked, they matched their attacks to strike a single location. One person's strength might not cause a significant impact, but with their strengths combined, their attacks affected the Steel Slaughterer. Unfortunately, such combination attacks were difficult to achieve. If both individuals had not reached a certain combat standard, accomplishing such a feat was practically impossible overall. Shifeng and Fire Dance's occasional combination attacks against the Steel Slaughterer's joints had greatly lessened the burden on Cola and Turtledove. The healers could now split their concentration and focus more on the MTs on the other side. How are they accomplishing this? Am I seeing things? They can actually combine their attacks to shake such a powerful Grand Lord. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched Shifeng and Fire Dance's attack rhythms, which closely resembled each other's. They had never imagined that players could use this method to deal with bosses, although they, as experts, could also match their attack rhythms with others. Shifeng and Fire Dance's achievement was not that simple. These two were even capable of accurately striking the same position as if they had discussed this beforehand. In addition, they were fought impressively fast, which increased the feat's difficulty exponentially. The intricate control required to combine two sources of strength could easily cause an expert to go mad. This was no longer a lack of techniques. This feat required two people to possess a relatively high synchronization rate with each other. However, what everyone did not know was that, during their daytime training sessions in the real world, Shifeng often sparred with Fire Dance. Hence, they were very familiar with each other's attack patterns. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to cooperate this seamlessly. How high are their attributes? Bloodsucker and White Knight had not only noticed the two players' perfect coordination. They were actually more curious about Shifeng and Fire Dance's basic attributes. Without sufficient strength, even if Shifeng and Fire Dance could combine their attacks, they would not shake the Steel Slaughterer. Previously, Bloodsucker had thought that Shifeng and Fire Dance was only slightly stronger than him in terms of attributes. After witnessing this, however, he finally understood just how wide the gap was between themas for White Knight. He was curious about the Guild Zero Wing. After witnessing Black Flame's performance, he had already begun to re-evaluate his opinion of the upstart guild. Yet another two monsters had emerged from Zero Wing. Feng Xianyang has truly doomed Underworld. Yolan's eyes twitched as she watched the team's damage statistics against the boss. Even now, Feng Xianyang wanted to annihilate Zero Wing and replace it as White River City's overlord. After watching this, however, Yulan realized how foolish the man's actions were previously. She had not had a clear grasp of Zero Wing's top experts. Now she understood. She also how wide the gap was between Zero Wing's main force and hers, which she formed with Underworld's connections. It was no wonder why Zero Wing had not feared the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and later dared to offend King's Return. Now, it seemed that Zero Wing's main force was no weaker than the main force of God's Domain's major powers. One would even be hard-pressed to find frightening damage dealers such as Shifeng and Fire Dance on those teams. Not to mention a powerful MT like Cola. With such a composition, they could collect top-tier equipment as fast as those major powers, following which, the Steel Slaughterer's HP decreased at a rate visible to the naked eye very quickly. Its HP fell to 30%. Suddenly, the Steel Slaughterers on both sides stomped the ground, forcing the players away. We re-doomed. Everyone knew that the battle was over when they saw the Grand Lords prepare to use Thunder Destruction simultaneously. One boss using this skill had already left them standing at death's door. If both bosses used this skill simultaneously, the stacked damage would undoubtedly blast them through that door. Everyone, hide beside the white boss. Moonlight, you three hide beside the black boss. You'll be responsible for tanking the boss. Blackie, give Moonlight Knight Guardian of Light. Cola, activate Dragon Scale Body. Shifeng shouted Guardian of Light could reduce the damage the target received as well as heal the target. Meanwhile, Dragon Scale Body would increase Cola's defense by 200%, HP by 300% and recovery ability by 500%. After activating Protection Blessing as well, Cola could even survive without any healing. The Black Steel Slaughterer was simply too far away. It was impossible for the other three MTs to reach the White Slaughterer in time. Hence, he had to leave the MTs with Moonlight Knight to fend for themselves. Fortunately, they had a skill like Guardian of Light, so they could save at least one of them. Otherwise, without anybody tanking the Black Steel Slaughterer, the two Grand Lords would obliterate the team. After Shifeng issued his orders, everyone burst into action shortly after. Both Steel Slaughterers activated Thunder Destruction. The power their skills contained was no weaker than the last time. The only difference was that each Steel Slaughterer only launched 3 shockwave attacks instead of 6. What's going on? Everyone was confused when they noticed that no one had died. They should have received 6 damages. This time, however, they had only suffered 3. Moreover, none of the Black Slaughterer's shockwaves had hit them. As for Moonlight Knight's side, all 3 MTs had survived. Did the shockwaves offset each other? Yulan suddenly thought of their positions. They just so happened to be standing in line with the 2 Steel Slaughterers. With this, the shockwaves the Black Slaughterer had released had been offset by the White Slaughterers before any had reached them. They hadn't suffered any damage from the Black Slaughterer's attack. Xialan wasn't the only one who had realized what had just happened. Bloodsucker and White Knight had reached the same conclusion. They all turned to Shifeng, who was reorganizing the team's formations, every one of them wondering just how smart Shifeng was to think of such a solution so quickly. If they had been in charge, they would have only been able to wait for their deaths after the Steel Slaughterer's attacks. The two Grand Lords did not use any powerful AoE skills. In less than 10 minutes, both bosses died by Shifeng's hands, granting everyone an abundance of EXP. Even after they shared the EXP, several of Overwhelming Smile's level 38 members rose to level 39. Shifeng's experience bar had also risen by nearly 6%. Compared to killing an ordinary Grand Lord, the Steel Slaughterer provided far more EXP. Meanwhile, due to divine providence, the Steel Slaughterer dropped over a dozen items. Chapter 923. Steel Crown. As the Steel Slaughterers crumbled into a pile of scrap metal, the temple's locked iron doors opened. It's finally dead. I was nearly out of mana. We won? Just like that? This is so awesome. Nobody will believe us when we tell them we defeated a level 44 Grand Lord. This was not the first time Zero Wings members had faced down a Grand Lord. However, this was the first time for Overwhelming Smiles members. They had even shrunk back in fear even against a level 40 Grand Lord, not to mention a level 44 Grand Lord. Hence, how could they contain their excitement? Currently, very few teams in God's domain were capable of killing a Grand Lord. This is the first time I have killed a Grand Lord so easily. If we had to rely on Raven's main force, we would have lost at least 80% of the team. We might have even suffered multiple team wipes. Masked Angel sighed in amazement as he sat on the ground. Raven's other members nodded their agreement. Although they had killed Grand Lords before, they usually paid a high price to do so. Generally, they suffered multiple team wipes before finally succeeding. Moreover, their team usually only had around a dozen or so people alive at the end of the raid. This was the first time they had killed a great lord so easily. Bloodsucker's gaze drifted towards Shifeng, who was occupied with picking up the loot, and he smiled bitterly. Originally, he had wanted to prove Raven's strength to Zero Wing. In the end, he and Kirin were the only members of their guild to rank within the top 10 on the team's damage stats against the boss. He ranked 6th, while Kirin ranked 10th. As for everyone else in their party of 6, they ranked beyond the 20th place. It was difficult to boast about such results with his DPS statistics. He could rank within the top 5 among Raven's main force, yet he only ranked 6th on this team, showing that there were 5 people stronger than himself. The most laughable aspect was the massive gap between 2nd and 3rd place. White Knight, who ranked 3rd among the team, had only dealt slightly over half of Fire Dance's total damage. Aside from them, Aqua Rose ranked 4th on the team, while one of Owl's female elementalists named Frozen Dream ranked 5th. With such an outcome, just how was he supposed to negotiate for a better deal with Shifeng? When fighting the next boss, drink an intermediate boiling blood potion and raise your damage ranks. I don't want to be at a disadvantage during out negotiations, Bloodsucker whispered to his party members. The intermediate blood boiling potion could increase a player's damage by 20% for 10 minutes. It was not available on the market and could only be obtained by killing certain special field bosses. It was extremely rare boss blood. Are you sure that you want to use such a precious potion here? Our guild only has a dozen or so of these potions, Kirin asked worriedly. This time, as a precaution, the guild had given each of them a bottle. Even when the guild had raided Grand Lords, they had refused to use it. Do you think we can top the damage charts if we don't use this potion? Bloodsucker retorted, smiling bitterly. Truthfully, he did not want to use the potion either. He had thought that he and Kirin would rank among the top 5 players in terms of damage, while the rest of his party would rank within the top 20, yet they had not, and now their reputation was in ruins. As the healers revived the dead, Shifeng organized the loot he had collected. Leader, did they drop something good? Kola asked excitedly when he noticed Shifeng's smile. The other Zero Wing members turned to Shifeng as well. They all knew Shifeng's personality. Items that they considered top tier were ordinary in Shifeng's eyes. Items that could garner Shifeng's interest were precious first-class items. Not bad. The boss dropped a piece of growth-type equipment. Shifeng chuckled as he shared the equipment's attributes in the team chat. Steel crown, helmet, plate armor, bronze rank. Level 40. Level 90. Defense plus 1374, level 40. Strength plus 31. Endurance plus 30. Agility plus 22. Additional passive skill 1 dash. Iron Wall. After receiving an attack, user has a 5% chance to trigger Iron Wall. Having the next damage received additional passive skill 2 dash. King's Resolve. Halves mental suppression suffered by wielder and decrease all control effects by 1/3 additional active skill dash. Steel Impact. Increases strength by 300%, speed by 100%, and causes a powerful impact to a maximum of 3 targets. Impact interrupts targets, knocks them back by 10 yards, and places them in a fainted state for 3 seconds cooldown. 1 minute 30 seconds. This crown was crafted by Titan craftsman Phyros. However, the crown's power has been severely weakened due to evil power pollution. To purify this evil power, one needs a large number of magic crystals and EXP. Can be purified 5 times. First purification requires 100 magic crystals and 200 million EXP. Every member of the team unconsciously gasped when they saw the steel crown's attributes. The crown was a treasure for MTs. The item's 2 passive skills could significantly reduce the burden on MTs when facing bosses. As for the Steel Impact skill, it could be useful during crucial moments to prolong or interrupt a boss's channeling before it executed a powerful skill with a 300% strength increase. An MT could easily take on a Grand Lord of the same level for a few moments. Furthermore, as the Steel Crown was growth-type equipment, both the crown's basic attributes and the skills would improve as the crown was purified. This helmet can practically rival epic equipment. Masked Angel drooled as he gazed at the steel crown. The steel crown did not have a class restriction. Any plate-wearing class could use it. However, it was most suited for an MT. This item was fully capable of raising an MT's standards to a whole new level. The team's 10 MTs stared at the steel crown in Shifeng's hands. However, Shifeng had already discussed the matter of the boss's loot. Among Zero Wing's side, Raven's members had opted out of the loot. As for Owl's members, as they were returning a favor, Shifeng would pay them with coins. Beyond that, Shifeng and Yulan had agreed to take turns choosing items from the loot. The team with the highest damage would choose first. Now that Zero Wing's group had an absolute lead in terms of damage, Shifeng got the first pick. Overwhelming Smiles members could only watch on with envy. However, Yulan did not find this outcome unfair. After all, they had relied on Zero Wing to kill the steel slaughterer among the loot. The steel crown was undoubtedly the most precious. However, there were many good items among the loot. 4 pieces of level 40 dark gold equipment had dropped. Currently, level 40 dark gold equipment was the best available outside of epic equipment. Tier 2 magic scrolls and rare potions also dropped. Even after splitting the loot, each side would reap a considerable harvest. Turtledove, where this, Shifeng handed the steel crown to the female knight. Turtledove me? Turtledove was somewhat hesitant. Among the guild's MTs, both Kola and Yi Wumian were stronger than her. Logically, one of them should have received the crown. She already wore a pair of epic-ranked boots. If she received another piece of growth-type equipment now, it would be somewhat unfair to Kola and Yi Wumian. Those two are using sets, so they can't wear the crown. Moreover, the steel crown is only bronze rank right now. Although your attributes will decrease slightly after equipping it, you will improve overall. You'll have an easier time dealing with the bosses later on, Shifeng said, chuckling. That's right. Turtledove, just take it. Both Kola and Yi Wumian nodded in agreement. In reality, Turtledove's techniques were already quite impressive. She was definitely the third-ranking MT in the guild. She just had slightly weaker equipment. If Turtledove improved her equipment, tanking bosses would become much easier. Alright, then. After some thought, Turtledove accepted Shifeng's offer. She was moved as well, and she inwardly swore not to let anyone down. Chapter 924. An Extraordinary Item's Hidden Effects. Under Chapter 924. An Extraordinary Item's Hidden Effects. After Turtledove equipped the steel crown, although her basic attributes had decreased slightly, her aura instantly changed. 5 ocean blue gems adorned the silver crown, which gave Turtledove a royal air. Moreover, Turtledove appeared far more relaxed. Clearly, the mental suppression around the temple released its grip on Turtledove. This crown is amazing. Wearing it actually calmed me down. With this, I don't have to worry about mental suppression against a high-tiered boss anymore. After equipping the steel crown, Turtledove felt a pleasant sensation wash over her body, her mind becoming much clearer than before. However, the greatest change she sensed was her body's flexibility. Her previous helmet could not compare to the steel crown. Growth-type equipment is similar to an extraordinary item. Aside from providing a huge boost to one's basic attributes, it generally provides some hidden effects. Shifeng explained God's Domain was a constantly evolving virtual reality game. During the game's initial stages, Epic items were only slightly stronger than dark gold items in terms of attributes. However, as God's domain evolved, epic items' true power would reveal itself, little by little. God's domain had already undergone its fourth evolution. Certain epic items would start to display extraordinary hidden effects that would allow players to display more of their combat power after the team rested. Shifeng led them into the temple, a long narrow hallway, which led to a plaza, weighted beyond the thick, iron doors. There were no intersections along the hallway. Various statues decorated the spacious plaza. The plaza also contained swarms of monsters. These monsters were covered in sharp, black scales. They had crescent-shaped heads and no eyes. However, rows of jagged, sharp teeth filled their mouths. Their four limbs looked more like daggers than actual limbs, and wherever these monsters passed, they left deep furrows in the ground. Silver versions of these pitch-black monsters also wandered the plaza. In terms of size, however, the silver monsters were nearly 3 times larger than their black brothers. Clearly, they would be more difficult to deal with than their smaller counterparts. Corrosive Beast, Dark Creature, Elite. Level 42 HP 150,000. Corrosive Beast King, Dark Creature, Lord. Level 43 HP 8. 000 000/8. 000 000. The plaza seemed to be these corrosive beasts' nest. There were more than 10,000 monsters wandering around. Just looking at them sent a chill down one's spine. Meanwhile, a gigantic teleportation magic array occupied the plaza's center. If they wanted to proceed through the trial, the teleportation array was their only option. Why are there so many monsters? Do we have to clear all of them? Yulan frowned as she watched the disgusting corrosive beasts. With a rough glance, she could see over 10,000 monsters in the plaza. Among them, several hundred were silver corrosive beast kings. Taking out these monsters would be a massive undertaking. Yulan wasn't the only one who with a headache. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen so many lords in one place. These players even suspected that one of these monsters would swarm them the moment they descended the staircase. The thought of facing hundreds of lords made everyone more than a little tense. There was no way they would survive so many. As their team stood there, shocked over the sight of so many powerful monsters, a pair of steel doors on the other end of the plaza opened, and a group of players emerged. Why are there other people here? Yulan muttered in surprise as she watched the players from across the plaza. It seems you're not the only one who obtained a Titan City Pass. We need to move faster now. Although Shifeng found the situation strange, he was not particularly shocked. The Holy City of Titan's entrance trial was not a dungeon. It was just an extremely dangerous special map. In addition, it was categorized by levels, with every 10 levels sharing one map. Players between level 36 and level 45 would share one map, and players between level 46 and level 55 would share a different map. Any player who obtained the pass could venture here. God's domain was massive, and with so many players, it'd be surprising if no other top-tier players managed to find their own pass. Unfortunately, the other party was clearly a powerful team, based on the fact that they had come this far, and Shifeng didn't want to benefit another team in the entrance trial. The trial's 4 paths had 3 main stages, with each having a different challenge set for the first stage. However, all 4 paths would converge here for the second stage. The 4 paths also shared the same final challenge. The first team to clear the final stage would gain an additional benefit: reputation for the Holy City of Titan. It was usually extremely difficult to raise one's Titan City reputation, so this was a massive benefit for the first team that cleared the trial. At the same time as Shifeng and the others discovered those players, that group of players had also discovered Shifeng's group boss Peerless. There's another team over there. Should we get rid of them? A level 40, burly assassin suggested, making the gesture of slitting one's throat while he stared at Shifeng and his team. Ignore them. We'll decide what to do after we pass through this area. It won't be too late to get rid of them if we meet them later, Peerless, the group's leader, said as he waved his hand at the assassin. Get ready. We need to clear this area quickly. Understood. As if this were not their first time here, the team burst into action. Leader, the other team is making its move. Aqua Rose asked softly, should we watch them for a moment first? Naturally, Shifeng understood Aqua Rose's concern. With their team strength, taking on 7 or 8 lords at once might be easy, but against several hundred lords, even Shifeng felt powerless. Hence, their best option was to observe the other group as they cleared this stage. This way, they would increase their chances of clearing the stage as well. However, Shifeng had no intentions of letting the other side get ahead of him. Titan City's reputation was on the line, and he must have it. Although there were a lot of monsters in the plaza, Their numbers weren't the largest cause for his headache. The corrosive beasts had an extremely abominable ability which could rapidly deplete players' durability. With this ability, it was impossible to defeat them all before their equipment broke. And plate armor classes. Gather around me, Shifeng said. He then revealed a large number of strengthening devices. Each of you, take 2 of these strengthening devices. After using them, 30 of you will form a protective circle while the other melees will serve as replacements when needed. All ranged DPS and healers will stand in the middle. We'll charge for the teleportation array. As soon as Shifeng said so, everyone understood his plan. They didn't actually need to kill all of these monsters. Rather, they needed to reach the teleportation magic array. Unfortunately, while this task might be easy for MTs, it was very difficult for melee classes. There were also countless corrosive beasts. They were all bound to receive some damage. If the healers only had to focus on a few MTs, they could bear it. However, they had to keep as many as 30 people alive. There was also a fairly long distance between the staircase and the plaza's center. If their healing failed to keep up with the damage the melee classes received, everyone would die before reaching the teleportation array. Shifeng's decision was definitely risky. However, Yulan and the others could not think of a better plan. Hence, they had to put their faith in Shifeng once more. Moreover, 2 groups of players were charging into the plaza. This would reduce the number of monsters they had to deal with. If they started moving after the other side had cleared the stage, it would be far more difficult to succeed. By the time everyone finished preparing, Shifeng had noticed that the other team had begun to move. Immediately he shouted, "Move out!" Chapter 925. King of Corrosion Chapter 925. King of Corrosion. The instant the team rushed down the staircase, the nearby corrosive beasts noticed them. The monsters turned their heads towards Shifeng's group one after another, and quickly, they swarmed towards the group like a tidal wave. The corrosive beasts were different from ordinary elite monsters. A layer of corrosive fluid coated their bodies. The corrosive fluid would reduce the durability of anything that touched it, whether it be weapons or equipment. If the equipment were secret silver rank or below, it would be rendered useless after receiving a few of the corrosive beasts' hits. Even fine gold equipment would only last a few more hits, and only dark gold rank items could last any length of time. Now that they had entered the plaza, there was no turning back. Against the tidal wave of corrosive beasts, the team's only option was to reach the teleportation array within the shortest time possible. Shortly after the team met the corrosive beast army. Although the elite monsters did not break through the team's defensive formation, after several bouts, everyone wore grim expressions. My weapon. My equipment. What are these monsters? Many of the players cried out in shock when they noticed their equipment and weapons' durability. Even after a brief moment of contact with the corrosive beasts, their dark gold weapons' durability had instantly decreased by 1 point. An ordinary dark gold weapon only had around 120 or so durability. Their dark gold equipment fared even worse. After receiving a few hits, their strengthening devices' durability decreased by 1 point as well. It was obvious that, without the protection of the strengthening devices, their equipment would only last for a short time. Leader, look at that team. It seems that they came prepared, Fire Dance said as she pointed at the other team. As she was not standing in the other ring, attacking with her throwing knives, she could focus on their distant competition. That's a smart move. Shifeng was slightly surprised when he turned to watch the other team. Instead of using a circular defensive formation as they had, the other team employed a V-shaped formation. Their most durable MTs served as the spearhead while the others followed closely behind. When the other team attacked, they would try to push the corrosive beasts standing before them away, forcing these monsters into the corrosive beasts behind them and buying some time. During this short period, the team pulled away from these monsters, with neither side having the opportunity to clash. In addition, the magical classes in the middle of the formation used one Tier 2 magic scroll after another. The magic scrolls they used all contained AoE spells. Whenever a corrosive beast king charged at the team, these magical classes used a series of magic scrolls to knock back the oncoming corrosive beasts and beast kings, allowing the team to move faster despite both sides starting towards the teleportation magic array at the same time. The other team was much faster. Boss Peerless, your method is really effective. We'll reach the teleportation array in half the time of our previous attempt. That's right. Boss Peerless is the best. We'll definitely clear the entrance trial. That team is pretty stupid. At this rate, we won't have to worry about them. Ha ha ha. I hope they can clear this stage though. The fact that they reached this stage shows that their weapons and equipment are excellent. We might be able to earn some top-tier equipment. Everyone on Peerless' team chatted cheerfully among themselves. As both teams were fairly far apart, they couldn't tell who the other team was. However, as they had experienced the first stage's difficulty personal, they knew that the other team must possess high-quality weapons and equipment. Otherwise, reaching the second stage would have been impossible. Team leader Yi Feng, we can't continue like this. These corrosive beasts are wearing out our equipment too quickly, Yulan said anxiously after examining the team's situation. Why don't we start using magic scrolls as well? The monster's corrosive ability was much stronger than she had expected. If not for the strengthening devices, their equipment would have long since broken. However, there was still a long distance to the teleportation array. Moreover, more corrosive beast kings approached in the beginning. They only had to deal with one or two at a time. Now, over a dozen attacked simultaneously. They weren't even a third of the way, yet so many lords bombarded their team. Soon, they may have to face dozens of corrosive beast kings. The corrosive beast kings were many times stronger than the corrosive beasts. Not only were they stronger in terms of attributes, but their corrosive abilities were also stronger by a large margin. Even Kola, who used an epic shield, was having a difficult time against these lords currently. Their only way to break through was to utilize the same method as the other team, which employed AoE magic scrolls. Although their team had not prepared to use these scrolls, they had brought some with them unfortunately. Using large-scale destruction spells would only add to the chaos of their situation. Large-scale destruction spells did not differentiate between friend and foe. Even if they cleared out the monsters in an area with the spell, they would have to wait until the spell's effects were over before proceeding. In the end, the monsters they had left behind would catch up while they wasted time. No rush. We'll use them after we reach the halfway point. Feng rejected Yolan's suggestion. Using magic scrolls with impact effects was certainly a method that many teams had employed in Feng's previous life. However, the second stage had another hidden mechanism. When two or more teams were halfway to the plaza center, they would awaken the slumbering king of corrosion, Seilu Taiban. Now that the other team had passed the midway point, Feng did not want to do the same too soon. At the very least, they should wait until the other team completed 2/3 of their journey. This way, the king of corrosion would target that team rather than theirs, which had just entered the king's domain. Hearing Feng's rejection, Yulan was momentarily speechless. However, since Feng's leadership had already proven successful, it would not be wise to oppose his commands now. As time passed, more corrosive beast kings converged on both teams. In the blink of an eye, each team faced over 100 lords. Even Peerless team began to slow due to the large number of monsters. However, when Peerless team was a quarter of a distance away from the teleportation array, Feng and the others reached the halfway point immediately. A pillar of green light rose from the center of the plaza, releasing a dense, green fog. As this fog passed over the area, everything it touched heavily corroded, eroding hundreds and thousands of little holes across the ground. The scene sent chills down everyone's spines. What's going on here? Peerless stared at the pillar of light, his expression twisting into something ugly. This was not his first time here. Rather, it was his third visit. The first time he had reached this plaza, his team had only crossed 2/3 of the distance before they fell under the overwhelming sea of monsters. On their second try, while they had forged through this stage after many difficulties, they had not encountered anything like this. As he stared at the pillar of green light, he involuntarily shivered, his mind continuously warning him that it was extremely dangerous to continue forward, as everyone was caught in their stupor. A ferocious monster that stood over 20 meters high emerged from the green light. This monster was nearly 3 times larger than the corrosive beast kings, and green scales covered its entire body. A green liquid seeped from the gaps between its scales. When the liquid touched the ground, it ate through the earth, creating a large hole. A green fog also circled the monster's humongous body. This was none other than the king of corrosion, Seilu Taiban. Seeing this, everyone involuntarily gulped in fear. Why has such a monster appeared? Peerless' complexion paled as he stared Seilu Taiban. Chapter 926. Archaic Species Chapter 926. Archaic Species. The King of Corrosion's sudden appearance cast a dark cloud over the two teams. Damn it. We must have triggered this monster because there are 2 teams here. Rage flared in Peerless' eyes as he turned to Zero Wings' team on the other side of the plaza, killing intent welling within him. However, it was too late to change anything. He had thought of taking care of Feng and his team after they had reached the 3rd stage, earning some weapons and equipment. However, he now regretted his decision to delay. The King of Corrosion did not give the players any time to consider their situation. After examining its surroundings, it charged towards Peerless' team like a Mack truck. The ground trembled with each of Seilu Taiban's steps. As it moved, The corrosive fluid from its body ate large craters in the ground. Seeing these craters sent shivers down everyone's spine. Taiban, King of Corrosion, Dark Creature, Grand Lord, Level 45 HP 80, 000, 000/80, 000, 000. Taiban's massive frame spoke of its immense power. However, after witnessing its exact strength, everyone was shocked. Taiban's attributes were far higher than the first stage's boss. No matter how they looked at it, the King of Corrosion possessed higher attributes than what any level 45 Grand Lord should have. Leader, what should we do? Should we continue forward? Aqua Rose began to despair after seeing the massive King of Corrosion. Taiban was just too strong. It was definitely the strongest boss within the level 40 range that she had ever seen. Is this a joke? Why does this stage have such a powerful boss? Bloodsucker's expression was particularly grim among the team. Only White Knight and the other members of Owl remained relatively calm. After all, they had faced a dragon not long ago. The King of Corrosion was slightly weaker than the Tier 2 mutated dragon had been. However, they had only defeated the mutated dragon thanks to a monster like Black Flame. Without such a monster, defeating this boss was unlikely at this time. Shifeng issued his commands in the team chat. Fire Dance, use the frost grenades to stop the corrosive beasts. Blackie, use Stars of Light to clear a path ahead. Everyone else, if you have AoE attack or control skills, now is the time to use them. While Taiban might not be a dragon, it was an archaic species. To put it simply, it was the descendant of ferocious beasts. Ferocious beasts were from the same life order as dragons, capable of killing gods. Although the blood of ferocious beasts flowing through Taiban's veins had been diluted over several generations, making the Grand Lord far weaker than a ferocious beast, ordinary monsters couldn't compete with its power. Tier 1 players could not take this boss down. At the very least, they needed Tier 2 players to have any chance against Taiban. Fortunately, defeating Taiban wasn't necessary to proceed to the next stage. Under Shifeng's command, the team began to move like a well-oiled machine. Fire Dance and the other melee classes who were not fighting in the defensive ring threw one intermediate grenade after another, freezing the distant lords and elites before them. Blackie then used Stars of Light while Shifeng used Firestorm. Yulon contributed as well as she used Thunder Beast's Descent. When the three large-scale destruction spells struck, light, flame, and lightning descended upon the plaza, looking as if doomsday were upon them. For a time, damages in the tens of thousands appeared above the frozen monsters' heads. In a few short seconds, over 1,000 corrosive beasts died, and a clearing appeared before Shifeng's team. Everyone's experience bar soared rapidly. A few of the team's level 38 players reaching level 39. Some of Zero Wing's level 39 players rose level 40 as well due to the frost grenade's freezing effect. The monsters that were fortunate enough to be outside the AoE spell's range remained frozen. For a short time, no other corrosive beasts could fill the new clearing, which allowed Shifeng and the others to proceed any resistance. Shortly after, the magical class players began to use magic scrolls to repel the incoming corrosive beasts. Not only did this speed up the team's advance, but it also significantly reduced their weapons and equipment's durability consumption as Shifeng's team began to spring. The other team grew desperate. Everyone, prepare for battle. Blade, get ready to use that Tier 3 magic scroll. No matter what, don't let that monster near us. Peerless knew that there was no point in regret now. He needed to deal with the problem before them quickly. If they could hold on until they reached the teleportation array, victory would be theirs. Boss, we had prepared that magic scroll for the third stage. If we use it now, a summoner in his mid-20s voiced his concern. Just use it. Fortunately, it isn't our only trump card for the third stage, Peerless growled as he gnashed his teeth. He didn't want to use the Tier 3 magic scroll, either. Just before Taiban reached their team, the summoner named Blade used the Tier 3 magic scroll he held. Suddenly, a golden magic array appeared above them. A gigantic beast then descended from the array, knocking away the surrounding corrosive beast's blade. Use the golden lion to lure the boss away. Peerless ordered. The King of Corrosion was simply too dangerous. Even if it simply stood still and did nothing, the corrosive mist around it could claim their lives. They could only rely on the Tier 3 Great Lord they had summoned to hold it off. The golden lion, which stood over 10 meters tall, then pounced on Taiban. However, before it crashed into the King of Corrosion, Taiban swiped its claws at the lion pung. The attack sent the lion flying, its massive frame crashing into a crowd of corrosive beasts. Everyone's jaws dropped. A single hit had sent a level 55, Tier 3 Great Lord flying. The golden lion was actually 10 levels higher than Taiban. Even if it weren't a match for the level 45 Grand Lord's strength, there should not be too much of a difference. Yet, the one attack had thrown the Golden Lion over 30 yards. This was unbelievable. Fortunately, the Golden Lion had attracted Seilu Taiban's attention. Rather than stomping towards Peerless' team, the King of Corrosion approached the fallen lion, one step at a time. Seeing the boss change targets, Peerless and his team released a sigh of relief. Taking this opportunity, they made a mad dash for the teleportation array. Unfortunately, the Golden Lion wasn't doing well as the King of Corrosion trampled upon its body, its HP decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Peerless and his companions shuddered in fear as they watched as the Golden Lion's HP plummeted. Peerless' team sped towards the teleportation array. When the Golden Lion had less than 10% of its HP remaining, Peerless and the others were finally inside the teleportation array. Damn it. Damn this thing. It made me waste a Tier 3 summoning scroll. A cold glint flashed in Peerless' eyes as he glared at the Golden Lion, which was on its last breath. He had hoped to take the lion with them through the second stage. However, that was no longer possible. This had severely disrupted his plans. He shouted sternly, "Blade, remove the summoning. I want those people to die." Understood. The summoner understood Peerless' intentions. While it was no longer possible to leave with the Golden Lion, that did not mean they should let others take advantage of it. Immediately, he cancelled the summoning. Shifeng's team still had to cross another quarter of a distance or so to reach the teleportation array. With the King of Corrosion's strength, that was more than enough time to annihilate the team. Sure enough, the moment the Golden Lion vanished, Seilu Taiban's gaze shifted to Shifeng and his players. Chapter 927. Complete State. For Chapter 927. Complete State. We are letting them off too easy. Blade clicked his tongue as he watched Shifeng's team. Boss Peerless, should we activate the teleportation array now? Wait a moment. I want to watch the King of Corrosion kill them. Peerless shook his head. The entrance trial's third stage was not any easier than the second. It would be far more difficult to proceed without the Tier 3 summoning scroll. He wanted to kill Shifeng and his companions himself. However, he was satisfied with the knowledge that the King of Corrosion would massacre them. Seilu Taiban's corrosive fluid could cause a tremendous amount of damage to one's equipment. It might even destroy the other team's weapons and equipment. This was a better outcome than killing them and taking a single item from each. Hearing Peerless' words, his people turned to watch Shifeng's team with anticipation. Seilu Taiban's movement speed was very high. Before Shifeng and the others had crossed 100 yards, the King of Corrosion was less than 50 yards away from the team. They couldn't help their panic as the boss approached. The Grand Lord's pummeling of a level 55 Great Lord was still fresh in their minds. If even a Tier 3 Great Lord could not hold off this boss, players such as themselves had no hope. Even if all 10 of their MTs worked together, they couldn't defend against the King of Corrosion's attack style. Deal with him. Everyone else, hurry. Shifeng's lips hooked up into a smile as he watched the incoming Seilu Taiban. Others might not know the King of Corrosion's power, but he did. Although Seilu Taiban was an archaic species, it had a fatal weakness. It couldn't respond to sudden changes very well. Even a slight turn required it to waste roughly 2 seconds. Expert players would have plenty of time to dodge its attacks. However, they first had to draw the King of Corrosion's aggro. Shifeng instantly appeared before the King of Corrosion. Seeing this, Seilu Taiban swiped its claws at Shifeng. However, Shifeng easily evaded its attack using silent steps, instantly appearing behind the King of Corrosion. Dragon Breath. Suddenly, a massive white beam bombarded the back of Seilu Taiban's neck. 23. 187. So tough. Shifeng clicked his tongue. Dragon Breath multiplied his damage by 10. Yet when the skill struck one of the King of Corrosion's vulnerable spots, it only dealt around 20,000 damage. If an ordinary expert attacked the Grand Lord, they would probably only deal a few hundred damage. Shifeng's attack immediately drew Seilu Taiban's attention. Following which, the King of Corrosion tried to turn to attack Shifeng. However, Seilu Taiban was very slow when turning, shifting its body step by step. This gave Shifeng ample time to activate Windwalk and leave his current position. As for the corrosive beasts and corrosive beast kings blocking his way, they were no threat. Yuri quite durable. Unfortunately, this Grand Lord isn't that easy to deal with. You're just wasting your time, Peerless sneered as he watched Shifeng. In the face of absolute power, techniques were useless. Even if Shifeng bought his team some time, it wouldn't be enough to reach the teleportation array. Roar. Seilu Taiban roared his fury as it chased Shifeng in the blink of an eye. The King of Corrosion had moved away from Shifeng's team, the team sighing in relief. A moment later, however, Tension gripped their hearts once more. Selu Taiban was simply too fast. Even after Shi Feng activated Windwalk, he could not match the King of Corrosion's speed. If he allowed the Grand Lord to catch up to him, he wouldn't have a skill like Silent Steps to help him avoid another attack. After Shi Feng crossed about 20 yards, Selu Taiban had caught up to him. Selu Taiban's claws transformed into afterimages as it swiped at Shi Feng, a sonic boom blasting through the air. Parry. Pang! Like a bullet, Shi Feng was thrown over 30 yards, his body slamming into the ground. The impact even created a large crater around Shi Feng's body as expected of an archaic species. Although its strength is lower than the mutated dragon's, it is still stronger than an ordinary Grand Lord. Once Shi Feng stood back up, he felt as if every bone in his body was about to pop out of its socket. His arms were numb after taking the King of Corrosion's hit. If he had not used parry to block the attack, he would have been dead by now. Seeing Shi Feng's HP remain static, Selu Taiban flew into a rage. Taking 2 steps forward, it instantly arrived before Shi Feng and stomped on the tiny swordsman. Seeing the mountain-sized foot descending towards him, Shi Feng stopped holding back Heavenly Dragon's power. Thunder God's Descent. The 2 skills instantly increased Shi Feng's strength attribute by 150%, HP by 500%, defense by 300%, agility by 60%, movement speed and attack speed by 150%, and damage by 50%. He also received a 50% damage reduction. Shi Feng's HP climbed to 122,800. As for his defense, even Cola couldn't match his. After receiving these massive buffs, Shi Feng swung Killing Ray towards the King of Corrosion's feet. Chop. 3 arcs of blue light gathered at a single point, tearing space itself apart. This spatial tear then extended towards Selu Taiban's feet. Boom. The powerful shockwave from the impact knocked the surrounding corrosive beasts back. Suddenly, there were no monsters within 20 yards of the King of Corrosion. Is he an NPC? When the dust settled, everyone's jaws hit the floor as they stared at the shockwave's epicenter. No one could believe their eyes. Shi Feng had actually blocked the King of Corrosion's powerful attack. Moreover, he had caused Selu Taiban to shudder slightly. Although Shi Feng was buried up to his knees, he had only received around -7,000 damage from the attack. To Shi Feng's over 120,000 HP, this damage was nothing. The upgraded Heavenly Dragon's Breath is wonderful. I won't even have to activate 2-fold Berserk at this rate. Shi Feng flexed his muscles, joints popping. Although he felt somewhat stiff, overall, Shi Feng's combat power had not been affected. When he had faced the mutated dragon, he had been suffering a weakened soul state, reducing his attributes by nearly half. He had relied on dragon's domination to overcome the mutant. Now that his soul had recovered, although his strength was still not a match for the King of Corrosion even after activating Heavenly Dragon's power, the gap was not as wide as it had been. In addition, with his extremely high skill completion rate, he wouldn't have a problem defending against the Grand Lord's normal attacks. However, his sacred sword, Killing Ray, was the main reason that he could contend with Selu Taiban. Killing Ray increased his damage by 100% against dark creatures. However, just after Shi Feng pulled his legs out of the ground, the enraged King of Corrosion swung its claws at him once more as if it were trying to swat a fly just in time. Let's see how you fare against this. Shi Feng did not dodge the attack. Instead, he used his sure kill skill. Flame burst. A miniature sun then collided with Selu Taiban's claws. Chapter 928. Holy City's Treasure. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. The instant Selu Taiban's claws met the scorching light, a tear appeared on its originally impenetrable green hand. The corrosive gas that surrounded its body also began to vanish. Boom. As an explosion shook the area, Selu Taiban's attack was repelled. In contrast, Shi Feng only took a step back, not receiving any damage. He blocked it? How is that possible? Neither Peerless Team nor Zero Wings Team could believe their eyes. The King of Corrosion was capable of overwhelming a level 55 Great Lord. Moreover, the last time Shi Feng had blocked the Grand Lord's attack, he had received quite a bit of damage. Now, however, he actually stood there unscathed. They felt as if they had just watched someone block an oncoming train with one hand. Boss Blood. I don't even think Guild Leader Bloodfang is a match for Yifeng's strength, Kiran said in shock as he stared at Shi Feng. Indeed. Purely in terms of strength, he has surpassed our guild leader, Bloodsucker said with a serious glint in his gaze. The strength Zero Wing displayed before them had already surpassed the information they had on the guild. After Shi Feng successfully repelled one of Selu Taiban's attacks, the King of Corrosion launched a series of attacks. Shi Feng used Killing Ray once more to repel the Grand Lord's attacks. Boom. 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 Feng blocked every one of Seilu Taiban's attacks. The combination of fire and the sacred sword is amazing. Feng smiled. Aside from its slow turning speed, Seilu Taiban had another small weakness. Fire attacks would deal double the damage against the Grand Lord as a result. The combination of both bonuses allowed Feng to match the King of Corrosion's strength. Unfortunately, Flame Burst's uses were limited. He could not stand against the King of Corrosion for long. However, Feng had no intentions waiting for his death. He had deliberately caused the King of Corrosion to appear. If he had wanted to play it safe, he could have allowed Peerless' team to reach the third stage first. Seilu Taiban was the only reason he had not in the past. Many teams had reached the entrance trial's second stage. Many teams often challenged the trial at the same time. Initially, when players encountered the King of Corrosion, they had treated it as if it were undefeatable. They only attempted to shake the boss off and proceed to the next stage. However, as players reached higher levels and obtained better equipment, they started to raid the King of Corrosion for its loot. In the end, when a team of players finally killed Seilu Taiban, the Grand Lord had dropped a treasure that nobody had expected: the Holy City's emblem. Every guild in God's domain had treasured this item. Even after 10 years, the Holy City of Titans passes were extremely rare. Countless guilds had sought the pass as players could not enter Titan City without it. However, the Holy City's emblem could also transfer players to Titan City. Unfortunately, it could only transfer 10 players. However, unlike the Titan City Pass, the Holy City's emblem was not a consumable. It could be used indefinitely. Moreover, the emblem could send players to the Holy City directly. They didn't need to challenge the entrance trial now that there were 2 teams in the second stage. Feng wouldn't pass up this opportunity. The King of Corrosion was not undefeatable in the past. Through countless teams' experimentation, players finally discovered an effective way to defeat Seilu Taiban. With his current team's strength, if they used that method, they could do the same. Following which, Feng activated Windrider and flew towards the teleportation magic array. Realizing where Feng was flying to, Seilu Taiban also dashed towards the teleportation array. Boss, that person's flying towards us. We need to leave. If that monster charges over here, it'll be difficult to escape, Blade hurriedly advised. Although corrosive beasts would not approach the teleportation array, there was no guarantee that the King of Corrosion would not. On the off chance that it entered the teleportation array, the consequences would be unimaginable. Peerless gnashed his teeth. However, he still gave the command to leave, saying, "Let's go." Although he was reluctant, he had to admit that Feng and his team were far stronger than he had expected. If they clashed, they might fail the trial again. This was their final chance. There was no room for failure. Following which, Peerless and his team activated the teleportation magic array, transforming into a beam of light and disappearing from the plaza. Shortly after Peerless' team left, Feng entered the teleportation array as well. Just as Peerless had guessed, the enraged King of Corrosion ignored the teleportation array and charged onto the platform. However, before Seilu Taiban reached the array's center where Feng stood, Feng reversed the flow of mana in the teleportation array. The teleportation array instantly transformed into a magic barrier. The green mist around Seilu Taiban began to scatter. Its basic attributes also plummeted. The Grand Lord's HP, which had been 80 million, fell to 60 million inches. The past. Nobody had thought that the teleportation array in the plaza's center could do such a thing. Everyone had only thought of using brute strength to kill the King of Corrosion. As long as the magic barrier was active, the King of Corrosion could not leave the area. Of course, players couldn't use the teleportation array either. This was the equivalent of sealing off their own path of retreat, and unless they defeated the King of Corrosion, there was no way to proceed to the third stage. Now that the King of Corrosion had been weakened, even without Flame Burst, Feng only received around -3,000 damage from clashing with the Grand Lord. However, Feng no longer faced Seilu Taiban's attacks head-on. Rather, he evaded the boss's normal attacks. After the Heavenly Dragon's power ended, Feng activated the Power of Darkness, increasing his attributes by 60%. He then used the Aura of Water's activatable skill, Life Bloom. With the skill's powerful healing, he could last against the King of Corrosion until his entire team had entered the magic barrier. Cola, activate the Power of Darkness and tank it. Everyone else, add support from the sides. Once Cola's Berserk skill ends, Yi Wumian, activate yours and replace Cola. Turtle Dove will be next. Feng issued his commands once his team had entered the barrier. Yulon, use your large-scale buff spell. Everyone else, watch the boss's tail. On Feng's command, before they could even catch a breather, they began to move once more. Cola immediately activated the Power of Darkness and used Justice Bash on the King of Corrosion's feet. He followed up with a Shield of Vengeance, drawing Seilu Taiban's Agroyulan also utilized her large-scale buff spell. Angel's Blessing. Suddenly, a harp-wielding, golden angel appeared in the sky. As the angel began to sing, a golden barrier enveloped every member of the team. Not only did the golden barrier increase everyone's attributes by 20%, but it also gave them a divine shield buff, reducing the damage they took by 20%. Both buffs lasted for 30 minutes. Although everyone's attributes had risen significantly, their damage against the King of Corrosion was still quite low, with most attacks dealing around -1,000 or so damage. Only elementalists could deal almost -3,000 damage with fire-type spells. However, Seilu Taiban had 60 million HP. Its battle recovery alone healed it for 600,000 HP every 5 seconds. Raiding the King of Corrosion was far more difficult than they had imagined. The team members finally realized just how terrifying Shifeng was to hold off the Grand Lord for as long as he had. Chapter 929. Clear. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Even after Seilu Taiban had been weakened, it dealt over -10,000 damage to Kola despite the Guardian Knight's active Berserk skill. Fortunately, Kola now had 40,000 HP. Without the Berserk skill, the single attack would have dropped his HP to a critical state. If it had been a critical hit, he would have died instantly. Skill incoming. Melee players, move back. Kola, focus on your positioning. Shifeng warned the MT when he saw the King of Corrosion's raised claws release a green glow. Although Shifeng had warned his team the moment he noticed the Grand Lord prepare the skill, Seilu Taiban didn't need long to launch it. When the Grand Lord's claws descended, many was still within 10 yards of it. Boom. The earth shattered. Everyone within 20 yards was thrown into a fainted state. In addition, green mist surfaced from the affected area. All players within the green mist lost 10,000 HP every second. Although some players had dispelled their fainted debuff immediately, they had failed to escape the area in time. In the blink of an eye, the mist claimed 3 lives. What a powerful skill. Although 5 healers focused on him, Kola only had around 14,000 HP by the time he broke through the green mist. Even the healers couldn't keep up with his diminishing HP. Meanwhile, his strengthening device's durability had fallen by 20 points. The mist's corrosive power was staggering. After Seilu Taiban finished executing its skill, it searched for a new target. Its eyes then fell upon one of the healers standing in the rear. It started to turn and tried to charge towards the healer. The boss is changing targets. MTs, block it. Shifeng shouted. Every so often, the King of Corrosion would choose a random target within 50 yards to attack, and for 4 seconds, it would become immune to aggro-pulling skills such as Mock. During these 4 seconds, players could only do their best to hinder the Grand Lord. Although 4 seconds might seem like a short time, to Seilu Taiban, it was more than enough to cross 50 yards. After Shifeng issued his orders, Turtledove executed Steel Impact and smashed her shield into the King of Corrosion. Pung. After a 300% boost to her strength attribute surpassed even Shifeng's, while the swordsman had Heavenly Dragon's power active. As a result, the attack forced the King of Corrosion back by 2 steps. A damage of over -10,000 points appearing above its head. Shock and admiration filled the team when they saw the Grand Lord stumble back. This move had delayed Seilu Taiban for 2 seconds. After including the 10 MT's blockade, the team foiled the King of Corrosion's attempt to eliminate one of the healers. Taking this opportunity, everyone bombarded the Grand Lord with attacks. Multiple damages appeared above Seilu Taiban's head. However, the King of Corrosion's defense was simply too high. Even Fire Dance had only dealt around -1,300 damage with each normal attack, while her skills dealt around -3,000 damage. This damage was not nearly as eye-catching as what she had dealt to the Steel Slaughterer. As for Shifeng, with the Sacred Sword doubling his damage and the effects of Power of Darkness and Angel's Blessing, every attack dealt around -10,000 damage. If he scored a critical hit, he dealt around -20,000 damage. As time passed and Kola's Berserk skill ended, Yi Wumian activated his Power of Darkness and replaced Kola. After Yi Wumian was done, Turtledove took his place. During this time, Seilu Taiban managed to kill another dozen or so players. As for the King of Corrosion itself, its HP had fallen to 30%. A big one is coming. Everyone, stand together. Healers, don't hold back. Heal everyone. Shifeng ordered a halt to his team's attacks as he gathered them together. When he noticed the Grand Lord shrink when its HP fell to 30%, Seilu Taiban would randomly launch powerful AoE attacks around itself. Every player within range would share the damage from these attacks. If only one person were within a targeted area, the attack would even deal enough damage to kill Shifeng with Heavenly Dragon's power active. Hence, everyone needed to stand together to receive this attack. After the team had huddled together, pillars of green light began to descend from the sky, one after another. These pillars created large craters when they struck the ground. It was clear that these players would die if they were stuck in the blink of an eye. Shifeng's team received a blast. Everyone lost over 10,000 HP on the spot. Before the healers could restore their HP, another pillar struck the team. The players lost another 10,000 HP. The pillars of light descended for over 20 seconds. Throughout this time, a total of 5 pillars bombarded Shifeng's team. Many had died partway. In the end, less than 50 people remained. Unfortunately, while Taiban cast its skill, its HP had recovered, climbing from 30% to 50%. It now had 30 million HP remaining. Despair gripped everyone's hearts. They had fewer than 50 players standing now. Moreover, the surviving members were worse for wear, yet they still needed to burn away 30 million HP from the King of Corrosion. Had they not activated their berserk skills, the Pillars of Light would have killed them. If the King of Corrosion used this move again, their deaths would be imminent. Don't panic. The boss is now weakened, Shifeng said as he pointed to the King of Corrosion. Taiban kneeled on the ground, a tired expression on its face. Seeing this renewed everyone's confidence immediately. Everyone launched a bombardment at the Grand Lord. Sure enough, as Shifeng had said, everyone's attacks were now dealing 50% more damage to the King of Corrosion. Moreover, both the Grand Lord's strength and speed had decreased by 30%. This significantly reduced the burden on the MTS. Taiban's HP rapidly fell. In just a few moments, its HP dropped from 50% to 30%. Soon, it fell from 30% to 10%. However, as time passed, the King of Corrosion slowly regained its vigor. Don't hold back. Throw everything you have at it. Shifeng anxiously shouted. The King of Corrosion was too difficult to deal with. By the time Taiban had 6% HP remaining, it had recovered from its weakened state. Despite having used their berserk skills, the team had failed to finish off the Grand Lord while it had been weakened. Now that their berserk skills were no longer an option, it was practically impossible to defeat the recovered King of Corrosion. Suddenly, Kola activated Dragon Scale Body and ran in for a final bout. Shifeng also activated Blade Liberation, his attributes instantly doubling. With the Sacred Sword's effect, each of his attacks dealt over minus 20,000 damage. The others began to activate all sorts of magic scrolls as well, bombarding the King of Corrosion with various spells. Once Taiban's HP fell to 5%, it started to attack players randomly. To make things worse, none of their aggro-pulling skills were effective. As a result, the team rapidly lost players. When there were only 20 or so players remaining, Taiban's HP finally reached 1%. Die. Watching their teammates die, one after another, the survivors grew anxious. However, although everyone used every skill they had against the King of Corrosion, the effects were minimal. They had long since exhausted their options, so their damage was now limited. When there were only 14 players standing, Shifeng's flame burst finished its cooldown using silent steps. He arrived behind Taiban's neck. He then began brandishing Killing Ray. 15 dazzling white lights flared. The King of Corrosion's final 300,000 HP vanished instantly, its massive frame crashing before the team. Chapter 930. Siege Tool. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Seeing the King of Corrosion fall to the ground, the survivors released a sigh of relief. A moment later, everyone burst into cheers. Taiban's death allowed the survivors' levels to increase rapidly. For example, Fire Dance and Aqua Rose, who were level 40, reached level 42. Yulan also climbed from level 39 to level 42. As for Shifeng, White Knight, and Frozen Dream, they shot from level 42 to level 43. So much EXP. The corners of Bloodsucker's lips twitched slightly when he saw 2 consecutive lights wrap around his body. His level rising to 42, the King of Corrosion had nearly annihilated them. Not a single MT on the team was still alive. Among the healers, only Violet Cloud still stood without any life-saving skills. The King of Corrosion could kill a player with each attack. The battle's intensity had left a lingering fear among the survivors. Rest up. Violet, after you recover your mana, revive the other healers, Shifeng ordered after glancing over everyone. The King of Corrosion's might hadn't particularly surprised him. After all, Taiban was an archaic species. In fact, this outcome had been excellent since he hadn't used his trump cards. If they had been any other team, Taiban's ultimate attack would have annihilated them. They would not have survived until the Grand Lord entered a weakened state. The King of Corrosion didn't drop much after it died. Even after Shifeng had used Divine Providence, It had only dropped 9 items and some coins. Among the items, 5 were materials. After splitting the coins among the team, each person only obtained around 40 silver. They did not even have enough to pay for their repair fees, however. Among the loot, Shifeng only had eyes for a flashing silver emblem. This was none other than the Holy City's emblem. With this emblem, he didn't have to worry about finding a pass to the Holy City in the future. Of the 3 remaining items, one was a piece of growth-type equipment, one was a piece of epic equipment, and the last was a miniature ballista design Solovia's blade, 2-handed sword, bronze rank, level 40, level 100 equipment requirement. Strength 700 attack power plus 944, level 40, strength plus 52, endurance plus 61 attack speed plus 3 ignore levels plus 7. When attacking, 20% chance to deal 2/1 times damage and inflict the bleeding debuff on target for 12 seconds. Additional passive skill, monstrous strength. When attacking, there is a chance to increase strength by 60% for 5 seconds. Additional active skill, blood of fury. The lower the wielder's HP is, the higher their damage and attack speed become to a maximum of 70% for 1 minute. Cooldown: 5 hours. This sword belonged to Titan's Grand Marshal Solovia. However, due to contamination by the power of darkness, purifying the item will require a large number of magic crystals and EXP. First purification requires 200 magic crystals and 400 million EXP. This sword, which had once been used by a Grand Marshal of Titan City, caused the team's berserkers to drool. The weapon even tempted Bloodsucker. Although his current weapon was epic rank, when comparing additional skills, Solovia's blade was much suited for berserkers. Solovia's blade was almost tailor-made for the class. Unfortunately, purifying the weapon 5 times would require a lot of magic crystals and EXP. The other epic item also left everyone speechless. Ring of Corrosion, ring, epic rank, level 40, level 90 equipment requirement. Agility 400, intelligence 200, strength plus 38, agility plus 42, endurance plus 26, intelligence plus 31, level 40, ignore levels plus 10. When equipped, increase all attributes by 10%. Poison resistance plus 20, magic resistance plus 10. Additional passive skill, Corrosion. Allows wielder's attacks to weaken opponent's defense and magic resistance by 50% and inflicts a poison debuff, causing damage every 2 seconds for 10 seconds. Debuff can stack up to 5 times. Additional active skill, Poisonous Miasma. Release a poisonous mist in a radius of 20 yards, causing damage equal to 500% of wielder's main attribute every second. Enemies within this poisonous mist suffer a 10% defense and magic resistance decrease for 10 seconds. Cooldown: 30 minutes. Ornaments were already extremely rare in God's domain, much less an epic ranked ring. A ring that improved a player's DPS was even rarer. Overall, the Ring of Corrosion was even more valuable than Solovia's blade. The instant Shifeng revealed the Ring of Corrosion's information, the players gasped. After everyone had revived, Shifeng looked to Yulan and asked, "I choose the Holy City's emblem. Which item will you choose?" Overwhelming smiles. Members wished they could walk away with it all. The 2 items and the miniature ballista were extremely valuable items to a guild. As for the Holy City's emblem, Shifeng had not shared its attributes. He had specifically exercised his right to choose the first item to avoid revealing its information. Nobody called Shifeng out on his actions, either. After all, they had only won this battle because of Shifeng's commands. However, Yulan was somewhat hesitant, her gaze shifting back and forth between the 2 items and the miniature ballista. The miniature ballista was a powerful siege tool. Now that players were reaching higher levels, the various guilds had begun to prepare for conquering towns. They had already learned the benefits of mastering a town from the situation in Stone Forest Town. That little town raked in thousands of gold each day for 0 wing. Hence, the various large guilds prioritized capturing their own. However, producing the miniature ballista was very difficult. With lifestyle players' current abilities, it was almost impossible to manufacture in the short term. Choosing the 2 pieces of equipment would undoubtedly benefit her team. In the long run, however, the miniature ballista was more advantageous. As Yulan hesitated over her choice, Warwolf whispered to her, "Yulan, pick the 2 pieces of equipment. You still lack a powerful foundation. Although the miniature ballista is indeed valuable, it is not particularly useful right now." In the organization known as Underworld, Yulan was not yet an upper echelon. She also did not have a guild of her own. While the miniature ballista might profit a guild immensely, it was not particularly beneficial to an individual. If Yulan wanted to raise her position in the organization, then she needed a powerful team to support her. Hence, Choosing Saluvia's blade and the Ring of Corrosion was a wiser decision than choosing the miniature ballista. Moreover, if not for Shifeng's help in the trial, they wouldn't have any of these items. I'll pick the Ring of Corrosion. Yulan felt that Warwolf's opinion was quite reasonable. Although Underworld might be an organization, not everyone within the organization was of a single heart. While she might temporarily raise her position if she presented the miniature ballista, others could replace her at any time. I'll pick the miniature ballista design. Then, Shifeng said without hesitation, he had plenty of methods to obtain top-tier weapons and equipment. Although he lacked epic weapons and equipment right now, as players reached higher levels, obtaining them would become easier. However, it was a different story for siege tool designs. These designs would also be difficult to find. They couldn't be obtained by simply killing a few powerful bosses. If he missed on this opportunity, he would definitely regret it. Moreover, Shifeng now had the Holy City's emblem. He no longer worried about nurturing advanced engineers. He could even nurture master engineers. It wouldn't be long before he could manufacture the miniature ballista. The thought of using the miniature ballista to capture a town excited Shifeng. After Shifeng finished distributing the items and everyone had rested, Shifeng reversed the flow of mana in the teleportation magic array once more. Suddenly, a small, golden teleportation magic array appeared a short distance away from the central array. The small teleportation array's golden glow scattered the surrounding corrosive beasts and corrosive beast kings. None of the monsters dared move closer than 300 yards from the teleportation array. What's going on? Shifeng frowned at the golden array with curiosity. Chapter 931. Titan Library. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. As far as Shifeng knew, there should have only been one exit leading to the entrance trial's third stage. The golden teleportation array that had suddenly appeared was much stronger than the array in the center of the plaza. The mana density around each teleportation array made that obvious. With this new development, the team turned to Shifeng and asked, "Leader, should we go over and take a look?" Previously, they had watched Peerless team use the central teleportation array to leave the plaza. Now that another had appeared, they didn't know whether or not that teleportation array was a trap. After all, this was their first time here. Could it be a special reward for the first kill? Shifeng felt that it was highly possible. When he had killed the King of Corrosion in the past, no such phenomenon had occurred. Of course, when he had killed Selu Taiban back then, other teams had raided the Grand Lord many times before. As for the golden teleportation array being a trap, it was unlikely. After all, revealing a trap after players had defeated the stage boss would be too fraudulent. The teleportation array was most likely a reward of some kind. Let's head over to investigate. In the end, Shifeng decided to examine it under Shifeng's command. The team approached the golden teleportation array. As no monsters dared move near to the array, they had an easy time reaching it. The instant Shifeng stepped into the teleportation array, his mind felt clearer than ever before. Moreover, a brimming with energy buff had appeared in his status window. The sound of a system notification suddenly reached his ear. System. You have discovered the teleportation magic array to Titan Library. Sure enough, it's the first kill reward. Shifeng was ecstatic when he heard the system notification. There were two main benefits to visiting Titan City. The first was that lifestyle players could use the Titan workshops to improve their skills. The other was the Titan Library, which all players dreamed of exploring. Generally, for players seeking the Titan Library, they first needed to reach the third stage and then take the path to the library. However, while that path would also eventually lead players to Titan City, it was significantly more difficult than the path that led to Titan City directly. Players usually chose the latter option to ensure their Titan City entrance slots. Shifeng had never imagined that obtaining the King of Corrosion's first kill would garner such a benefit as well. Following which, Shifeng walked towards the teleportation array's center and activated it. Everyone instantly transformed into streaks of golden light and vanished. After the team disappeared, the golden teleportation array faded as well. Silence returning to the spacious plaza. The entrance trial's third stage consisted of narrow pathways. Barely 3 people could walk, side by side, down the pathways. Meanwhile, bottomless pits lined each pathway on either side. If a player fell off the pathway, it wouldn't even be possible to revive them. They would be instantly disqualified from the entrance trial. Aside from this dangerous pathway, there were large groups of bat monsters flying through the air that frequently screeched sound wave attacks. If players were not careful and failed to avoid these attacks, they may plunge to their deaths. When Peerless team arrived here, they were immediately thrown into a bitter battle. The weakest bat monsters here were special elites, with many being chieftains. There were even level 45 Lord-ranked bat kings. When these bats caught players, they immediately threw them into the abyss. These bat monsters were far more difficult to deal with than the corrosive beasts. The fact that players would be disqualified if they fell off the pathway was particularly harsh. Use the sound bombs. Peerless shouted when he saw bat monsters gather around them against ordinary monsters. The sound bombs weren't particularly effective. The bombs only made some noise to disturb monsters. However, against the bat monsters, the bomb's effect was massive. A single explosion would scare away these monsters, preventing them from approaching for a short time. Peerless had specifically prepared this item to deal with the bat monsters. During his second trial attempt, his team had been utterly helpless against the bat monsters. From time to time, the Bat Kings would fly past, grabbing and tossing their team members into the abyss. Before they had even reached the halfway point, the entire team had fallen to their deaths under Peerless' command. The team members took out their sound bombs and threw them at the clumped bat monsters. The explosions scared the incoming bats away. Move faster. Use the sound bombs sparingly. Peerless shouted hurriedly. Although the sound bombs were impressively effective, they were extremely rare. Even utilizing their guild's strength, they had only managed to procure a small stock. If they did not conserve their bombs, they wouldn't make it through this tortuous abyss. Meanwhile, on the other path leading to Titan City, Shifeng and the others suddenly appeared before an ancient, towering fortress. The ancient fortress loomed over 1,000 meters high. The building itself looked like a mountain. Level 200 NPC guards stood before the fortress's iron gates. These 2 NPCs were over 10 meters tall. When these NPCs saw Shifeng and the others, they blocked the gates with their spears. This is the Great Titan Library. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. One of the NPC guards coldly informed the players as he swept a glance over Shifeng and the others. If you wish to enter, you need to pass our test. The team members were shocked when they saw the Titan Library. It was, by far, the largest library they had ever seen in God's Domain. Players were not strangers to God's Domain's libraries. It was especially true for magical class players. All magical class players who wanted to practice and improve their spellcasting techniques or learn new spells generally did so in a library. However, gaining entrance into NPC cities' libraries was a difficult feat. One typically needed to be a noble or a friend of the city's NPC nobles to gain access. Aside from allowing players to learn spells, libraries' greatest purpose was information gathering. In truth, players could find information on many quests in God's Domain in libraries. For example, the information Yulan had regarding the holy city of Titan was available in libraries in NPC cities. However, the libraries in God's Domain varied in size. Each library also contained different information. Hence, the various large guilds usually created their own intelligence departments specifically to gather information from various libraries and compile their own information databases. This made it easier for their guild members to find information on their quests. As for Shifeng, who had the Demon Hunter title, he was considered a world noble in God's Domain. Hence, utilizing his privilege as a world noble, he had led Zero Wings members into God's Domain's various libraries. Unfortunately, the Demon Hunter title only gave him access to libraries in ordinary NPC cities. It did not give him access to kingdoms and imperial capitals' libraries. Players had to rely on their own capabilities to gain entrance. Even so, the information Zero Wing had collected was even more comprehensive than first-rate guilds. We will accept the test, Shifeng announced as he stepped forward. Very well. You only have one chance. If you pass the test, you may learn from our library. Chapter 932. Advantage of Tier 1 Players. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. When the team heard that they could enter the Titan Library if they passed the test, elation colored their expressions. The team's magical classes were particularly eager, their eyes alight as they hungered to enter the library as soon as possible. Everyone, rest up. Make sure you are in peak condition before you challenge the test, Shifeng instructed his team. Each person only had one chance to pass the test. If they failed, they would not gain access to the library. They would only find another chance to take the test when they came through the trial again. However, it would be far more difficult to reach the Titan Library next time. While Shifeng was confident in leading everyone to Titan City, the same could not be said for the Titan Library in the past. Many independent players had chosen to take the library's test whenever they got their hands on a pass. However, since reaching the Titan Library was more difficult than the direct path to Titan City, very few players had passed the test. Even so, everyone wanted to try. This was all because players could learn extremely rare skills in the Titan Library. These rare skills could improve a player's combat power significantly. For example, Shifeng's Flame Burst was one such rare skill. Moreover, these skills generally did not require proficiency to level, only EXP. Hence, a player could dump a large sum of EXP into leveling these skills during a crucial moment with the hope of turning the situation around. Your test is simple. Because you are all Tier 1 classes, you just need to kill a chieftain of the same level within a certain time. If you fail to defeat your opponent within the given time, you fail the test. After the Titan NPC finished explaining, the spear in his hand trembled suddenly. A golden magic array with a 5-yard radius appeared a short distance away. That is your arena. When you are ready to take the test, simply step into the array, the Titan NPC said as he pointed at the golden magic array. The NPC then fell silent as he resumed guarding the closed gates as the team members listened to the test's rules. They frowned. Ordinary experts could not solo a chieftain of the same level, not to mention doing so within a limited time. Since the system had placed a time limit on the test, it was obvious that players would not have long. Just enter the array when you're ready, Shifeng said. He could not help but laugh and shake his head when he saw everyone's depressed expressions. In reality, Tier 1 players had a benefit when they came here. When Tier 2 players took the test, they had to solo a High Lord of the same level. That monster was 2 ranks higher. Compared to a High Lord, a chieftain seemed cute. After saying so, Shifeng entered the magic array. He then transformed into a streak of golden light and disappeared. After watching Shifeng enter the test, the rest of the team stepped into the magic array as well. Even if they were not confident of succeeding, they had to try. After players entered the golden magic array, they were transported to a peculiar space. When Shifeng opened his eyes, he discovered that he had teleported to a wide, open prairie with no end in sight. Meanwhile, 200 yards away from him lay a flaming rhinoceros that was over 5 meters tall. Crimson rhinoceros. Elemental being, chieftain, level 43 HP 400. 000/400, 000. The library's test monster had far less HP than an ordinary chieftain. The point of this test was to see if players could face these monsters head-on. As Shifeng prepared to approach the rhinoceros, he heard the sound of a system notification system. You have 10 minutes to complete the battle. If you cannot finish the battle within the allotted time, you will be automatically transferred out of this instance. The system's giving players 10 minutes? It sure is favoring Tier 1 players. Shifeng could not help but sigh when Tier 2 players challenged the test. They only had 20 minutes. However, their monster was a High Lord. Wasting no time, Shifeng walked towards the Crimson Rhinoceros. When Shifeng was only 70 yards away from the Crimson Rhinoceros, the chieftain discovered his presence. Immediately, it snorted scorching flames from its nostrils and stomped the ground angrily. It then charged at Shifeng. When it moved, it thundered like a speeding truck. Seeing this, Shifeng activated Flame Burst. With light steps, he easily evaded the Crimson Rhinoceros's charge and slashed the chieftain's backping. The attack sent the rhinoceros flying over a dozen yards. When it slammed into the ground, it released a pained cry. A damage of -28,167 points appeared above its head. Shifeng then activated Silent Steps and appeared behind the Crimson Rhinoceros. He brandished his swords at the chieftain, every slash leaving a deep cut. Suddenly, Shifeng's attack triggered Killing Ray's lightning effect. Combined with Flame Burst's effect, the attack dealt -67,846 damage before Shifeng had used all of Flame Burst's attack counts. The Crimson Rhinoceros burst into flames, disappearing from the prairie and leaving behind a black iron token. The token was the required proof he needed to enter the Titan library system. Congratulations! You have killed the Crimson Rhinoceros. Time remaining: 9 minutes 52 seconds. System: you will return in 5 seconds. Please prepare. After Shifeng picked up the token, he quietly waited for his teleportation away from this map to him. The library's test was not a challenge in the least. He had long since surpassed chieftains of the same level in terms of strength. Even without any special techniques, he could easily kill an ordinary chieftain of the same level, not to mention one with weakened HP. In front of the Titan library, many members were still preparing themselves mentally. When a figure suddenly appeared in the golden array, they turned to look. What? Someone has finished already? It's only been a few seconds. Did the monster kill them? Those who hadn't taken the test yet grew even more nervous. However, when they Shifeng emerged, their jaws dropped. And he too fast. None of them doubted that Shifeng had passed the test. If he couldn't do it, no one could. However, he had cleared the test astonishingly fast. Not even 20 seconds had passed since he had entered the array. That was a chieftain they were talking about. A party dungeon's boss. This wasn't some ordinary monster they usually farmed. Why haven't you guys taken the test yet? Shifeng glanced over the group before the gates. There were over 24 players who had yet to take the exam, and they were all Yolan's subordinates. He then advised them, Relax. The test isn't as difficult as you imagine. Although the monster is indeed a chieftain, its HP has been reduced. Yolan's subordinates were speechless. Even with reduced HP, a chieftain was still a chieftain, yet Shifeng talked as if it was some random mob that was too easy to slaughter. Shortly after Shifeng had returned, Fire Dance stepped out of the magic array as well. Following which, one player after another emerged. Why are there so many people ahead of me? When Bloodsucker returned, he saw a large group already standing before the iron gates. Even Violet Cloud was among them. He was confused. He could accept monster-like damage dealers such as Shifeng, Fire Dance, and White Knight completing the test faster than him. But Violet Cloud was a cleric. She was a mere healer. Chapter 933. Grand Wizard. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. As more people returned from their tests, the difference between Zero Wing side and Overwhelming Smile side became glaringly obvious in the end. 21 of the 30 Zero Wing members had cleared the test. As for Overwhelming Smile's 50 members, only 15 had passed. All of Owl and Raven's members had cleared the test. Why does Zero Wing have so many experts? Yulan was shocked when she saw how many players from Zero Wing side had passed. Although she knew that there was a huge gap between their teams, she had not realized how massive that gap was. Yulan wasn't the only person caught by surprise. Even an expert like War Wolf was astonished. They had formed their team by poaching experts from various sources. Overall, their team could rival even first-rate guilds' main forces. On the other hand, Zero Wing had only developed in Star Moon Kingdom. Yet regarding the quality and quantity of experts, Zero Wing's team was far greatly superior to theirs. Since everyone has finished the test, those who did not pass will wait by the entrance. Those who passed can head inside, Shifeng said as looked over the team. He had sensed Yulan and her group's confusion. However, he simply smiled at their actions. He then arranged for everyone to enter the library naturally. It was impossible for Zero Wing to surpass first-rate guilds in terms of quantity of experts. First-rate guilds had been developing in the virtual gaming world for a long time. In addition, these guilds weren't limited to developing in just one country, but multiple. In terms of member count, they exceeded Zero Wing by many times. Zero Wing was no match for them. Zero Wing's only advantage over these guilds was their number of top-tier experts. This was also why Shifeng wanted to develop in other countries. There were only so many top-tier experts in Star Moon Kingdom. Unless they nurtured their own, they couldn't continue to build their forces of top-tier experts. Furthermore, they needed to recruit far more elite and ordinary expert players, following which, under Shifeng's lead, all those who passed their tests began entering the Titan Library one after another. The Titan Library was relatively ancient in God's domain. It was far older than any kingdom or empire's library. Those libraries could not compare to the information it contained. Suddenly a gray-robed man with a blurred face appeared before the team and said, "Young adventurers, welcome to the Titan Library. I am Warren, the manager here." Warren was not a Titan. He was the same size as an ordinary human. As if he were a robot, he spoke without emotion. However, the instant this man appeared, everyone felt as if they were suffocating. Warren's powerful aura rendered these players helpless. Although they couldn't accurately guess the library manager's strength, they did not doubt that the man could end their lives as easily as blowing out a candle. Shifeng, however, knew exactly how powerful Warren was. He was a Tier 5 Grand Wizard. Moreover, Warren wasn't an ordinary Tier 5 class. He was a Grand Wizard who had mastered all 4 major elements. A Grand Wizard with mastery over 2 elements was already impressive. Tier 5 players generally only mastered 1 element, and it was exceedingly difficult to master another. In Shifeng's previous life, disaster had befallen Titan City, and it was only thanks to manager Warren that this disaster had been mitigated. Warren had fought 3 Tier 5 abyssal monsters. Normally, it would take a small army of Tier 5 players to defeat just 1 Tier 5 abyssal monster. Yet Warren had single-handedly defeated all 3. The news had spread through God's domain like wildfire. It was also then that players had realized just how frightening a Grand Wizard, who had mastered all 4 major elements, was. Now that you have come this far, you are allowed to search for 1 skill book to learn from. The Titan Library has stood for many years and has collected various skill books from all across God's domain. One can even find legendary Tier 6 skill books on these shelves. However, you only have 3 hours to find a skill book, and you only have 3 opportunities to learn from this library throughout your lifetime. There are also various restrictions in the library. The stronger the skill book is, the stronger the restriction will be. What kind of skill book you obtain will depend on your own abilities. Do not waste time out of greed over a powerful skill, Warren explained slowly. Hearing this, the player's eyes lit up with excitement. In God's domain, a skill's rarity increased with levels and tiers. Currently, Even Tier 2 skill books were beyond players. Let alone Tier 6, only someone like Shi Feng understood how precious a Tier 6 skill book was. Its value could even rival that of a fragmented legendary item. Tier 5 skills and spells weren't easy to obtain either. One had to be lucky to find one even after reaching Tier 4 and 5. Many players in the past had only possessed a few skills or spells of the same tier. Meanwhile, Titan Library just happened to allow players access to these rare skills and spells. Hence, players constantly fought to challenge the Titan Library's test. Unfortunately, very few players had ever come this far. This opportunity to grasp a high-tiered skill or spell was far more valuable than an epic weapon. Warren had vanished after he finished his explanation of the library. Without wasting any time, Shi Feng and the others split up to search for their own skill books. The Titan Library was colossal and had many sections. Finding a suitable high-tiered skill book within 3 hours would not be easy. Hence, they needed to cherish every second they had, following which, Shi Feng dashed towards the section for melee skills in the Titan Library. Skill and spell books were not categorized by class. Rather, they fell into 4 main groups: melee skills, ranged skills, healing spells, and destruction spells. Melee players like Shi Feng had to head towards the melee skill section. Of course, one could also choose a skill from the ranged skill section. Once Shi Feng reached the melee skill section, he delved deeper into the section. Every library section was divided further into 4 areas: the outer area, the inner area, the central area, and the core. There were thousands of skill books in the outer area. Shi Feng could waste his 3 hours just skimming through those books. Meanwhile, as one ventured closer to each section's center, they would find fewer and higher quality skill books. However, based on what Shi Feng had heard in his previous life, even the core housed over 100 skill books. The Titan Library's wealth of information would shock any player. As Shi Feng left the outer area and approached the inner area, a barrier appeared, blocking his path. Chapter 934. Tier 3 Sure Kill Skill. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. The barrier against Tier 1 classes is stronger than I expected. Shi Feng lifted a hand to the invisible wall. The wall acted like a massive repulsion field that enclosed the 3 innermost areas. Players could not force their way, and this was also why Warren had warned them not to be greedy. There were too many skill and spell books in the Titan Library, and it was very difficult to find a book that suited each player within a limited time. If they focused on breaking through these invisible barriers, they might leave empty-handed. Players could not rely on their strength to break through the library's barriers. They could, however, rely on techniques. Upon reaching the repulsion field, players' every aspect would be suppressed to a certain extent. Even Tier 4 and Tier 5 players were not exempt. Inside the repulsion field, there were countless air currents. These air currents would barrage anyone within the field. If players did not respond appropriately, they would be thrown from the repulsion field. As Shi Feng entered the field, many others also began to move. None of them were interested in the outer area's skill books. However, the moment these people entered the repulsion field, they slowed to a crawl as if they had been submerged in mud. With their speed crippled, several streams of air rushed at them. Failing to dodge in time, these people were expelled from the repulsion field. One of Raven's members, Masked Angel, rushed into the repulsion field. You think you can stop me with this little trick? Once Masked Angel stepped into the repulsion field, he sneered as he pushed further into the inner area with long strides. Over 100 yards of repulsion field separated the outer and inner area. Masked Angel quickly crossed over a dozen yards through the field, moving as if the air currents were non-existent. Amazing. A few people who had been thrown from the repulsion field exclaimed. When they had entered the repulsion field, they hadn't been able to move normally at all, yet Masked Angel did not seem to have any issues, as a few streams of violent air tore towards Masked Angel. He dodged every one with a mysterious footwork technique. He then continued forward. What? How are his movements so smooth? Does the suppression strength depend on the player? That shouldn't be the case. These players watched Masked Angel reach the halfway point with envy. As long as Masked Angel passed through this restricted area, he could search the inner area's skill books. Even a fool could guess the difference between the outer area's skill books and those in the inner area. They had already flipped through a few skill books in the outer area, and all they found were Tier 1 and Tier 2 books. While these skill books were very valuable, they would be of little use in the future. Only the inner area's skill books could give them an edge as they leveled. As expected of an expert of Raven, he discerned the repulsion field's rules as soon as he entered. Shi Feng was not particularly surprised when he saw Masked Angel move through the repulsion field with ease. After all, Masked Angel was a refinement realm expert. The resistance players encountered in the repulsion field was not monotonous. Rather, it changed randomly. Players might encounter weaker resistance in some areas, and stronger resistance in others. It was like firing an automatic machine gun from a long distance. One or multiple bullets might cross some areas, while others wouldn't see any bullets. If someone attempted to charge through the repulsion field while ignoring this fact, they would quickly be expelled to the outer area. However, if one knew where the bullets would fly, traversing the repulsion field would be a simple matter. Unfortunately, adapting to the various resistances wasn't so simple. Once Masked Angel had ventured over 50 yards through the repulsion field, his expression darkened. He also began to stiffen. More air currents began to assault him simultaneously, going from the initial 3 to 5, to 7 or 8. The repulsion field began to grow more difficult finally. When Masked Angel was 70 yards deep, an air current struck him and threw him from the field. The spectating players in the outer area were dumbfounded. Masked Angel had been doing fine up until this point. Why had he been suddenly thrown from the field? Why did the difficulty increase so dramatically? Masked Angel's expression had twisted into something ugly. Do they even want us to pass through this thing? Others might not have realized what had just happened, but he was very aware. The moment he reached the 50-yard mark, the repulsion field rapidly grew stronger, going from strong to weak and weak to strong more quickly. Even Masked Angel found it difficult to cope with the changes. Furthermore, he faced far more attacks, making it more difficult to follow the resistance change. In the end, even after drastic evasive maneuvers, he had been removed from the field after Masked Angel had been thrown out. Shifeng entered the repulsion field. To others, it might be difficult to cope with the constantly changing resistance, but to Shifeng, it was a walk in the park. He didn't even need to employ any techniques to avoid the incoming currents. Impossible. Masked Angel was momentarily stunned. It looked as if Shifeng strolled casually down a road. Even after the 50-yard mark, Shifeng continued comfortably. After a short moment, he had left the repulsion field behind and reached the inner area. What Masked Angel did not know, however, was that neither the resistance's strength nor the air current's attacks were effective against Shifeng's perception. After reaching the inner area, Shifeng casually browsed a few skill books. He did not hurry towards the central area. The barrier between the inner area and central area was many times stronger than the barrier separating the outer and inner areas. This barrier had even troubled God's domain's apex experts of the past. Extremely rare Tier 4 skills could be found in abundance in the inner area. Shifeng could also see plenty of Tier 3 sure kill skills. These sure kill skills were similar to Shifeng's Flame Burst. Flame Burst was a Tier 2 sure kill skill that players could learn at Tier 0. Meanwhile, the skill could be upgraded by sacrificing EXP. However, it could only reach Tier 2. Even with this limitation though, its advantages were obvious. Learning Flame Burst did not require a particular tier. It did not require skill proficiency either. Sure kill skills were extremely rare in God's domain, much less a Tier 3 sure kill skill. In the auction house, it would sell for more than an epic item. After all, many players in God's domain would hit their limit after reaching Tier 3. It was incredibly difficult to advance. For these players, their Tier 3 sure kill skills would never grow old, allowing them to hold their top ranks among Tier 3 players. However, this would not satisfy Shifeng. He still had plenty of time. He could attempt to reach the section's central area. God's domain's apex experts dreamed of the Titan Library's central area. Not only did the central area house Tier 5 skill books, but it also held Tier 4 sure kill skills. However, as the difficulty of reaching the Titan Library increased as one moved up in tiers, very few apex experts could make it into the library in the first place. Not to mention the central area. Since he was already here, he had to try. If it really were not possible to proceed further, he would simply choose a Tier 3 sure kill skill that was suitable, following which, Shifeng arrived before the next barrier. Unlike the inner area, there was no powerful repulsion field preventing him from reaching the central area. Instead, everything before him was shrouded in darkness. He could not see inside the central area whatsoever. Suddenly, someone flew out of the darkness and slammed into the ground. This person was none other than Raven's Bloodsucker. However, Bloodsucker was extremely pale, his face empty of blood. He seemed sapped of all energy. He looked like as if he had just fought through a long life-or-death battle. Completely exhausted. You need to be careful. It's very dangerous in there. Bloodsucker smiled bitterly as Shifeng walking over. I'll be logging out to rest now. Chapter 935. Sword Trajectory. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. As soon as Bloodsucker finished speaking, he logged out of the game. Is the mental burden really so heavy? Shifeng frowned as he watched Bloodsucker vanish. After having observed Bloodsucker for a time, Shifeng was certain that the man was a Void Realm expert. Even in a super guild, he would be an apex existence. This was also why Bloodsucker had been so confident when he had promoted his skills to pass the Titan Library's inner test. A player had to rely on their techniques. Their skills and equipment wouldn't help them in the least. Shurfeng found it hard to imagine how difficult it was to reach the central area for an expert like Bloodsucker to be rendered helpless when a player overdrew on their mental strength. They generally had to rest for 3 to 5 hours to recover. Even if one used an S-rank nutrient fluid to aid in their recovery, they would need to spend roughly an hour in the real world to recover fully. However, players were only given 3 hours to choose a skill book in the Titan Library. If Bloodsucker rested for an hour in the real world, he would not have enough time to challenge the barrier between the inner and central areas. This test is vicious. Shurfeng clicked his tongue. If he failed once, he would lose a bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid. Moreover, even after recovering, he would only be able to choose a skill book from the inner area. If he did not rely on the S-rank nutrient fluid to recover, he would lose his opportunity to learn from any of the library's skill books. Only now did Shurfeng understand why so many Apex experts had faltered before reaching the central area. Fortunately, I still have a few bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid. Without them, I wouldn't qualify to challenge this test. Once Shurfeng adjusted his mindset, he stepped into the dark barrier. As soon as the darkness swallowed Shurfeng, he sensed something odd. Not only did the barrier rob him of his sight, but it had also rendered him deaf. Any expert's combat power would drop significantly if they lost their sight, not to mention losing both sight and hearing. With both senses suddenly muted, even staying calm would be a problem, not to mention fighting. Moreover, without being able to see or hear, one wouldn't even know what kind of danger they faced against the unknown. Even an expert player's mental state would crumble. Fortunately, Shurfeng had experienced a similar situation in the battle tower. Although the circumstances hadn't been as severe, they were not that different. Hence, Shurfeng remained calm and in control. Although he had lost his sight and hearing, he still had his sense of touch and smell. Something's coming. After venturing a few steps into the darkness, he felt the air ripple against several areas of his body. However, these ripples were extremely weak. In the blink of an eye, he felt a pricking pain where he had felt the ripples. Something hit him, and he was forced 3 steps back, following which, Shurfeng tried to advance once more. In the end, however, he met the same outcome. After a few steps, he felt weak ripples, followed by the pricking pain. Particularly in the areas he had felt the previous pain, this pain doubled. So, that is how this works. It's no wonder why so many experts were helpless against this test. Shurfeng smiled bitterly. After a few more attempts, it was too difficult to sense an incoming attack by air currents alone. As a Void Realm expert, he perceived his surroundings by pushing his 5 senses to their very limits. However, if he relied only on his sense of touch, it would be very difficult to predict an attack. Even if he evaded the moment he perceived the needles, he couldn't dodge them. Moreover, the pain he felt each time was frustrating, disrupting his calm. Since I can't dodge them, I'll have to block them. Deciding so, Shurfeng unsheathed his swords and advanced. After the previous attempts, he had a general grasp of the needle's attacks. Aside from powerful techniques and acute senses, the biggest reason why experts could become experts in the first place was their brain's processing speed and their ability to memorize something instantly. Once one strengthened their mind, their memorization and calculation would improve tremendously. They could then run through various simulations in their minds using what limited information they had in this dark area. The needle attacks were not without a pattern. For each wave of attacks, the needles would target 3 to 5 locations. Based on where Shurfeng had already been struck and how many times, a total of 12 locations on his body were being targeted. Although he could not be certain that the needles would only attack these 12 locations, knowing them was enough. As long as he defended these points, he couldn't be disqualified if he received a hit, even if he were hit elsewhere. At most, he would be forced to take 1 or 2 steps back and defend another location, following which, Shurfeng continued his advance, using his blades to form a barrier around himself as he repelled the needle attacks. Moreover, as he brandished his swords, Shurfeng refined his sword's trajectories, little by little, gradually reducing his excess movements and strengthening his defense. As Shurfeng had speculated, there were more than 12 targets on his body. 14 areas were being targeted. These 14 points seemed to contain some kind of hidden meaning. As Shurfeng improved his sword trajectories, the defensive range enlarged as well. Right now, he could block roughly 40% of all attacks aimed at him from the front. This sensation astonished Shurfeng. He was also ecstatic over his growth. There were still many flaws in his sword trajectories, and his slashes were not as efficient as they could be. However, now that he could block 40% of the attacks coming from the front, he could theoretically block 20 of 50 targeted attacks launched from in front of him. After Shurfeng had ventured 50 yards into the darkness, 6 to 8 attacks assaulted him simultaneously. The number of targets on his body also rose from 14 to 21. The sudden change disrupted Shurfeng's rhythm. causing him to waver back and forth over the 50-yard mark as attacks continuously struck his body. His pain grew more intense. The attacks were even painful enough to force a strong-willed person like Shi Feng to grit his teeth, however. Although the pain distracted him slightly, Shi Feng's determination grew as he fought. Now that he had to block 21 points, his sword trajectories became more complex. After half an hour of refining his techniques and eliminating unnecessary movement, Shi Feng finally pushed past the 50-yard mark. He could now block all of the needle attacks that assaulted him. When he had ventured past the 80-yard mark, the attack count increased once more, increasing to 14 to 18 attacks at a time. Furthermore, he now had to defend 32 points. Although he only had to block another 11 areas, the necessary sword trajectories multiplied by several times. Even Shi Feng struggled to cope with this qualitative change. Even after refining his movements for over an hour, his technique still had plenty of flaws. However, he could now block 60% of the attacks launched from his front. After several more failed attempts to perfect his sword trajectories, Shi Feng decided to gamble. Rather than trying to block all 32 targeted points, he gave up his defense over a few that did not follow his trajectories. Gritting his teeth and enduring the pain, he then attempted to cross the final 20 yards. In the end, with only 20 minutes of his 3 hours remaining, Shi Feng finally broke through the darkness and reached the Titan Library's central area. Chapter 936. Lightning Edge. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Unlike the library's inner area, which contained many ancient bookshelves lined with books, the central area had various globes of blue water rotating around a 3-story tall water globe. As soon as Shi Feng set foot into the central area, he felt his consciousness waver. The constant pricking pain he had felt in the darkness had pushed him to his limits. The Titan Library really is a special place. Shi Feng sat down and took several deep breaths. Although he was very tired, he was ecstatic. However, his excitement was not due to his success in reaching the central area. Rather, he was thrilled about what he had gained in the darkness. Never in his dreams had he thought that he would find a secret technique hidden in the darkness. The sword trajectories he had employed to defend the 32 targeted points was profound. It was even more astounding than an advanced combat technique. Shi Feng had realized how frightening this secret technique was as he had continued to improve his sword's trajectories. If he could grasp this sword trajectory, his swordsmanship might even surpass Sirius's 6-in-1 combination attack. Not bad, young man. It's been a long time since someone's reached this area. Shortly after Shi Feng had sat to rest, a figure appeared before him, praising Shi Feng. Looking up, Shi Feng discovered Warren, the library manager who had disappeared since you've passed the test. Follow me, Warren said before turning and walking towards the massive water globe hurriedly. Shi Feng rose from the floor and followed the manager. Although dodging the needle attacks had taken its toll, he had not yet exceeded his mental endurance. He didn't need to rest immediately as Bloodsucker had. After reaching the transparent globe, Warren began to recite an incantation. The massive globe slowly descended from the air. Despite standing over a dozen yards away, Shi Feng could feel the daunting mana radiating from the globe. This mana was far purer than that within the 7 luminaries crystal. Furthermore, the mana that the globe released into the air did not scatter. If the globe exploded, Shi Feng did not doubt that the explosion would obliterate the Titan Library. Go on. This is where the most precious skills the Titan Library has collected over the years have been contained, Warren urged. Of course, you may also challenge the library's core, but be warned. Throughout the past several hundred years, only 7 have reached the core and left to tell the tale. Lord Warren, I've decided to choose a skill book here, Shi Feng declared without hesitation. He had been lucky to reach the central area. As for whether that luck would carry him to the core, Shi Feng did not even dare to wonder. As far as he knew, only 5 players had entered the Titan Library's core in the past. Every single one of those players had been a Tier 6 God-ranked expert. With his current strength, his chances were close to, if not, non-existent. In all honesty, Shi Feng had considered trying. Unfortunately, his time was running out. On the off chance that he overextended his mental endurance and was forced to log out to rest, he might even drown in his regrets. A wise decision. Warren nodded pleasantly. The magic barriers inside the Titan Library are the blood and sweat of the 10 saints. That is especially the case for the magic barrier that protects the core. Without standing in the same realm as the 10 saints, challengers have no chance of success. Had you attempted to challenge the barrier, you would have been disqualified. Shi Feng rolled his eyes at the manager. You're only telling me that now? Following which, Shi Feng disappeared into the massive water globe. Upon entering the globe, a list of books appeared before Shi Feng. Every skill book listed was either a Tier 5 skill or a Tier 4 sure kill skill. The list contained hundreds of them. Shifeng's eyes drifted to the Tier 4 sure kill skills without even glancing at the Tier 5 skill books. Although Tier 5 skills were much stronger than Tier 4 sure kill skills, one could only learn the former after reaching Tier 5. To his present self, a Tier 5 skill book would be as useless as a very expensive paperweight. It was not nearly as practical as a Tier 4 sure kill skill. There were a total of 133 Tier 4 sure kill skill books on the list, and Shifeng rejoiced at the sight. If he could learn them all, every Tier 4 player would be no more than a punching bag. There was a wide variety of skills to choose from. Some were single-target skills like Flame Burst, while others were AoE skills like Skywheel Sword. There were also control skills like Abyssal Bind and Abyssal Curse. There were even extremely precious Berserk skills and support skills. These skills covered nearly every aspect and were more than enough for players to compensate for their shortcomings. After much contemplation, Shifeng decided to search through the AoE skills, while single-target skills and Berserk skills could elevate a player's combat power tremendously. AoE skills were far more effective in group battles and grinding. Shifeng was currently in a rush to reach level 50. An AoE skill was, without a doubt, his best choice. There were a total of 5 AoE attack skills. Some dealt physical damage, while others dealt magical damage. Some even dealt a mix of each. Having both would be the best choice. Shifeng dismissed the first two varieties. While the pros of a physical or magical skill were obvious, the cons were just as clear. If he encountered a monster that countered either type of damage, the skill would lose its effectiveness. Take Firestorm for example. If he used the skill against a fire-type monster or an elemental being, the skill wouldn't help him. Rather than risk such a specialized skill, it was safer to pick one that dealt both types of damage. After excluding the specialized skills, Shifeng was left with 2 books. The first book contained the skill Divine Punishment. When activated, the skill dealt a combination of physical and holy damage to monsters in a targeted area. The skill covered 20 yards in every direction and had a cooldown of 10 minutes. The other skill was Lightning Edge. Upon activation, it would deal a mix of physical and lightning damage to monsters in a cone. The skill had an initial coverage of 30 yards and a cooldown of 15 minutes. Countless players in God's domain dreamed of obtaining both skill books. Shifeng found himself in a bit of a bind. Holy damage would be twice as effective against dark creatures. In addition to his sacred sword, he would be a nightmare to dark creatures if he chose Divine Punishment. The only downside was the skill's limited range. As for Lightning Edge, it was suitable for kiting monsters. Noticing that he was running out of time, after a moment of hesitation, Shifeng chose Lightning Edge. He had chosen this to help him level faster, following which, Shifeng clicked to learn Lightning Edge. As soon as he did, a stream of energy emerged from the water around him and surged into his body system. Congratulations! You have learned Lightning Edge. Lightning Edge, action type, Tier 0, Level 1, requires 200,000 EXP to upgrade to Tier 0, Level 2, channeling time, 0. 5 seconds, deals 300% physical and 300% lightning damage in a cone in front of user. Initial coverage range is 30 yards. Duration, 3 seconds. Cooldown, 15 minutes. As expected of a Tier 4 sure kill skill, its starting damage and required EXP are double that of Flame Bursts. If it reaches Tier 1, it will likely be even stronger than Firestorm. Shifeng was elated when he saw the skill's information. He immediately decided to upgrade Lightning Edge's level. Chapter 937. Team improves. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Shifeng was currently level 43. However, even after upgrading Lightning Edge to Tier 1, Level 1, he remained at level 43. However, upon reaching Tier 1, the required EXP to upgrade the skill and the skills might have undergone a qualitative change. Lightning Edge, action type, Tier 1, Level 1, requires 200 million EXP to upgrade to Tier 1, Level 2, channeling time, 0. 5 seconds, deals 700% physical and 700% lightning damage in a cone in front of user. Initial coverage range is 50 yards. Duration, 5 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Shifeng had intended to upgrade the skill further. Unfortunately, doing so would drop him to level 42, which would, in turn, decrease his overall attributes and affect his performance when they attempted the entrance trial's final stretch. Hence, he decided to hold off for now. After Shifeng learned Lightning Edge, Warren transported him out of the library, returning him to the entrance. Everyone else from Zero Wing's team who had entered the library had already learned a skill or spell and already returned to the entrance. They all looked ecstatic. The number of skills and spells the Titan library contained was simply mind-blowing, and their rarity was equally staggering. Despite most of the players only being capable of choosing a skill from the outer area, They had still boosted their combat power significantly. Look at how excited you all are. What kind of powerful skills did you guys learn? Shifeng asked, a soft chuckle escaping from his lips. Leader, did you know that Sister Aqua reached the inner area? She learned a large-scale destruction spell. Violet did as well and learned an AoE healing spell. As for Sister Fire, although she didn't learn an AoE skill from the inner area, she learned a powerful control and weakening skill. Even a boss won't be able to shrug off the skill's effects. Cola enthusiastically explained the skills one could learn in the outer and inner areas were worlds apart. In the outer area, one could only learn rare Tier 2 skills, while in the inner area, one could learn Tier 3 sure kill skills. There was simply no comparing the two. Furthermore, the skills Aqua Rose and the others had learned in the inner area would be of immense help to their current team. It was especially true for Violet Cloud's AoE healing spell at present. All skills the various healing classes could learn were single-target healing spells. There was not a single AoE healing spell available for their low tier. Now that Violet Cloud had learned one, she could act as multiple healers. When they raided dungeons in the future, they could afford to bring fewer healers and more damage dealers. Excluding Shifeng, 14 people had reached the library's inner area. Among them, 3 belonged to Zero Wing, 3 belonged to Raven, 5 belonged to Owl, and 3 belonged to Overwhelming Smile. This outcome stunned Zero Wing's members, while Aqua Rose and the others, more or less, knew the identities of Raven's members. Owl's members were complete strangers. Yet among the team of 14 players, 5 had reached the inner area. The small team's strength was astounding. Where did the guild leader meet these people? Aqua Rose was deeply shocked as she watched White Knight and his companions. There are so many experts in just a team of 14 people. After the team's performance in the Titan Library, Aqua Rose finally understood how strong White Knight and the others were. As for Yulan, who rested by the side, her expression suggested that she had finally come to understand the guild known as Zero Wing. She knew how difficult it was to venture from the outer area to the inner area. Even after trying her hardest, she barely broke through the barrier. As for the other 2 players on her team who had reached the inner area, they were Warwolf and Soaring Snake. Everyone else had only made it to the 80-yard mark. Although she did not know how far Shifeng had progressed, reaching the inner area should have been a walk in the park for him. With this, of Zero Wing's 50 people, 12 had managed to reach the inner area. The team's strength was intimidating. Yulan even suspected that, even if she scoured Star Moon Kingdom and combined the strength of every guild within its borders, she wouldn't form a team as powerful as Zero Wing's. Since everyone has gathered, let's proceed to the trial's final stage, Shifeng declared after confirming that everyone was present. He then led the team to a teleportation array a short distance away from the Titan Library. Be careful. Healers, focus on those who are taking damage. MTs, hold down the monsters. Do not let them get away. Peerless, who ventured through the gray fog, sternly commanded his people through the team chat. Initially, he had thought he would be welcomed by the sight of Titan City's gates upon overcoming the abyssal path. However, he had never imagined that they would escape the wolf's lair only to walk straight into a lion's den inside this gray fog. Their visibility was reduced to 10 yards. In addition, monsters would randomly assault them from time to time. To make matters worse, the fog did not affect these monsters. Even with 40 yards between them, these monsters discovered them and attacked immediately. These monsters attacked with bows and arrows, and after firing a volley, they would change their positions. Moreover, the monsters always targeted the cloth armor classes. If they did not defeat these archers as quickly as possible, the noise of battle would attract more enemies. Before realizing this, their team had suffered. Moreover, the players whom these monsters killed could not be revived. Their losses in this gray fog were permanent. They only had 89 players remaining now. If they lost any more members, their hopes of reaching the final goal would be dashed. Shortly after Peerless issued his orders, another volley emerged from the fog around them. The arrows were extremely fast. With the low visibility, even the agility-based classes struggled to block or evade the attacks. Not to mention the targeted cloth wearers. Immediately, a white-robed cleric transformed into a hedgehog, his HP plummeting to 0 in an instant. The cleric did not even have a chance to heal himself. Charge. Don't let those monsters get away. Peerless bellowed in rage. Over a dozen melee classes immediately dashed towards the arrow's origin. Shortly after these players vanished, however, the others heard a pained scream. A few of these melee players had died instantly. 3 MTs had even been thrown back to the team, their slamming into the ground before Peerless. All 3 MTs only had a strand of HP. What happened? Peerless demanded through the team chat. The monsters they had previously faced had only been level 45 elites. Every one of these players could easily dispatch one of the monsters with help, yet not only had a few people instantly died, but their heavily armored MTs had also been thrown such a long distance. There was definitely something off here, boss. It's a boss. One of the swordsmen who had previously charged forward stuttered a reply. Wait. There are 3. Before the swordsman could finish his words, his name in the team status window faded to gray, signifying that this player had died. However, the swordsman wasn't the only one dead player. Those who had charged with him had died as well before Peerless could respond. 3 tall figures suddenly emerged from the fog accompanied by over 100 bow-wielding, 4-armed demonic monsters. Every player on the team tensed, feeling stifled of the 3 bosses before them. One was a Grand Lord, while the other 2 were Great Lords. With this combination before them, the players crumbled in despair as the 2 sides threw themselves into the battle. A golden radiance suddenly dispersed the dense fog. People then began to appear, one after another. How? Peerless' jaw nearly hit the ground when he saw the distant figures. These figures were none other than the members of Shifeng's team, who he had seen before. However, unlike their battered players, Shifeng's team appeared unharmed, every member brimming with energy as they stood on the path towards Titan City.